1-225 Chapter 14, Assault. It took a couple days of travel for Naruto and Fu to reach Odogakure. The lengthy trip could be attributed mainly to the lack of direction the two Jinchuriki had with regard to the Hidden Sound Village's precise location. As it was a newer establishment, and placed in a land that neither had previously had any reason to voyage through, it had taken the pair much longer to find the main village than it really should have. In the end, Odogakure's main base ended up being located in the dead center of the country. A simple archway proclaimed the entrance to Odo, and as the Jinchuriki approached it, they were halted by a pair of guards demanding to know their business. "We're here to see, Naruto paused, wondering if Pain actually went by that name inside the village, the leader of Akatsuki? One of the men peered down at him suspiciously. "No strangers are permitted to see Kami-sama. State your names and affiliations, immediately." "Kami-sama?" Naruto mouthed to Fu. She shrugged, but before either could respond, a blue-haired woman appeared in a flurry of paper. The two guards bowed hastily at her appearance, reverently murmuring, "Angel-sama." "Follow me," Konan intoned. "Pain has been expecting you." Naruto and Fu exchanged glances, but followed the paper user through Hidden Sound's entrance and into the village proper. The village itself was relatively unimpressive. Plain brick buildings lined the dirt roads, housing families with no other country to go to. Children frolicked in the streets, overseen by their parents, grime and dust smudged on their faces and clothes. All fell silent as Konan swept across their path, black cloak ruffling in the breeze. "So," began Naruto, "Pain's a god, huh?" "Pain is viewed as the savior of this land," Konan stated blandly. Orochimaru was a tyrant, only interested in serving his own agenda, which focused little on helping the actual citizens of this country. Pain has no such compunctions with regards to helping those who are unable to help themselves. If there are those who choose to view his actions as those of a benevolent deity, then we shall only embrace such accolades. "That's interesting," Naruto mused. Generally, individuals bent on world domination didn't focus on the issues of the little people, often dismissing them as inconsequential. Power was their only aim, in every different facet of its many types, wealth and strength, among others, and it didn't matter who they stepped on to amass it. Orochimaru was a good example of such an archetype. But this, helping the civilians of a nation who had, until recently, only been used to further the twisted desires of a madman? Pain's plans didn't fit the stereotypical model of a power-hungry individual set on conquering the known world. Haruo's words about how Pain would end the rule of the tyrannical Hanzo in Amigakure floated to Naruto's memory. Perhaps there was a more hidden agenda behind Akatsuki's leader's goals? If so, it certainly boded well for the plan that Naruto and Fu were hoping would work. Otherwise their lives were about to be cut dramatically short. Konan led the two Jinchuriki to a tall building which towered over the rest of Odogakure. It was easily several hundred feet high, and looked strangely out of place in the midst of the village's otherwise level, urban environment. "Pain is waiting for you inside," Konan informed them. Then, without another word, she separated into a storm of paper sheets. "Here we go," Naruto sighed, pushing the door open and leading Fu into the building. It was rather plain inside, with a series of stairs ringing the interior of the construct and spiraling up beyond the pair's field of vision. "That seems unnecessary," Fu commented, gazing at the stairs. "Probably to discourage civilians from reaching their god," presumed the blonde, his tone carrying a tinge of sarcasm. "Very tedious, though." He turned to his fellow Jinchuriki. "Wall hopping? After you." Naruto pumped chakra to his legs and leapt upon the wall. He rebounded in a backflip and hit the opposite side of the building, Fu following close behind. The pair jumped from wall to wall, performing a variety of acrobatics until they reached the top. Standing with his back to them, overlooking the hidden sound from a large opening, was the orange-haired form of Pain. He turned at the sound of his guest's feet hitting the steel of the top floor. Silence reigned as each party observed the other. "Odo looks nice," Naruto offered finally. "It has made progress," Pain noted, "but there are still things which require improvement." He stared at the two for a long moment. "I must admit, I'm mildly surprised that you came here." Naruto quirked an eyebrow in what he considered to be a fair imitation of Kakuzu. "Oh? Yes. Two Jinchuriki coming willingly to the headquarters of an organization they know to be hunting them for their biju seems incredibly foolish." Fu tensed, and Naruto moved in front of her slightly, bringing his hands together to more easily form seals. "Such an action speaks volumes of either your stupidity or your arrogance." Pain turned around and crossed his hands behind his back, returning his gaze to the village below. However, given that Kakuzu does not seem like the type to tolerate a low intelligence quotient, and it is unlikely that you actually believe yourself capable of claiming victory over an opponent immeasurably more skilled than yourself, I can only deduce that neither of those assumptions is correct. He turned to face his visitors. So why did you come here? Kakuzu said you wanted to speak to us, Naruto replied, mustering up more bravado than he felt. Though it was hard to tell from Pain's words, it was entirely possible he had just led himself and Fu to their deaths. That is true. You must have a great deal of faith in your mentor's guidance to come to a place so fraught with danger. Naruto shot a quick glance at Fu, as if trying to corroborate what they could say about Kakuzu. I wouldn't quite phrase it like that. Kakuzu believed it was important that I speak to you before committing to action, Pain stated smoothly. You see, it is my desire to utilize the combined power of the 9 Biju to create a monopoly on war, and eventually dominate the world through the continued blood and strife. Your sacrifice would not be in vain. If that's the case, don't you think you should take advantage of us before extracting the Biju? Pain stared at the blonde, prompting him to continue. I know that your organization requires a large amount of funds in order to enact your plan, and you should know that Kakuzu raised us to be bounty hunters. You propose to work towards Akatsuki's goals, Pain extrapolated. However, even assisting in our plans does not preclude you from the inevitable. Both the Kyuubi and the Nanabi are required for my intentions. One orange eyebrow rose minutely. What sort of reciprocity do you expect to exist from this partnership? Naruto shrugged. Just to live a little longer before our supposedly inevitable sacrifice. A pause, then, you've recently acquired a bishop and a rook, he pitched, referencing, cleverly, in his own mind, Kakuzu and Haiden, which means that your main force is complete. Now, in your quest to capture the Biju, we can either be your greatest opposition. He let the thought linger, or two of your pawns. I'm no genius, but even I can see which option serves you better. You do offer an intriguing proposition, Pain allowed, taking a measured step forward. But tell me, he continued, slowly raising his hand, palm facing the 2 Jinchuriki, and using his power over attractive forces to pull the children towards him. Naruto and Fu struggled against his power, bending their bodies to resist the intentionally diluted strength of the Bancho Tenin, but slid forward regardless. What is stopping me from capturing you here and now? Naruto grunted as the force of Pain's technique increased, pulling him closer to the man. Instinctively, he activated the futon, Ripusho, but the violent wind palm did nothing to halt his movement. Okay, he shouted. The tug on his body faded after a couple of seconds, and he placed a hand over his heart in an attempt to slow its violent pounding. Behind him, Fu was also breathing heavily, and Naruto spared her a look that indicated Pain's abilities were far beyond anything he had imagined. Absolutely nothing, he deigned to reply, solemn. Only the fact that you didn't kill us when you had the chance before we left to find Haiden made me think that you couldn't, or maybe didn't want to. Pain continued to eye Naruto with an expressionless facade. If you so desire, he said at length, then I have no issue with utilizing your talents for Akatsuki's resources. In return for allowing you to maintain your freedom, and your lives went unspoken, half of all proceeds you collect will go to Akatsuki. After a moment's hesitation, 50% of all profits was a fairly hefty sum, especially considering the quality of targets he and Fu could actually kill at their current skill level. Naruto nodded. You won't be disappointed. I certainly hope not. LLL. He ran. Really, there was no other viable option considering what he had just gone through. The somewhat ramshackle building he had taken refuge in was apparently haunted, if the hoarse voice from nowhere and random whip-like things were any indication. Such a combination had driven him to a sort of nervous breakdown, and he had quickly abandoned his shelter for the night in favor of camping outdoors. Far, far away from the spooky building. A block of earth zoomed past his shoulder, and he turned to unleash a blast of wind at his presumed pursuer. Gazing at the path he had traversed, the light of the moon only revealed a smoky trail of dust swirling in the breeze. Paranoia's grip tightening around him even more, he dashed further into the thicket of the land of grass, using wind to boost his speed until he was panting laboriously. So caught up in running, he was unaware of the low-hanging vine which blended perfectly into the darkness. It looped around his neck, snapping it almost effortlessly before he could even question its existence. His body crumpled to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto jumped from the tree he had been perched in, a long thread of Jiongu unwrapping from around his target's neck and disappearing back under his skin. Fu appeared in short order, crouching next to their victim and poking him with a finger. That was surprisingly effective, she commented. I can't believe this guy fell for such an obvious ruse. Her blonde companion merely shrugged. It was rather shocking just how many Nuke Nin were labeled as such for the most minor infractions. Naruto had expected the majority of them to be powerful shinobi with the capacity to handle themselves in most situations. This one, like several of the others he and Fu had tracked down and killed over the past several months, was merely a chunin whom his home village had discovered trading intelligence to foreign entities, and had escaped before being jailed. Information was powerful, but it also lent credence to the idea that most spies were not ideally suited for combat scenarios. "We definitely got the right guy," he assured, pulling out a flyer he had nabbed on their recent trip to the hidden sand. "Ishikawa Hiro, formerly of Sunagakure. How he rose to chunin, I'll never know. The better question is how he escaped from Suna in the first place. Ever since the failed invasion of Konoha, Suna's been struggling to recuperate from their losses. With the Kazekage and his family dead, plus the loss of the Ichibi, Suna's been so embroiled in inner turmoil that it would be simple for any level of shinobi to leave the village." The blonde pulled a scroll from his pocket as Fu lifted the body, allowing him to unravel the scroll on the ground. A series of circles was inked into the parchment, several of them inscribed with names. Fu laid Hiro's body over the next empty circle, and Naruto performed a few quick hand signs before placing one palm upon the corpse. It disappeared in a cloud of smoke. "How's Kamigenso?" he asked, referring to the chameleon, one of Shiromari's sons, who had posed as the secluded building. "He's fine. Disappeared as soon as the target was out of sight." "Good." He wrapped up the scroll and placed it back into his pocket. The scripture was a remarkable example of Orochimaru's genius. Pain had given it to them before they had departed Otogakure, claiming that it was something he had found in one of the Sanin's labs and that it would be useful for their undertaking. It was a sealing scroll designed specifically to hold corpses, inscribed with extra seals to prevent decay of the contents sealed within. "We should visit an exchange point soon. I want to see how much profit we've turned." "Sounds good." They took to the trees, heading for one of the small tree forts they had created throughout the elemental nations for the purpose of having bases of operations. Both were caught unaware by the attack. A block of wood shot out from the trunk of the tree Fu was jumping from, catching her in the side and punting her deep into the forest. Naruto turned at her yelp, but the branch he was on wound around him and threw him violently to the ground. He landed with a muffled oof, but only managed to lift his head before wooden pillars sprouted from the earth and encaged him. "What the hell?" he muttered. "Fu! Your companion is preoccupied," spoke a voice from the shadows. "You're the only one I'm interested in, Kyuubi Jinchuriki." Naruto blanched at that. Few people should know that contained the nine-tailed demon fox, let alone want to target him for it. He briefly toyed with the idea that Pain had reneged on their arrangement and sent one of his flunkies after him and Fu, but then discarded it. Only Pain, Tobi and Zetsu had abilities that Naruto was unaware of, and even though manipulating trees could be something the plant like Zetsu might be able to do, the voice which had spoken didn't sound like either half of the plant man, nor did it sound like either of the other two. Besides that, if it was Akatsuki, they certainly would have been interested in restraining Fu as well, which this person apparently had no intention of doing. That meant there was a new player in the game. "Great," Naruto huffed mentally, "just what I need. Someone else interested in me. Like a group of S-class Nukenin wasn't enough. Kami clearly hates me." He rapped his knuckles against one of the pillars of his prison and started in surprise. "No way. It can't be. Who are you?" he demanded. A figure stepped forward from the shadows. He wore gray chest armor over a sleeveless black bodysuit, complete with arm guards and black gloves which went past his elbows. Across his back was strapped a sword, and a white porcelain mask, with a vaguely cat-like design, with red and green markings covered his face, leaving tufts of brown hair sticking up above the mask as his only visible, physical characteristic. He was gripping his right wrist with his left hand, the right one held palm out to Naruto with the character for "sit" inscribed on it. "You may call me Tenzo if you so desire." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "ANBU, Konoha ANBU." Tenzo said nothing. Even so, this should be impossible. With the exception of Tsunade of the Sannin, the Senju line is extinct, and she doesn't even have the Kekkai Genkai of the Shodai Hokage. Mokuton shouldn't exist. The brunette remained silent, and the Jinchuriki mentally cursed the mask the man wore. It was frustrating to never see Kakuzu's facial expressions, not being able to see this man's was even worse. "I'm right, aren't I? There's no other ability in the world that can manipulate trees and produce wood from nothing." "You're quite astute," was all the ANBU said. Shit. Naruto was well and truly screwed. If Kakuzu, who knew how much stronger than him, hadn't been able to defeat the might of the Shodai Hokages would release bloodline limit, what chance did he have? That wasn't to say that this Tenzo fellow was as strong as Senju Hashirama, that was highly doubtful, but he was still in possession of an otherwise extinct Kekkai Genkai, and was good enough to be in ANBU. the odds really didn't look to be in his favor. Experimentally, he formed a blade of wind along his arm, the tip extending a couple inches past his fingertips. He had thus far neglected replacing his wakizashi, though he had recovered his futon and suiton hearts, and slashed it across one of the wooden bars. A mere splinter was carved from the prison. Naruto released a strangled gurgle at the lack of damage the sharpest of the elements did to the legendary Mokuton ninjutsu. You won't be able to free yourself from my Shichuro no Jutsu through conventional means, Tenzo informed him. It's now time to return to Konoha? Not until I'm ready to destroy it, snarled the blonde, opting for a different method of escape. By some stroke of luck, Tenzo had neglected to create a floor of wood. If they ever met again, he would certainly not forget to do so. With a quick application of chakra, Naruto slipped underground via Doton, Mogurigakur no Jutsu and began to tunnel a path away from the ANBU member. Sucker. Doton, Doriakatsu. The ground around the blonde immediately began to quake before splitting apart to create a series of chasms and fissures. Naruto was hit by the cool night air as his hiding spot was revealed. Holy shit, he managed, wide-eyed. You're resourceful, but you're not going to escape from me, Tenzo stated. Mokuton, Mokusatsu Shirbari no Jutsu. His arm transformed into a wooden block and promptly split into a series of malleable wooden tendrils which diverged to surround Naruto. Well, you're certainly not making it easy to do so, he conceded. The wooden tendrils reminded the Jinchuriki of his own flexible kenjutsu, and he quickly called to the threads within his body. Forming the signs of the dragon and then the boar, more out of habit than actual necessity, he hissed, Jiongu, Shirudo Fomu, Jiongu, Sodo Fomu. Threads burst forth from stitches on both arms, the ones on his left interlacing to form a small shield over his wrist while the ones on his right wound together to create a sharp blade which protruded a solid 2 feet past his hand. It was hardly a sword in a practical sense, but it worked for Naruto's intentions. He began to fend off the animated wood with the threads, barely managing to escape their grasp. This is really getting on my nerves, he griped. Get him. More threads sprouted from the sutures on his arms and zipped towards the ANBU agent. Several of the tendrils were blocked by their wooden counterparts, but those that weren't were immediately halted by a half-shell wood wall that formed in front of Tenzo with a series of interlocking clicks. Naruto scowled. He hadn't exactly expected that to work, and that wooden wall was probably twice as solid as the blocks Tenzo used for attacking, meaning his odds of penetrating it were unlikely. This guy's gonna be a pain in the ass. Chirigakure no Jutsu. Fu. A thick cloud of dust rose into the air, covering the wide area that encompassed Naruto and his aggressor. Several threads slithered out of the tattoo on his forearm when a gentle hand came to rest on his bicep, working their way up to twine around the new appendage. We need to go, Fu whispered, now. Naruto let her lead him through the hiding in dust technique, opting not to drop Jiongu's shield and sword forms until they were safe, though the threads wound around his partner receded. What happened to you? He asked. Got attacked by a Konoha ANBU wearing a cat mask, she replied. He could turn his limbs into wood. Yeah, he must be some sort of lost descendant of the Shodai Hokage. Quickly, the blonde gave his companion a rundown of what he had gone through. Since he was after me, you must have been fighting some sort of clone. How'd you get away? Same way I got you away, Chirigakure no Jutsu. Good thing I've practiced how to move through it, huh? She glanced behind them. If he's ANBU, we're not gonna be able to outrun him. Naruto nodded. Right. He bit his thumb and performed seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. A large chameleon, the same type as Shiromori, if a fair size smaller than the chameleon boss, appeared in front of them. We need to hide, Genso. No problem, Naruto, rumbled the reptile. He opened his mouth and allowed both Jinchuriki to climb in. When they were inside, he shut his maw and his form rippled. Seconds later, Kamagenso was disguised as a copse of trees in the middle of the forest. 5 minutes later, Tenzo passed through the area without any notion that his quarry was nearby. LLL. Naruto, you can't do this. Sure I can. Alright, you shouldn't do this. You know how dangerous he is. Even Kakuzu. Kakuzu's not here. We haven't heard from him in 6 months. He took a deep breath at Fu's mildly hurt expression, trying to rein in the bite in his tone. Sorry. I know what we were told, but don't you see that that's why I have to do this? He's my best chance at fixing this problem. It's not that big a problem. Naruto gave her an, are you kidding me, look. That last nuke nin killed me. He rubbed his chest uncomfortably at the reminder, adding, get a Suiton heart, to his mental to-do list. When we were chasing Orochimaru, that stupid bitch from Oto got me, too. If it wasn't for either you or Jiongu, I'd be screwed. And now with Tenzo out there. He let the thought hang. Even though they hadn't run into the Mokuton user since their initial encounter, the blonde knew the ANBU member wouldn't give up on finding him. I swore to fix this problem, and I will, no matter who I have to go to. I've been putting it off long enough. But? No, he asserted, I'm doing this. Fu was silent for a long moment. Fine, she sighed. Naruto offered his fellow Jinchuriki a wan smile. Don't worry, I'll be fine. In the meantime, he pulled out the scroll they used to seal bodies. Here. You should keep up with our assignment while I get this whole thing worked out. She took the proffered item and dropped it into the cylinder on her back. You'll be careful, right? Of course. Naruto grunted as Fu threw her arms around his neck and captured him in a hug. He patted her back awkwardly, unsure of what to do in such a situation. Hey, it'll be all right, he assured her quietly, as if trying to convince himself of the same. Take care of yourself, he added when she pulled away. I'll meet up with you once I'm done with my training. I'll hold you to that. With one last look at him, Fu turned and disappeared into the trees. Naruto watched her go before making his way into the nearby cave. LLL. Uchiha Itachi was many things to many people. The terms prodigy and genius had been used by both his family and the higher-ups in the Hidden Leaf during his youth. After the massacre of his entire clan, barring his younger brother, he had acquired the titles S-Class Nukenin and member of Akatsuki. He was often described as being intelligent, emotionless, and dedicated. But one thing Itachi was not was easily surprised. Which was why, when Uzumaki Naruto entered the cave he had been using as a hideout while Kisame was out performing his own mission and asked for the Uchiha's assistance with breaking Genjutsu, the former Leaf Shinobi was caught flat-footed. That wasn't to say that he showed such a reaction. Years of acting like he had no personality had taught him to temper any impulse to react outwardly, but the mere fact that he was surprised was an impressive feat in and of itself. And he wasn't quite sure how to respond to such a request. Itachi had plans. Or, perhaps more accurately, he had plans. Not one of which involved training a recently turned teenage boy in the illusionary arts, even if it was how to dispel rather than cast them. But then, things hadn't quite turned out as well as the stoic man would have liked. The destruction of his flesh and blood had certainly not been an assignment he had ever thought he would receive upon joining ANBU. It wasn't something he regretted. He had had quite enough of what war he had seen in his short life, and his family's planned coup was sure to start another, but it also wasn't something he had enjoyed carrying out. Even then, he had had one stipulation to the heinous act of massacring the Uchiha clan, that his little brother Sasuke would be kept safe. That, he could admit, was a somewhat selfish request on his part, given that he had planned on having the younger Uchiha kill him somewhere down the line. Given the habit Itachi had gotten into after becoming a renegade with referring to his younger sibling as foolish, he was almost embarrassed at how easily his agenda had been derailed. Hindsight was always 20/20ths. Such a phrase was especially ironic when the referred to party possessed the Sharingan. Itachi had accounted for any internal conflicts he had thought would accost his brother. The Sandaime Hokage had given him his word that Sasuke would remain safe. Danzo had been threatened and blackmailed to leave Sasuke alone. The villagers' adulation of the Uchiha clan would ensure that Sasuke wanted for nothing while within Konoha's walls. And despite all that, Uchiha Sasuke, last of the loyal Uchiha, had been killed by external forces. By a Jinchuriki no less, one of the targets Itachi's organization was hunting. Irony struck again. Itachi wasn't entirely sure how to respond to the news. When it had been reported during the Ichibi sealing, all heads had turned to him in expectation of a reaction. True to form, Itachi had given them nothing, but that wasn't to say he was unaffected. All of his plans for his younger brother, for his family's retribution, were for naught. Everything he had done thus far, massacring his family, protecting Sasuke, planning his own death, had been derailed. The only thing that was going right was his protection of Konoha from Akatsuki, more specifically, from Madara. And now, such a goal was meaningless. Konoha had not upheld its end of the bargain and protected Sasuke. What reason did Itachi have to continue actively defending Konoha? Itachi gazed at the blonde in front of him with an outwardly disinterested gaze. Sasuke was dead. There was nothing he could do for his beloved younger brother except hope that he was at peace. The way that Naruto had asked for training reminded Itachi of the days when Sasuke had done the same thing. Perhaps he couldn't help his brother, but this boy was different. From what he had observed during the blonde's training with Kisame, he had great potential. Naruto was also the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, which was, ironically, Itachi's target. Training him to be stronger meant that he had a greater ability to defend himself, which meant that Madara would have more difficulty getting his hands on all the Biju. While supporting the Hidden Leaf was no longer a priority on Itachi's personal agenda, anything that inhibited his ancestors' plans, which were sure to have negative repercussions the world over, could be considered a correct course of action. Cause and effect, Itachi thought. The situation looked to be win-win. Uchiha Itachi had failed to protect his family, failed to save Sasuke, failed to give his flesh and blood the retribution they so deserved. He would not fail Uzumaki Naruto. Let us begin. LLL. Naruto brought his hands together into the ram seal as a gigantic ball of fire descended upon him from the sky. Kai! The conflagration vanished as his chakra interrupted Itachi's own. Good, stated the Uchiha, inflection its usual monotone. Megan, Jigaku Koka no Jutsu is a good example of a destructive, if obvious, B-rank genjutsu. However, you would do well to remember that some of the more dangerous illusions are far more subtle. The blonde nodded, trying not to let Itachi's words go to his head. Kakuzu had never really given him blatant praise, and even though Itachi's voice never wavered from its flat delivery, Naruto took the man's simple statements as pride in his improvements. Idly, he wondered how weird it was that he could somewhat understand the subtle idiosyncrasies of emotionally stunted individuals. Are you ready to continue? Yeah. Very well. Nien Shoujo no Jutsu. White feathers drifted across Naruto's vision, causing the blonde to start suddenly. Even as he recognized the technique as the one used during the Chunin exams, his limbs began to feel heavy and leaden. He fought the drowsiness that overcame his body, telling himself that it was just the pull of the illusion, that the sluggishness wasn't real. Forcing his arms to move, Naruto brought his hands into the ram seal. Keikai, he muttered. Nothing happened, and he forced himself to tighten his focus. Kai! Still nothing. His chakra flared wildly as he struggled to break free of the genjutsu. Kai! The feathers disappeared, the lethargy left his body, and Naruto became aware of the fact that he was sitting on the floor. Itachi looked down on him impassively. Not the most judicious application of chakra I've ever seen, but it will suffice, Itachi said. Congratulations. You now have the capacity to dispel genjutsu. That's it? Naruto asked, moving to stand. He could hardly believe that the past 2.5 months of struggling through one illusion after another had finally reached a conclusion. His major weakness was no longer a liability. For the most part, affirmed the raven-haired shinobi. That was an A-rank genjutsu. Despite your initial struggle, you managed to break it. The next step would be S-rank genjutsu and Kekkei Genkai-induced illusions, neither of which you are likely to run across. Except for you. There was a pregnant silence as Naruto's words were digested. The fact that Itachi was designated the one to track and capture Naruto had been an understood weight between the two of them, though neither had brought up the topic until now. Yes, Itachi granted at length, except for me. I will warn you, he continued, much to his companion's surprise, that the genjutsu abilities of the Sharingan are unsurpassed. Should you find yourself in confrontation with any S-rank genjutsu users or Kekkei Genkai similar to the Sharingan, I would suggest fleeing. Such ninja have ways of making you question the very fabric of your reality. Also, be aware that you broke these illusions with the knowledge that they were placed upon you. In the heat of battle, you will not be so lucky. The opponent will not allow you to have foreknowledge of the fact that you are ensnared in an illusion, or several. Naruto nodded in understanding. He bowed slightly to Itachi before turning to leave the cave, but then twisted his head to glance at his temporary tutor. Tell me, he prompted, do you actually use any of the genjutsu you used against me? No. Those are all more commonplace illusions that you might come across in your travels. There was the most minuscule upturn of his lips that Naruto thought might be Itachi smirking. My personal collection of genjutsu has a certain flair to it. Before the Jinchuriki could ask what that meant, the Uchiha separated into a murder of cawing crows. The blonde watched the birds fly away. He whispered a grateful, thanks, Itachi, to the cave, and then walked out. From the darkness of the cave's corner, Itachi watched his temporary pupil leave. Naruto had come a long way in his training, going from a highly illusion-susceptible ninja to an adept dispeller. That he had been willing to approach a known adversary to correct his most glaring weakness spoke volumes of his desire for personal growth, to prove himself. Naruto was no substitute for the Sasuke that Itachi had grown up with and loved, the Sasuke he had forced to hate him, to come kill him, who had died, but perhaps that was okay. Itachi was now a different person from the one his brother knew, and Naruto was another person unto himself, incomparable to Sasuke. He had been given a second chance to oversee the growth of another young mind, to make up for what he couldn't be to Sasuke. Sasuke shouldn't have died. Naruto didn't deserve to die. Itachi would do everything in his power to prevent that from happening. LLL. It didn't take long for the blonde Jinchuriki to find his female counterpart. Fu had apparently taken a more relaxed approach to bounty hunting during his training period, staying in the nearby vicinity and capturing whoever crossed her path rather than actively seeking out targets. Naruto wasn't sure Kakuzu would approve of such a methodology, but perhaps that was okay. Kakuzu had more than one screw loose, and any differences that he and Fu had contrary to their wayward mentor was probably more of a boon than a loss in the long run. He wasn't sure how to react to this new hugging phase Fu had apparently entered, though. Physical contact was not something he was very used to. The green-haired girl released him and took a step back. Sorry, she offered sheepishly. I was worried that you might not come back. You should have more faith in me, Naruto exclaimed. The extra dose of bravado wasn't necessary, but truth be told, the blonde was slightly surprised that he had left the Uchiha with all his faculties intact. Still, there was no point in worrying Fu needlessly with that tidbit of information. So where to now? I figured you should choose, since you've been cooped up for so long. Naruto mused that offer over with a quiet hum. He was still missing his Suiton heart, which was a bit of a hindrance in the grand scheme of things, considering how adept he was getting with the liquid element. How about we find someone so that I can restock? Sounds good. Water again? Yep. Fu began flipping through the bingo book. How come you never want a Katon or Raiton heart? If it were me, I'd definitely want to have one of the more destructive elements. It's not that I don't want them, Naruto admitted, but our situation means that we've gotta survive with what we know. I don't really have the means or time to learn to use either of those elements right now. Even Naruto wasn't so blind as to dismiss the fact that, while Kakuzu hadn't done a very good job of training him outright, the former Takinin had at least set the groundwork for Naruto's nature manipulation abilities. Maybe in the future I'll be able to master them, but for now we should stick with perfecting our current bags of tricks. His companion nodded her understanding. A devious grin worked its way onto her face. Naruto briefly entertained the idea that Kakuzu often wore the same expression underneath his mask when he was being particularly sadistic. Wanna go to Taki and wreak some havoc? Someone wants to take a chance. Fu shrugged. Might as well live a little, right? And they've got plenty of Suiton hearts to take. We can consider it an early birthday gift in Kakuzu's honor. Really early, since his birthday will still be 2 months away by the time we get to the land of waterfalls. We'll make a party of it. There was a brief pause, followed by the quiet admittance, I miss him. So do I, let's go then. We've got some traveling to do. LLL. Kakuzu now knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that when he eventually died, and it was when, not if, given that Kakuzu didn't believe he was immortal, he was going to hell. And not for any of the obvious reasons either. It wasn't because he enjoyed inflicting pain upon others, or that he hunted and killed people for both sport and lifestyle choices. Nor was it due to his complete lack of regard for human life, going so far as to take a young child and guide him along a path to become his carbon copy, tainting his innocence in the process, though those were all good reasons. No. Kakuzu was going to hell because to have been paired with Haiden on a permanent basis, all other karmic deities had to have abandoned him. It was as simple as that. Pain had a rather sick sense of humor if he considered Haiden his ideal partner. During the 14 months of travel with the silver-haired man, Kakuzu had been driven to the brink of insanity and back. Multiple times. Objectively, a view Kakuzu was finding harder and harder to maintain, the Jashinist was a good compliment to him, tactically speaking. Haiden was quite obviously a masochist, which matched well with his own sadism, though the fact that the younger male also took pleasure in his own pain somewhat dampened the joy Kakuzu took from it. Unfortunately, that was about the extent of what Kakuzu could tolerate about the man. Haiden was annoyingly talkative, dissolving into zealous rants about Jashin, angry tirades about Akatsuki's slow progress, and heated condemnations regarding Kakuzu's obsession with money with little to no prompting. The former Takinin had used the man's inability to be quiet to his advantage, learning about the origins of Haiden's technique throughout their long journey, in spite of the fact that he found his partner's lengthy diatribes rather annoying. Apparently, Haiden's abilities stemmed from a successful experiment archived in some ancient Jashinism scrolls. As long as he had a sample of his target's blood, the pain and damage from any wound Haiden was inflicted with was shared with his opponent. It went well with the man's masochism and made dodging attacks less of a necessity, but otherwise the practicality of it had struck Kakuzu as somewhat lacking. When, in the middle of a battle, would Haiden have time to form the Jashinist symbol on the ground with blood and then get more blood from the opponent to pull off the cursed ritual? Kakuzu chose to pointedly ignore the fact that his partner had already pulled off the technique against his pupil. The ex-waterfall shinobi was secretly shocked at how often Haiden successfully trapped someone in his curse. Then his surprise always changed to annoyance at the length of the man's post-mortem rituals. Kakuzu viewed those as nothing more than a huge waste of time. Even worse was the Yugakure Nukanin's continued touting of his immortality, as loath as Kakuzu was to use the word. Unfortunately for his personal philosophy, as it stood, the old shinobi had no other explanation for Haiden's extraordinary resilience. Even discounting the evidence that Haiden repeatedly killed himself when in the midst of his curse or rituals, Kakuzu's own attempts to permanently silence the man had proved fruitless. They were accidents, of course, most of the time, anyway. After all, how was he to be blamed when Haiden's eccentricities pushed him into a blind rage? But the thread user had tried everything. Burning, drowning, decapitation, he had even yanked his partner's still beating heart from his chest. Nothing worked. Pain was truly a twisted man. Kakuzu was tempted to take a crack at the man just to enact some form of vengeance for the hardship of putting up with Haiden, but being on Akatsuki's leader's shitlist was counterproductive to his own position, not to mention Naruto's and Fu's. Naruto. Kakuzu hadn't given his student much thought in recent months. For all he knew, both Jinchuriki were dead, and had been for a long time. Kakuzu's life for the past 14 months had been a repetitive cycle of bounty hunting, turning in corpses, and traversing the elemental nations looking for hints as to the whereabouts of either the Nibi or the Rokubi. Haiden's caterwauling, as Kakuzu had taken to thinking of it, while lacking the distinctive finesse and wit of Naruto's, had nonetheless filled in some of the space the blonde would have if they were still traveling together. All told, the silver-haired man was, personality-wise, a decent stand-in for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, if a more obnoxious one. Though the fact that Kakuzu could use all of his powerful ninjutsu without having Haiden die or bitch about watching his aim, as Naruto would have been wont to do, was an upside. The oxymoron that was the mercenaries' series of traveling companions was truly baffling. "Oi, Kakuzu, are we there yet?" Speak of the devil. The former Takinin looked up from his map. He and Haiden had been wandering the countryside of some of the lesser countries in the hope that they would come across the rogue Rokubi Jinchuriki, assuming that he was still alive, while also searching for the Nibi Jinchuriki. The Lands of Sound, Orochimaru had apparently gotten the daimyo to rename the country, the Damned Egoist, Hot Water, and Frost had all been thoroughly scoured for any clues as to the whereabouts of the two Jinchuriki, though Kakuzu had been forced on at least a half-dozen different occasions to stop Haiden from rampaging throughout his former home, citing the lack of any worthwhile bounties as a waste of time. The bounty hunter thought that if the Rokubi vessel was in hiding, a lesser country would have been the most logical place to look. Any Jinchuriki still alive and loyal to their village was more likely to belong to one of the hidden villages of the 5 great shinobi nations than to one of the smaller ones, Fu being the exception rather than the rule, which had led the pair north into the Land of Lightning. Kakuzu had been somewhat reluctant to enter the major nation, knowing that remaining inconspicuous, especially with Haiden as a companion, was far less likely the closer they got to Kumogakure. He wasn't afraid, the idea was rather laughable, especially after surviving Orochimaru, but information gathering required a far more subtle touch than the come, seek, kill, leave stratagem that was bounty hunting. After weighing the pros and cons and deciding that traversing the Land of Lightning at some point was inevitable, the pair had entered the nation's western border with the Land of Frost. It hadn't been long before they had come across an outpost village, which Haiden had quickly proceeded to ravage. At the mercenaries' behest, Haiden had stopped short of massacring the enter village, leaving a single Kumo Chunin alive to interrogate. The Jashinist's curse ritual had come in handy then, with Haiden torturing the man with his masochism until the Cloud Shinobi had cracked. Kakuzu had considered it a stroke of luck that the Nibi Jinchuriki was actually a Kumonin, with a personal sanctuary located not comparably far from their location. The man's cooperation had been rewarded with a swift death. Apparently, Haiden found the 5-day trek unbearably lengthy. His whining made Kakuzu actually miss the companionship of his blonde student. "I must be getting senile, to wish for that brat's company," he realized dourly. He crested another of the Land of Lightning's innumerable mountains and looked at the landscape below, Haiden lagging behind him. "Yes, Haiden," he stated, "we have arrived." Nestled among the feet of several tall peaks was what Kakuzu presumed to be some sort of shrine. From their distance, it was hard to make out any details, but atop the building was the rough design of a blue cat head. "We should exercise caution," Kakuzu warned. "We are unaware of how well the Jinchuriki is guarded, and it would be unwise to." "Yahoo!" Kakuzu could only stare as Haiden slid down the mountain, scythe dragging behind him and dislodging rocks and debris. Dust was kicked into the air as the silver-haired man descended upon the shrine. "Incur unnecessary trouble," finished the former Takinin needlessly. "Haiden cannot die, you have tried before with no success, he cannot die," he chanted mentally, trying to quell his temper. "I am going to kill him." He leapt after his partner, long arms trailing behind him. As he got closer to the ground, he could already see Haiden preparing to engage a couple of Kumonin in battle. Kakuzu performed 3 quick hand signs. Katan, Zukoku. The cloud shinobi immediately scattered to avoid the scorching blaze, but Haiden, with his back to his partner, was quickly engulfed in flames. His angry screeching could be heard from even where Kakuzu was, causing the tall Nukenin to chuckle darkly. Whoever said revenge was a dish best served cold clearly had no affinity for Katan ninjutsu. By the time he reached the shrine, Haiden had already returned to swinging his scythe aimlessly, screaming expletives while doing so. Kakuzu shot his arm out at a shinobi sneaking up on the silver-haired man, grabbing him by the throat and reeling him in. "Is the Jinchuriki inside?" he intoned coldly. "I'll tell you nothing." Kakuzu snapped his neck with barely a thought. "Shinobi with principles," he remarked, disdain dripping from his voice. "I applaud your dedication, but your lives are forfeit." Haiden was standing in one spot, preparing his ritual. Kakuzu rolled his eyes. Such a waste of time. Katan, Hibashiri. Streams of fire raced along the ground, encircling the cloud shinobi and rising to prevent them from escaping. "Kakuzu, you asshole, these heathens were going to be sacrificed to Jashin-sama. I could care less. Your target is most likely inside. Futon, kamikaze." A massive gust of wind blew through the area, catching the flames and swirling them into a fiery vortex. The running fire/divine wind combination was a watered-down version of his Jigaku Erasure, usable when Kakuzu was too lazy or felt it unnecessary to drag out the wind and fire hearts from within his body. "The sooner we capture the Jinchuriki, the sooner we can move on to other goals." "You mean collecting money?" his partner accused. "All I want to do is spread the tenets of Jashin-sama. How long, till this fucking plan of Akatsuki's takes effect, anyway?" Kakuzu didn't respond. Instead, he watched the blazing whirlwind he had created die down, leaving the charbroiled corpses of the Kumonin visible on the ground. In all honesty, he was still unsure as to the timeframe of Akatsuki's plans, let alone what the organization's actual endgame was or how it would take place. Still, he was supposed to be the smarter, senior half of this pairing. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if Haiden figured out that his partner knew only marginally more than him. "Come," he ordered instead, moving towards the shrine's entrance, "I have other things on my agenda. You just want to go on one of your godless money hunts. Without dogma, existence is meaningless." Kakuzu sighed silently. This was one of the repetitive, cyclic arguments he and Haiden frequently engaged in. It was mind-numbing and aggravating, nothing like the stimulating, and dare he say, amusing, banter Naruto and he exchanged. Once again he was struck with the thought that he missed his blonde disciple. Pushing that introspection to the back of his mind, he opened the shrine's sliding doors forcefully just as a set of doors opposite him did the same. The kunoichi standing across from them possessed dirty blonde hair held in a ponytail of bandages. She wore a black and lavender top with a cloud design on the right breast, and deep blue, borderline black pants with the same cloud design on each leg. A red sash adorned her waist, and bandages were wound around her arms from bicep to wrist, ending in black, fingerless gloves. "Who are you?" she demanded, posture defensive. "This her, Kakuzu? The nibby bitch." The kunoichi across from them tensed at the title of the Biju. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed at the motion. "It would seem so," he affirmed in a bored voice. "Let us see your dogma reward you when you are not allowed to kill your target." "Ah, come on Kakuzu, what did you have to go and say that for?" "Jashin-sama doesn't appreciate blasphemy. He requires death and destruction. You know that telling me I can't do something just makes me want to cast aside our instructions and go on a fucking rampage. Our objectives are everything, Haiden, and they are clear. The Jinchuriki must be captured alive." "I don't know who you guys are," interrupted the kunoichi, "but I swear on my name, ni Yujido of Kumogakure, that you will die here today for your transgressions." "Faye, she clearly doesn't know the tenets of Jashinism. The only sin I must repent for is not killing her. If she came along willingly, then—" "Haiden, shut up and look." Yujito was crouched on the ground, blue and black flame-like chakra spewing forth from her body. It settled into the form of a giant cat with 2 tails, eyes, one green, one yellow, staring at the pair over a mouth of razor-sharp teeth. "I guess that's a no on the negotiations, then. Do you even have brain cells?" Kakuzu deadpanned testily. "Hey! I thought we were supposed to be fighting the Jinchuriki, not this thing. What gives?" "Apparently she has the ability to transform into the nibby." The former waterfall shinobi stared a moment longer before turning to his partner. "Have at it." "Oi, you're not gonna help me. The nibby no Nakomata is your assignment. Besides, you frequently whine about my interference in your ritual. I am only heeding your desires." That's not it and you know it, asshole. The Nibi's giant flaming paw came down on Kakuzu, crushing him and shattering the wooden floor. You deserved that, you money-grubbing bastard. Oh, Haydn uttered as the two tails turned its attention to him and exhaled a massive fireball. He skipped back through the door and shut it behind him, setting the scythe defensively in front of him. The shrine exploded, sending Haydn skidding a fair distance backwards, his weapon's blood-red tip scoring the ground. Heh, I might be in some trouble here. Oi, Kakuzu. Get up. You couldn't have died that easily. Suetun, Baku Sui Shoha. A wave of water taller than the Nibi crashed into the Biju from the direction of the temple. Amidst the evaporating hisses of the ninjutsu against the cat's flaming chakra, the sound of the Biju yowling in surprise could be heard. I was going to leave the challenge of subduing the Jinchuriki in your less-than-capable hands and enjoy observing the outcome, Kakuzu intoned, irritation clear in his voice, but this situation calls for a more refined hand than you are capable of. Although the mercenary's cloak was rumpled and possessed several rips and scorch marks courtesy of the Nibi, a quick activation of the Earth Spear technique had saved him from any real harm. I could take this thing, boasted Haydn, but you're just gonna fight it, 'cause it stomped all over your ass. Your mindless posturing is aggravating me. Shut up before I kill you. TCH, like you could. Haydn ducked to avoid a swing from the Nibi's paw which would have decapitated him. Whatever, let's just get this over with already. Says the one who requires assistance. Kakuzu raised a wall of water to intercept a series of flaming, rat-shaped projectiles. He immediately turned the liquid into an offensive form, activating another Suetun, Baku Sui Shoha to draw the Nibi's attention to himself. Hurry up and make yourself useful. Haydn finished disconnecting the lower two blades of his scythe and overlaid them upon the largest one. Now the blood-red curves were stacked from largest to smallest at the end of his weapon, creating a thicker, single blade. He twirled the scythe experimentally as large earthen walls rose up to box in the Nibi. There were very few situations where this form of his patented weapon was useful, but it would come in handy here. Now that I'm prepared, I'll show your wrinkly ass the power Jashin-sama grants to his most faithful. Your god should give you powers that take less preparation time. The Nibi broke free of its confines, sending masses of earth flying in all directions. Kakuzu, expecting something like that to happen, was ready with his arms crossed in front of his face and the earth spear technique active. He grunted as two flaming paws crushed him in their grasp. Haydn laughed. Maybe you should have powers that don't suck. Kakuzu spat a Suetun, Mizurappa into the giant cat's face, causing it to screech in anger and release him. Maybe you should do something to prove you have some worth, he growled at his partner. Fine, I'll save your worthless ass. The silver-haired man jumped into the air and swiped at one of the Biju's writhing tails with his scythe. A yowl split the air as the single blade of Haydn's weapon sliced through the appendage. In its triple-bladed form, the Jashinist scythe was designed for drawing blood from a human opponent. However, the scythe had been crafted with a number of tricks for a handful of more unusual situations. By combining the blades into a single, stacked form, the weapon was capable of cutting through chakra as easily as it normally cut through flesh. Indeed, a small piece of fiery, blue and black chakra flickered on the tip of the curved blade. Haydn landed on the ground and brought the scythe to his mouth, swallowing the Nibi's chakra. The skeletal outline of his cursed form appeared as his skin turned pitch black. This was too easy, he cried gleefully. Jashina-sama, accept this sacrifice in. Haydn. Kakuzu snapped, hands flying through seals. The Biju had turned its attention to the Jashinist, but Kakuzu's chakra forced the water from his previous attacks to rise up in a geyser and douse the fiery feline before it could maul his partner. You talk far too much. Quit wasting time and use your damn ritual before I leave you to fend for yourself. Words I never thought I would speak. As Haydn withdrew his retractable pike and stabbed himself to get the blood required for his ritual, Kakuzu unbuttoned his cloak and threw it far to the side. He would need to run interference to keep his partner from becoming the Biju's target, a position he could fulfill much easier with more adversaries for the Nibi to fight. With a thought, the futon and raiton hearts were extruded from his back and went to work firing their respective elements at the cat. While Kakuzu kept the feline distracted, Haydn was busy forming the Jashinist symbol on the ground. Against his normal opponents, the silver-haired man would target bodily locales that would hinder movement, cause copious amounts of pain, or were immediately fatal. With chakra serving as a stand-in for blood, the cursed ritual didn't cause pain, but instead released the opponent's chakra from whatever point Haydn hit. It was a rather useful ability against a creature made up entirely of chakra. The ritual complete, Haydn spun his pike between his fingers and then stabbed into his thigh, avoiding the bone. In front of him, the Nibi screeched as the chakra composing its hind leg dispersed into the air temporarily, causing it to collapse. Haydn laughed maniacally as his partner took advantage of the Biju's weakness and fired a water/lightning combination attack at the cat. He stabbed into the other leg as the Nibi climbed to its feet. It took several minutes of constant self-mutilation for the Biju's form to shrink as its chakra was siphoned away, leaving only the panting Yujito in its place. Despite her exhaustion, her nails sharpened into Long's claws and she turned to stalk towards Haydn. Kakuzu's body flickered behind her and caught her in the water prison technique. Unable to face her captor, she glowered hatefully at Haydn. "I would prefer to not hold this jutsu for an extended period of time," Kakuzu stated dryly as his wind and lightning hearts returned to his body. "Ah, quit your bitchin', Kakuzu." Haydn plunged the pike through his stomach until it poked through his back. Inside the sphere of water, Yujito collapsed as the rest of her chakra reserves left her body. "It is done," Kakuzu observed, releasing the ninjutsu and allowing the girl's body to hit the ground. "Now we can move on to more important. What are you doing?" Haydn twisted his head to glare at his partner from his flat position on the ground. "I must beg for Jashin-sama's forgiveness for leaving the bitch alive. You should consider repenting for all of your godless money hunts." Kakuzu stared at Haydn as if he had gone insane, which, for Haydn, probably wasn't too far off the truth. "I will do no such thing." Haydn, engaged in his prayers, didn't respond. The former Takinin released a long-suffering sigh and sat down on a nearby rock. He would contact Pain through the rings and report their successful capture of the Nibi Jinchuriki, and then he would plan their next course of action. Haydn released a long moan of what Kakuzu presumed to be pleasure. Maybe he should attack a temple next, to vent his frustration with religion? The fire temple was said to be run by a monk formerly of the 12 ninja guardians. He would be worth a hefty fare, and would hopefully provide an interesting challenge in combat. Decision made, he prepared to send a mental missive to Akatsuki's leader, but then paused. He was going to attack a temple and kill a monk. A ninja monk, but a monk nonetheless. There was no question about it. He was definitely going to hell. Chapter 15, Loss. How long does it take to get to this fucking place anyway? You'd think it wouldn't take so long to get there. Haydn, Kakuzu ground out through gritted teeth, shut up. Bite me, you old bastard. One would think you would be more grateful for this opportunity to spread your religion to a sect of non-believers. Why do you continue to whine? They will learn of Jashin-sama's greatness through the pleasure that will be our shared pain. Annoying zealot, Kakuzu muttered as Haydn continued to blather on about heathens and repentance. We've been walking for 3 weeks. Are you sure we're going the right way? Your senile mind probably forgot which way we're supposed to be go, HEY. Faster than Haydn could react, Kakuzu had spun around and launched a blade of wind at the silver-haired man. His left arm now lay on the ground, blood dripping from the gaping wound in his shoulder. That hurt, asshole. Kakuzu looked away and continued walking through the Land of Fire's woods, ignoring the plethora of epithets Haydn screamed at him. While the other man's voice was grating to listen to even in the best of moods, the mercenary always felt a little better by venting his temper on his shorter partner. Besides, it wasn't like the Jashinist didn't deserve whatever Kakuzu did to him. After figuring out how to mentally contact Pain and inform him of their successful capture of the Nibi Jinchuriki, Kakuzu had queried into their next set of instructions. He had been told that Zetsu would be along shortly to retrieve the girl, but that the sealing would have to wait until Sasori and Deidara finished investigating a lead into a sea monster in the Land of the Sea. Kakuzu had then notified Pain of his plans regarding the high bounty at the Fire Temple, and after Zetsu had appeared to take away the Jinchuriki, he had lured Haydn on the quest with the promise of a religious massacre. Put this damn thing back on, and, Kakuzu, are you listening to me? That was assuming, of course, that Kakuzu didn't magically find a way to just kill Haydn before they got to their destination. Your pathetic bitching is so loud that I would not be surprised to find a group of Kirigakure's Oinin listening to you, Kakuzu retorted. If you would just be quiet for the first time in your life, I will reattach your arm. Haydn grumbled a low string of curses directed at his partner, but Kakuzu found them easy to tune out. Getting out of the Land of Lightning and into the Land of Fire had taken a little over 2 weeks, during which Haydn had, quite predictably, complained virtually the entire time, and traversing the forest to where the Fire Temple was located had filled the rest of the time. Kakuzu released a quiet sigh. He missed the days of traveling to kill people all by himself. After a short time, the pair walked through a break in the trees to find a winding trail leading up a mountain. The dirt path turned into a wide staircase that begged entrance to an impressive set of metal double doors, statues of demonic figures guarding the temple. Kakuzu gazed up at the structure before them, analyzing it, before turning to Haydn and holding out his hand. Your arm, he intoned, a tinge of regret in his voice. That had been the most peaceful journey he'd had with Haydn since the beginning of their partnership. "Ha, I knew you'd see things my way." Kakuzu held the severed limb up to Haydn's shoulder and allowed a tendril of Jiongu to stitch the body part back in place. "Do not get the wrong idea. I could quite easily leave you behind in this venture, but perhaps appeasing your insufferable habits will stave off the rather aggravating sound of your whining for a time," he stated pointedly. Haydn rotated the newly reattached arm in its socket. "TCH, you just don't want to admit that you need me." "Hardly," Kakuzu deadpanned. They walked up the stairs, Haydn boasting of his skills while Kakuzu ignored him. When the duo reached the top, the mercenary said, "Before you start your bloodbath, remember that the head monk should remain recognizable. I want to collect the price on his head." Haydn stared at the giant double doors. Yeah, whatever. "So how do we get in so I can begin offering my prayers to Jashin-sama? I don't think they're just gonna open these giant-ass doors." Kakuzu's fist darkened and hardened as he activated Doton, Domu. "We create our own opening." With a single punch, the fire temple's renowned sealed iron wall dented and broke, blasting off its hinges. Then hell rained upon the monks of the fire temple. LLL. Danzo was not pleased. Considering how well his tenure as the Godame Hokage had gone thus far, he was probably overdue for something to go wrong. That didn't mean he had to sit back and accept it though. Things following the invasion of the Sand and Sound had fallen into place surprisingly smoothly. Danzo had tightened a noose around Sunagakure as punishment for their part in the invasion, forcing them to make reparations for any damages incurred despite their decreased economy. The discoveries of the Yondaime Kazekage's death and the Ichibi Jinchuriki's disappearance had further weakened the Hidden Sand's stability and strength. There had been some political backlash when the bodies of the Kazekage's children, Temari and Kankuro, had been found in the forest just outside Konoha's walls, but as there was no proof that the Hidden Leaf had had anything to do with them, and in fact, had had no part in it, the matter had eventually passed over. Sunagakure was now reliant upon Konohagakure for its continued survival. The Wind Daimyo's outsourcing of missions combined with the Sand's lack of leadership had placed them on the brink of civil war. While the Hidden Sand retained its title as one of the 5 great shinobi nations, it was really more a subsidiary of the Hidden Leaf, one which Danzo kept a wary eye on. Even if Suna was weakened, such a situation only made its shinobi more desperate, and desperate people did desperate things. Danzo wouldn't put it past some of the more ambitious ones to try something against Konoha in retaliation. Granted, given that the invasion of Konoha had been the Hidden Sound's idea, something that had been revealed after much interrogation, and therefore Orochimaru's, Danzo highly doubted Suna would try anything, but it was better to be prepared for the unlikely than to be caught by surprise. Danzo's goal of uniting the world under Konoha's banner seemed one step closer to reality with Suna under his thumb. Information on Oto had been rather scarce for over a year. Orochimaru had been a nonentity for close to 15 months, ever since the invasion had ended, and given his close dealings with the snake Sannin in the past, Danzo was used to knowing the man's movements. He was tempted to deduce that the renegade Sannin was dead, but knowledge of the man's resilience tempered the impulse to declare it definite. Still, lack of contact with the Hidden Sound, as well as the disappearance of several of his liaisons sent there, pointed to the fact that Orochimaru was not the one running the main village. That was worrisome, but Danzo was unwilling to spend the resources to conduct a raid of the place at the time. Especially with the situation now presenting itself. "The fire temple has been attacked," he affirmed. "Yes," conceded the monk kneeling before him. "I had just returned from guard duty when 2 men wearing black cloaks with red clouds departed with Chirikasama in hand. The temple was in ruins." Akatsuki. Given that the Land of Fire had no Jinchuriki, Tenzo's monthly reports were less than fruitful on that front. Danzo could only assume that the criminal organization was collecting bounties, information he had gleaned from Orochimaru during his tenure as a member. Chiriku was a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja and was likely worth a fair amount. "Fetch me Sarutobi Asuma," he commanded to the ANBU hidden in the room. 15 minutes later found the bearded Jonin standing in front of the Hokage, his usual cigarette absent. "You wish to see me, Hokage-sama?" "Yes." "What is the price on Chiriku of the Fire Temple's head?" Asuma looked taken aback, but he rallied himself and replied, 30 million ryo. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Why?" Danzo stared the man down, trying to decide the benefit to telling him, if one existed. "Finally," he said, "the Fire Temple was attacked by a group known as Akatsuki. Chiriku has been taken. Intelligence would suggest that it is because of the price on his head." The Hokage turned his attention to the monk still kneeling on the floor. "I will send out a team to assist at the temple, as well as one to track the attackers." The monk bowed his head. "Thank you." Then he left. Asuma immediately leveled the Hokage with a serious look. Hokage-sama, I would like to take my team to follow the trail this Akatsuki left. Your team, Sarutobi, does not have the necessary mission experience to take on this assignment, Danzo informed him. In addition, there are jonin better equipped to track than you. Your request is denied. Asuma's fist slammed down on the Hokage's desk. If what you said is true, then we know exactly where they're headed, he stated angrily. There's an exchange point close to the fire temple. If they're after high bounties, I'll be good bait, my head is worth 35 million ryo. Danzo kept his expression carefully blank as his clever mind finalized the manipulations it had started by telling the man about his friend. Asuma was clearly emotional, which was a dangerous mindset for any shinobi. However, he was also a very talented jonin, not to mention the last surviving member of the former 12 Guardian Ninja, and sadly enough, expendable if things went wrong. You understand the danger you are putting yourself in. Asuma nodded, and Danzo continued, very well. You will follow Akatsuki and gather intelligence, but Team 10 will not accompany you. Do not engage unless you have a clear opportunity to incapacitate them. I would like to request that Nara Shikamaru accompany me on this mission as part of my team. His abilities are well suited to analyzing a situation and collecting data based on even-minute details. The older man considered his underling's request. Shikamaru had proven himself a genius tactician, and had frustratingly remained out of Danzo's reach for recruitment into Root. In tandem with Asuma, the Nara would prove to be a powerful asset in the field, and perhaps an opportunity would present itself to finally make him join Root. I will allow this. However, your remaining 2 teammates will be my choice. They will meet you at the gates in an hour. Asuma bowed and departed, leaving Danzo alone with his machinations. He didn't trust Asuma to not overstep the bounds of the mission parameters, but with any luck, the outcome would work to his advantage. If things went south, his 2 operatives would keep to the mission parameters. Sai and Shino possessed skills that would be beneficial for the assigned tasks of tracking and intelligence gathering. The artist skill was only a couple steps below Asuma's, and the Aburame had proven himself adept in field assignments after taking well to Root's program. Plus, since both had graduated with Shikamaru, even if Sai had been undercover, they would act as effective double agents to keep the mission on track and to report the slightest mishap back their leader, him. Yes, Danzo would get what he wanted from this mission, one way or the other. LLL. Fwa! Kakuzu glanced behind to find Haiden holding his nose and gagging. He shifted the corpse of the head monk that was slung lazily over his right shoulder. Problem. This place fucking reeks. It is a bathroom, Kakuzu informed him in a tone that implied his explanation was unnecessary. He knocked on the wall between 2 urinals as Haiden continued to choke on the stench in an exaggerated fashion. You must be too damn old to smell anything anymore. I'll wait outside while you commit your blasphemous acts. Kakuzu watched him leave the exchange point, grateful for the brief reprieve from his partner. Ah, Kakuzu, spoke the voice of Zangiai, sounding mildly surprised. The mercenary turned his green eyes to the bounty exchange master. This is quite a surprise. It's been some time. I have been preoccupied with other responsibilities. Zangiai nodded and opened the door to allow the taller man access. Then this is a strange coincidence. The bounty exchange master stepped aside, allowing Kakuzu full scope of the darkroom. Standing by an open cabinet for holding corpses were 2 figures, one with spiky blonde hair, the other with short mint green. Kakuzu smirked. Well, greetings, brats. The pair of Jinchuriki looked up at the sound of Kakuzu's voice. Even in the dim light of the exchange station, the mercenary could see the widening of his blonde pupils' blue eyes. His mouth gaped like a fish's before he found himself able to exclaim, "Holy shit. Kakuzu, you're alive." "You sound surprised," returned the former Takinin dryly. "Rather, I believe I should be the one reflecting such sentiment." "And yet, you're not," Fu said. "No. Same old Kakuzu," Naruto muttered. "Hey, where's Haiden? Killed him already?" Kakuzu snorted. If only it was so easy. No, he decided to remain outside. His god approves of killing but not reaping the benefits of doing so. He rolled his eyes. The stupidity of such a dogma is truly astounding. Green eyes narrowed at the 2 Jinchuriki as Kakuzu placed Chiriku's body in a drawer Zangiai opened. "I must admit, I am curious as to what the 2 of you have been up to." Naruto shrugged as Zangiai flipped through a bingo book to check the identity of Chiriku. "We made a deal with Pain to do some bounty hunting for him. In return, we get to stay alive. For now." "For now," Naruto echoed. "So, we've been going around the world and capturing bounties to fund Akatsuki." Kakuzu turned his gaze to the body his 2 disciples stood around. "Weaklings, by the look of it," he observed, scorn coloring his voice. That man is a chunin from Sunagakure, hardly a worthwhile target. Maybe someone should have trained us to be able to take on people with more skill. We get by with what we can, Fu interjected, placing a placating hand upon Naruto's arm. For now, it's enough. Humph. Your standards are lower than they should be. Before Naruto could retort, Zangiai stepped forward with a briefcase and said, "It's definitely Chiriku of the Fire Temple. An impressive catch, Kakuzu. Here's your payment." Kakuzu thumbed through the money with the ease of practice. "With any luck, I will return within a shorter time frame than this last excursion," he informed Zangiai, closing the briefcase. He swung the case over his shoulder and began to head for the exit. It should not be too hard to trick Haiden into killing a handful of high-level targets. His religion might finally be useful for something. "Kakuzu." The bounty hunter stopped at Naruto's voice, but remained turned away. "It was good to see you again," admitted the blonde. "Stay alive, brats," he intoned, walking out of the exchange point. "LLL. Stupid Kakuzu and his damn money obsession," Haiden grumbled. The silver-haired man was currently seated on the steps in front of the bounty exchange station, waiting for his partner to leave what he considered to be a stinkhole. "We never take side missions to just kill people for Jashin-sama, no. They have to be worth something." "Money is what makes the world work," he said, pitching his voice deeper to mimic his partner. "Bah, the fuck does he know?" The former Yunin made to stand, but found himself unable to move. "Hey! What gives?" A long blade of chakra came level with his chest. "You're going to tell me everything I want to know about Akatsuki," demanded a bearded man whose height topped Kakuzu's, "starting with where your partner is." Haiden's purple eyes focused on the sash around the man's waist, the same sash the monk he had killed had worn. "Damn," he swore, completely ignoring the man's question, "now Kakuzu's gonna wanna stay to hand in your ass, too." The chakra blade thrummed violently and extended, piercing the Nukanin's skin. "Two? Where's Chiriku? The bald monk? He was a sacrifice to Jashin-sama's great will. Just like you'll be." The blade doubled in length and pierced Haiden's heart. "I don't think so." Letting Haiden collapse on the stairs, the chakra faded from around the man's trench knives as he turned and walked away. "We'll wait for the second one to come out and capture him." From his supine position, Haiden noticed a thick rope of shadow disconnect from his own, the ability to move returning to him. His hand grasped the handle of his scythe and flung it at the bearded man, a mad cackle escaping his lips. There was a shout of "Asuma-sensei," and the man spun around, deflecting the scythe with his trench knives. "How are you still alive?" Asuma demanded. "Jashin-sama rewards those who are faithful to him with great gifts," shouted Haiden, yanking on his weapon's metal coil and bringing it within his grasp once again. He moved to attack, but his periphery caught the movement of a shadow, and he dodged left to avoid it. Then a horde of insects descended upon him, and Haiden swung at them uselessly with his scythe. "Gah! Where the fuck did all these bugs come from?" That was when Kakuzu stepped out from within the bathroom's shadows. He took in the sight of Haiden flailing around like an idiot, a strip of shadow angling towards him from the roof, and the tall form of a Konoha Jonin before sighing. "I see your propensity for attracting trouble has struck again, Haiden." "Shut up, asshole." Although, Kakuzu continued, green eyes focusing on the sash around the Jonin's waist, "it seems you lured in quite a big fish. Your religion will finally serve some usefulness." Sarutobi Asuma, one of Konohagakure's elite Jonin and a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja. How fortuitous, to come across a second member so soon after delivering the first. "I will enjoy cashing in your head for the 35 million it is worth." Asuma readied his trench knives, the blue chakra of his flying swallow fighting style forming along the blades. Haiden, rather predictably, thought Kakuzu, decided to interrupt the moment. "Kakuzu, this is my fight. Stay out of it, you bastard." The bounty hunter stared at the scene before him. Sarutobi Asuma, an Aburame, a Nara? Intelligent green eyes flickered over the tree line, where he could detect a fourth, muted chakra signature. "Try not to lose your head," he acquiesced, bored. "Oh," he continued, almost as an afterthought, "and you should be aware of." A trio of ink beasts, vaguely lion-like in appearance, Kakuzu noticed, erupted from the foliage and assaulted Haiden while he was distracted by the insect swarm. "The fourth shinobi," he finished idly. "Kakuzu, you unhelpful bastard." The former Takinin paid only half a mind to his partner's screaming and flailing. It had actually been quite gratifying to see his two wayward pupils. Both had grown in the more than a year that they had been apart, filling out as their bodies transitioned from prepubescence to teenaged. They were still young, and the effects were gradual, but Kakuzu figured that given some more years, Naruto at least would strike an imposing and powerful figure similar to his father. Fu would probably always remain slight physically, but there were advantages for a kunoichi to be built as such. Emotionally, Kakuzu couldn't decipher from their brief contact if anything had changed. Naruto still seemed brash, but given how, intentionally, antagonistic their relationship was, such a reaction was probably more of a reflection of Kakuzu's presence than the boy's mental state. Fu, at least, appeared to have retained a level head, not to mention a rather simplistic method for calming her fellow Jinchuriki. The Nukenin wasn't sure how to feel about such a relationship between the two, if Naruto was even aware of it, but their performance seemed unaffected, so he let the thought slide for the time being. There wasn't anything he could really do about it, anyway. Their interaction had done nothing to show Kakuzu what sort of skills the two Jinchuriki had picked up during their separation, though the fact that they were bounty hunting, no matter the skill level of their opponents, boded well for what they had learned on the job. The fact that neither was dead, well, considering how badly a vast majority of shinobi outclassed them, Jinchuriki status or not, it was definitely an impressive feat. Perhaps just as impressive was the knowledge that Pain had listened to his suggestion, and then agreed to it. Granted, there was sure to come a time when Naruto and Fu would be more useful as sacrifices than bounty hunters, but until then, the two Jinchuriki could hone their abilities. There was a minuscule part of him that almost regretted not properly overseeing their training up until their separation, at least, not in the capacity that a normal tutor would have, anyways. Not that he was the epitome of a normal tutor in any sense, but he certainly could have done more than he did. The fend for yourself ideology worked to a point, he was a good example, but he had also escaped his village at the age of 20, giving him plenty of time to work on his abilities in a somewhat safe environment beforehand. Naruto had not had such a luxury, given that there was no one but Kakuzu to practice with, and he had tried to distance himself from the blonde's training as much as possible. Of course, Kakuzu had also thought he had plenty of time to sadistically train/guide/torture the blonde into a fighting-fit shinobi. Being blackmailed by and joining Akatsuki so unexpectedly had essentially foiled those ideas, resulting in Naruto's training being cut short. It would be such a waste to put so much effort into that brat, only to have him die. The former Takinin wondered if there was a way to guide the boy without being particularly obvious about it. Kakuzu, bring me my body. The ex-waterfall shinobi's musings were cut short by Haiden. Of course. I told you not to lose your head. Very funny, asshole. Are you gonna help me or not? I suppose. Perhaps I should start charging you for my services. Asuma, badly burnt and kneeling on the ground, groaned. Shino, Sai, Shikamaru, keep your distance, but try to restrain the tall guy. Kakuzu watched blankly as a swarm of insects emerged from the Aburame's coat and a pride of lions leapt from the artist's scroll. He casually exhaled a fireball at the bugs, incinerating them on contact, then commanded Jiongu's threads to shoot out from his forearms and rend the ink creations to splotches. Jumping around the shadow streaking towards him on the ground, the S-class shinobi extended his arm to pick up his partner's head and landed next to his body. Without any effort, he lifted Haiden's form and held the man's severed head up to his neck. Suddenly, he felt his own body stiffen, and he glanced over to find the Nara on one knee, hands together in the rat seal and panting hard. The fact that you think you can hold me in your current state is laughable, he commented. He flared his chakra, sending the Nara reeling and forcibly breaking the shadow bind technique. One of his threads slithered out and reattached Haiden's head. You can finish off the cash cow while I take care of the others. Haha, fine by me. Haiden split from his partner, hurling his scythe at Asuma and surreptitiously positioning himself in his curse symbol. Kakuzu watched his two opponents. The Nara appeared to be incapacitated by chakra exhaustion, with a bored expression. Feeling something wrap around his legs and crawling up his torso, he looked down to find ink snakes slithering around his body. He hardened his skin, boosting his strength, and flexed, splattering the reptilian constructs. Your antics are no longer amusing. Kakuzu pushed a solid wall of air at the two boys, one collapsing into ink, the other dispersing into the Aburame's Kikaichu. Clever, but it will not be enough. His arm extended into the bushes and grabbed the Aburame by the throat. As the bounty hunter reeled in his capture, his green eyes scanned the area. Should you not rescue your associate? He goaded blandly, waiting for the artist to show himself. Haiden's insane laughter split the air, followed by the Nara scream of Asuma. Kakuzu looked over to find the Jonin face down in the dirt, blood seeping into the earth. He did something right, for once. Hey, Kakuzu, aren't you done yet? Can I kill the rest? Do what you will. He snapped the boy's neck, but he just dissolved into bugs again and swarmed Kakuzu from head to foot, trying to suck out his chakra. Annoying gnats. Katan. Haiden, Kakuzu, it is time. Son of a bitch. We were just gettin' to the good part. Haiden, shut up. It is imperative that we follow our orders. Sasori and Daidara's venture to find the Sanbai was unsuccessful. We will seal the Nibi now. Find some place to hold up for the 3 days it will take. We will be there shortly, Kakuzu affirmed, threads creeping out from his skin to disperse the Kakachu. Green eyes shifted to spy Naruto and Fu exiting the bounty exchange station. Brat, pick up the prize, he ordered. Naruto appeared startled at being addressed, let alone finding Kakuzu still in the vicinity, blue eyes taking in the scenario spread out before him. Come, Haiden, let us depart. Fine, but we're coming back to continue the sacrifice. Then both were gone in a shunshin. Naruto quickly assimilated the lay of the land. That's Sarutobi Asuma from Konoha, he pointed out, and I recognized those guys from the Chunin exams. Sai, Shino, come on, shouted the boy with a pineapple-style hairdo. We've gotta get Asuma-sensei back to Konoha. Naruto and Fu leapt to surround the down Jonin. Oh, I'm afraid I can't let you do that, announced the blonde. See, he's worth a fair amount to us, he continued genially, before his eyes hardened like diamonds, and we would be remiss to let him just escape. A flock of ink birds erupted from the forest as a stream of bugs buzzed towards the pair. Fu spat globs of mud at the incoming insects, catching them and weighing them down. Naruto performed hand signs and expelled a volley of condensed wind chakra bursts. Futon, Shinkajioku, he stated, the spray of air bullets piercing through the ink flock. While Sai bombarded the duo with ink creatures, Shino came to kneel beside Shikamaru. While tragic, Asuma Taicho's death should not result in the rest of ours. Our chakra is low and these adversaries are fresh. It would not be advisable to attempt recovery of the body considering our present circumstances. Shikamaru gave Shino an angry glare. I'm not going to just leave him here to, Sai looked at his fellow root member, hand reaching for his ink brush after knocking out the Nara. He created a large ink bird and helped Shino lift Shikamaru onto it. Danzo-sama has plans for the Nara. It is important that we bring him back alive. Shino nodded and Sai instructed the creature to take off. Naruto and Fu watched them go. Should we? Fu tried. Go after them? No. They're not worth anything right now. Naruto's gaze went to the body of the bearded Jonin they had protected. A shiver went through him, an ominous feeling of unease racking his body. Ignoring it, he looked at Fu. Let's turn this one in and get back on the road. LLL. Danzo sat behind his desk, hands folded on top of it. Sai, Shino, and Shikamaru knelt before him, having just finished relaying the outcome of their mission to him. The latter looked emotionally disturbed, unsurprising considering the news Danzo had just been delivered. Konoha will mourn the loss of one of its most talented and loyal shinobi, he stated. Sarutobi Asuma's name will be inscribed upon the memorial stone for his service to the village. You are all dismissed. Sai and Shino left with respectful inclines of their heads, but Shikamaru remained behind, rising to his feet and staring with intense ferocity at Danzo. The Hokage met his expression with a flat, emotionless look. Something you require, Nara? I want to know what you plan to do about this threat, Shikamaru demanded, voice even but laced with frigid politeness. These two Akatsuki assaulted and killed a Konoha shinobi within the Land of Fire's borders. You can't simply let this action slide. Nor do I plan to. However, I fail to see what my retaliatory plans have to do with you. I want to be included in them. Danzo leveled the Chunin with a predatory look. Your teacher said the same thing before he left on the mission which killed him. I have long held the belief that emotions only lead to bad decisions and sloppy results. What makes you think that I'll permit you, a mere Chunin, to allow your desire for vengeance to get you killed? Shikamaru placed his hands on the edge of the Hokage's desk and leaned forward so he could look the elderly man directed in his eye. Because I know how to neutralize Haiden. You need me. Shino and Sai are good observers, but they can only tell you what they saw. But defeating an enemy requires keen analysis of their speech patterns, movements, tactics, and so on. Danzo passed the boy over with a shrewd eye. And you did that? Shikamaru said nothing. The Hokage leaned back in his chair, lacing his fingers together. Shikamaru was smart and stubborn, and far more useful to him as an ally rather than an enemy. Even if was emotionally compromised, he had a much better idea of what he would be up against than Asuma had. In all honesty, the elderly man had foreseen this outcome as a possibility, even likely. The loss of Asuma was tragic, but the man was also one of Shikamaru's closest associates, not to mention his teacher. In order to bait the Nara, something truly terrible would have had to happen to make him blind to the Hokage's machinations. This has played almost perfectly into my hand. Just one more step. When you return from this mission, he began slowly, you will become a member of my ANBU. The Chunin didn't even hesitate. Fine. Danzo allowed a crooked smirk to cross his lips for the barest of seconds. And so the last fly comes into my web. Before you dissect every facet of the target's abilities, I would like to bring someone in to hear what you have to say. Terai, he barked, and a cloaked ANBU dropped from the ceiling. Find me Inu. 10 minutes later, an ANBU in standard uniform, silver hair defying gravity over a dog mask, appeared in the room. After the death of Uchiha Sasuke, the promotion of Sai to Chunin, and Haruno Sakura's return to civilian status, normal people really weren't cut to become the ideal shinobi. Hatake Kakashi had rejoined ANBU and almost immediately had been granted the title of ANBU captain. Danzo had been slightly disappointed that he couldn't rope the man into joining Root, but having him under his thumb as the Hokage's personal soldier was good enough. Inu, you'll be leading an assault team on the 2 targets Nara here is going to describe. He will also be a part of the team. Kakashi nodded, which Shikamaru took as his cue to speak. The shorter one is a man named Haiden. He wields a large triple-bladed scythe attached to a long metal coil, and has at least one retractable pike. His main ability seems to be some form of immortality that makes him immune to what I can only assume is all forms of physical trauma. Danzo raised an eyebrow. You assume? He took a lethal blow to the heart and was able to talk during and recover from a decapitation, though his body retains no autonomous movement during that time. While other forms of trauma were not attempted, surviving those extremes seems to suggest that any other method would also be moot. Haiden uses his immortality and a curse ritual to link the wounds his body takes to that of an adversary whose blood he has taken. However, the ritual is limited by a symbol he draws on the ground to complete it. Removing him from the symbol nullifies the link between him and the target, provided he remains away from it. You said he can survive decapitation, Danzo prompted, but your phrasing would indicate that he is incapable of recovering from such a debilitating injury on his own. Yes. His partner is tall man he called Kakuzu. He was able to reattach Haiden's head to his body through black threads that also grant him the ability to extend his limbs to great lengths. In addition, he displayed an affinity for both Katan and Futon chakra natures, though the extent of his mastery of those elements is indeterminable based solely upon my observations. Akatsuki is an organization comprised of S-class criminals, Danzo revealed. I would expect his mastery of the elements to be as complete as yours, Inu, potentially greater. You said you had a plan, he asked, returning his attention to Shikamaru. From my observations, I believe I can neutralize Haiden, provided his partner is kept occupied. Very well. Inu, you will lead a team to find and intercept these Akatsuki members. When you find them, eliminate them. Yes, Hokage-sama. LLL. Kakuzu stood up slowly and cracked his spine. Sitting around for long periods of time didn't agree well with his advanced age, no matter how fit he was. Replacing organs was one thing, bones were an entirely different matter. Beside him, Haiden rose and rubbed a hand across the back of his neck, rolling it around to stretch the muscles. Man, sittin' around for 3 days doing nothing sucks, complained the silver-haired man. Why's that ritual take so damn long? The taller shinobi tossed him a flat look. You have no room to talk, Haiden, he deadpanned. Only 5 seconds to start bitching, it must be a new record. Fuck off, Kakuzu. If I don't offer my respect to Jashin-sama, I might become a damn atheist like you. There are worse fates. I believe it would be an improvement over your current personality. Hey, that really hurts, you know? Besides, where are you going? As we are within the land of fire, we might as well begin exploring it for the Rokubi Jinchuriki. What about those bastards at the bounty exchange station? They were ripe and prepared to become sacrifices to Jashin-sama. Kakuzu craned his neck to stare at Haiden. You really are an idiot. Why would they stay around there for 3 days? No, we have our assignment. If we come across any Konohanin, you can deal with them. Ha-ha. I knew you'd come to see things my way. Now, if you'd give up your blasphemous habit of killing for money, you might have a chance at getting within Jashin-sama's good graces. As Haiden continued to ramble about his god, Kakuzu rolled his eyes. Truly, the cost for appeasing the stupid was a mighty sacrifice. LLL. Joro Senbon. Futon, Ripusho. The violent wind palm blasted away the rain of needles descending from several airborne umbrellas. Naruto spat out the wind pellets of a vacuum sphere, riddling the instruments with holes and making them unusable. Anything else? He asked, returning his gaze to the man across from him. His opponent, a somewhat feminine-looking man with teal-colored hair and purple eyes, scowled at him. You think you've got me beat? Huh. I still haven't used my greatest weapon. He reached behind his back and brought forth what looked to be the hilt of a weapon. Behold. The Raijin no Ken, Naruto finished, bored, the Nidaime Hokage's great sword. How do you know what it is? Naruto finished, enjoying the panic his prey was experiencing. I wonder if this is how Kakuzu feels whenever he sets his sights on a target. Well, I know everything about you, Rokusho Aoi. Defected from Konoha after you had your pupil steal the Raijin no Ken, then joined AIM and eventually became a Jonin. Kinda pathetic, all things considered, having a genin steal a precious artifact in your place. The rest of your past is rather mundane. It doesn't matter, Aoi professed. You're still going to die here. Naruto cocked his head to the side curiously. Oh? That's interesting. I admit that I was a bit surprised to find you in the Land of Fire, but since you're here, I think this'll be a good test of my abilities against a former Konoha shinobi. He paused, eyeing the sword, then continued, surprisingly, Konoha is willing to pay more for the return of that sword than your body. I'm not one to really help it, but I am rather interested in money. Aoi brought the sword to life, creating a long blade of electricity. Naruto sighed. I guess we do this the hard way, then. Jiongu, Soto Fomu, he said, holding out his right hand and letting the threads twine together into a blade. He dove forward as Aoi did the same, the two swords clashing against each other. There was a brief stalemate before the lightning of Aoi's sword pierced the black threads and severed the end of Naruto's makeshift blade. The blonde leapt back and stared at the stub of his weapon. Well, that's problematic. Take this. Aoi shouted, waving his sword and creating an arc of lightning that swept towards Naruto. The blonde held up a palm and blasted away the shockwave with another violent wind palm. I'll kill you. Aha, yawned Naruto, so you said. He ran through a quick string of seals and then held his hands parallel at chest level, palms facing each other, leaving a small space between them. Futon, Kaze Jogo. A strong suction built up, with the space between Naruto's hands serving as the focal point. Aoi could do nothing as his body was pulled into the vortex of the technique, the electricity from the mad swipes of his sword overpowered by wind's elemental superiority to lightning. When the rain Jonin was near enough, threads erupted from the sutures on Naruto's forearms and speared into the man's body, the pull of the wind release, wind funnel proving too much for Aoi to escape from. Naruto released the technique, allowing the Jonin's body to drop to the ground. Fu jumped down from her perch on a tree bough high above the battlefield. That was impressive, she commended, moving to pick up the hilt of the deactivated Raijin no Ken. She examined it, running a finger over the relic. Are we really going to return this to Konoha? When no response was forthcoming, the Jinchuriki looked over at her companion. Hey, are you okay? Naruto tried to settle the uncomfortable knot of tension thrumming throughout his body, his gaze locked into the distance. Yeah, he responded, almost mechanically, we need the money more than the sword, and it's too precious an antiquity for Konoha to ever use it against us. He turned an unusually serious gaze upon the Nanabai Jinchuriki, the same foreboding feeling from 3 days ago haunting him. Let's seal the body and get a move on. Something's not right? Fu raised an eyebrow, but did as she was bade. Then they took off, silent as wraiths, destination unknown. LLL. Kakuzu was the very definition of pissed off. He and Haiden had been, well, the closest to being ambushed that Kakuzu could recount in decades. The Nara had led the charge, 19 ANBU agents flanking him. Dodging the boy's cage main no jutsu had been impossible with all of the other people distracting him, but by releasing his hearts to run interference and keeping the Earth One for Doton, Domu, Kakuzu had been safe from most offensives. Until hidden ANBU number 20 had shoved Hatake Kakashi's trademark Raikiri through his defense. That had destroyed his Earth heart. Somehow, and Kakuzu honestly found he couldn't be overly surprised, given Haiden's stupidity, the Nara had separated the two Akatsuki members, leaving Kakuzu to take on 20 ANBU agents. Given how badly he had been outnumbered, 5-1, counting his 3 thread creatures, the former Takinin had kept up quite nicely against Konoha's vaunted elite, though the fact that they could cover each other's weaknesses and blind spots meant that killing them had proven more difficult than he would have expected. He found it a bit unusual that about half of them were garbed in cream cloaks and the others wore standard ANBU outfits, and that the latter ones were more defensive of their comrades than the former ones, but in a battle to the death, such trivialities hardly mattered. They all needed to die, regardless of what they wore or how they acted. Then, a stabbing pain had exploded in his chest. Somehow, he'd figured, Haiden had cursed him. That had destroyed his water heart. After that, he had recalled all of his hearts in order to protect them. Unfortunately, his opponents had taken advantage of his thread creature's single-mindedness and captured one in a giant earthen construct. It had then been turned into an oven, roasting the autonomous threads to cinders. That had destroyed his wind heart. Now, Kakuzu stood with only his lightning and fire hearts left, both settled within his body. His ultimate form was locked to him, inaccessible since he had last used it to seal Orochimaru. The bounty hunter remained motionless, glaring at the overwhelming number of Konohanin still before him. Cowardly, spineless shinobi of Konohagakure. To even stand a chance against me, they must amass seemingly insurmountable odds, but I will not fall here. I survived against the most feared shinobi of the ages, Senju Hashirama. These no-names will not succeed. It was embarrassing enough that so many had survived as long as they had and were giving him what could only be described as trouble. He was, after all, S-rank, and more than worthy of the title. You will all rue the day you came to confront me. Black tendrils ruptured from his back, spreading out and forming thick tentacles twice Kakuzu's height in length. 7 of the thread limbs surrounded him, tendrils connecting them together to create a spider's weave at his back. More threads spilled forth from his mouth, knocking off his head covering and mask, and forming an 8th limb disconnected from the rest. A bushel of tendrils converged to create a stubby tail of sorts at his back. Die, he hissed, and the limbs went forth, giving the bounty hunter the appearance of a twisted octopus grappling for prey. 5 limbs dove for targets, 2 struck the closest 2 shinobi and skewered them before they could react. 1 Anbu dodged the 3rd limb, and another cast a kawarimi to escape the 4th. The 5th used a massive tree trunk as a shield, but the thread split and caught him in a pincer attack. Unable to escape, he set his body aflame as Anbu operatives were instructed to do. Kakuzu scowled. In his rage, he'd had a slight oversight regarding the ability to restock his hearts with the ones from these shinobi. Jiongu's long-range form sacrificed the extending abilities of his arms and other useful grappling options for brute power and destruction. It was a bit more difficult to control the Kenjutsu's organ-stealing ability with such huge masses of tendrils. The 2 tentacles that hadn't attacked wound around him protectively, shielding his body from an incoming burst of flames. The bull mask that housed his lightning heart appeared in the center of the web of threads, firing a Raiton, jawn straight up. The Konohanin trying to attack from above was speared through the side, a clean hit through his liver. He burst into flames a moment later. That was the 7th, 13 left. He glanced up to find a portal of mud about to dump on him. Jumping, he recalled his limbs and, using them as wings, sailed away from his previous position. Kakuzu landed, the tentacle emerging from his mouth digging into the earth and revealing a shinobi underneath. The threads wrapped around him, burrowing underneath his skin and reaching for his heart. The earth closed with a resounding boom, crushing the ninja before Kakuzu could capitalize on his capture. Green eyes glanced around, irate. Most of the remaining Konohanin seemed to be garbed in the cream cloaks. You would rather sacrifice your comrade than see him fall into enemy hands. Callous, brutal, intelligent. 3 tentacles of his threads lanced back at a shinobi coming in from Kakuzu's blind spot. The Anbu was rent limb from limb, but an invisible force slammed into Kakuzu's back, shattering the bull mask. A skilled enough futon user that his attacks are undetectable, and a complete disregard for his own life. These Anbu are truly dangerous opponents. But I will not be defeated here. 7 tentacles lashed out, seeking the remaining 11 shinobi. I will kill you all and restock my hearts, and then your village will burn, he seethed, completely enraged. One of the tentacles angled at a stockier ninja, but the man's hands grew to large proportions and caught the threads within his grasp. Kakuzu sent a second tentacle at him, but he caught it with his other hand. The tendrils wriggled in his grip, driving into his hands and drawing blood, but the Anbu held on. A 3rd tentacle rushed to spear him through the stomach, but another Anbu stepped forward and spun, creating a dome of chakra Kakuzu recognized as the Hyuga's Kaiten. Kakuzu glanced around to find more of his thread limbs being restrained. A 4th had a loop of shadow wrapped around it, restraining it. Another was being held at bay by 2 Anbu shooting bursts of fire and wind in tandem, and a 6th was being boxed in by continuously thicker walls of earth. The Nukenin growled, but was momentarily caught off guard by a shinobi appearing directly in front of him, hands flashing through seals. His last mass of threads, the one from his mouth, lashed out and wound around the ninja, reaching for his heart. He disappeared, an illusion in the wind. A distraction. Kakuzu realized, craning around to find the dog-masked Anbu he suspected was Hitaki Kakashi a mere foot away, hand crackling with lightning. The bushel of tendrils comprising his tail speared into the man. Then, there was pain as the Anbu took on a blue sheen and discharged electricity throughout Kakuzu's entire body, Jiongu's tendrils acting as a conduit. A Raiton Kagebunshin. Paralyzed, the bounty hunter could only watch as the real Kakashi popped up from the ground, hand alight in the lightning cutter. So this is how it ends, he thought as the Raikiri pierced his chest, beaten by mere children. Kakuzu felt surprisingly at peace as his body jerked, the fire heart failing him. As his awareness of what was happening around him dimmed, his green eyes scanned the area, landing on a head of blonde hair on the outskirts of the dead forest. Perhaps, my legacy will finish what I have started. Naruto. Kakuzu's body hit the ground, and he thought no more. LLL. Naruto led Fu through the Land of Fire's forest at a fast clip, the leaves present on the trees thinning out significantly as they kept moving forward. He couldn't explain it, but there was an ominous pull in his heart, as if something was about to go horribly wrong. Fu had tried asking what was going on, but the blonde had ignored her, focused instead on pumping chakra to his feet just to get there faster. It was only when the greenery disappeared entirely, to be replaced by the barren skeletons of trees in their decline, that he began to actually feel the trouble. "Stop," he commanded, taking his own advice and halting on a bough. Fu stopped beside him, her face a mixture of concern, confusion, and patience. "Something's going on over there. Circle around and see if you can get a better vantage point. Don't interfere unless it looks like I'm in trouble." Fu looked ready to protest, but she closed her mouth and just nodded. Without a word, she disappeared. Naruto took off right after. The ominous feeling settled firmly in his belly, making everything seem cold despite the sweat beading on his brow from racing through the Land of Fire. Naruto burst into a clearing full of activity, surprised blue eyes immediately focusing on his teacher. Kakuzu was surrounded by close to a dozen ANBU members, Jiongu's threads compacted into 8 long limbs which fanned out from his body. With his mask off and one of the thread masses sprouting from his mouth, the blonde became aware of just how terrifying his mentor could be. Just as he began to prepare a jutsu to help the man, an ANBU in a dog mask appeared and shoved his lightning-covered hand into Kakuzu's chest. The Jinchuriki's eyes widened as all the threads surrounding Kakuzu shuddered violently and withdrew into the former Takinin's body with a series of sickening slurps. When the mercenary's form could be seen, his green eyes were wide with disbelief, the shock clear on his naked face. He pitched forward suddenly, and then he began to fall. To Naruto, time seemed to slow down to individual microseconds as gravity took hold of his mentor's body. Could Kakuzu be, had he just been killed? There is no such thing as immortality, Kakuzu informed him one day when he had gotten curious about his teacher's prolonged lifespan, merely methods to inhibit the decline of the human body into death. But Kakuzu couldn't die. He was old, sure, but he was strong and wise in the ways of the world. The most important rule you will ever learn is this: money is everything. The world revolves around money, even hell runs on money. Knew how to survive, knew the tricks of the trade for staying alive in a dangerous environment. My village believed that I did not try hard enough, and punished me for failing in my objective. This blasé disrespect for all of my servitude infuriated and offended me, so I left. I stole Takigakyu's most precious treasures, the Kinjutsu Jiongu, and the hearts of the village elders, who did not appreciate my service to their precious village. Apparently not well enough. Had taken Naruto in when everyone else had hated and scorned him. I have never done this before, but your ability to heal and withstand my attack is an intriguing one. If you would like, you can come with me, and I will teach you to properly harness this power. Raised him, trained him. You will learn one of my most useful ninjutsu, a move which may come in handy against the Hyuga you are supposed to fight. Given him purpose. I am going to teach you how to engage in the world's oldest profession, killing. You would be nothing without his tutelage. Spurred Naruto to become greater, despite his unsympathetic, detached ways. There is a reason why you are the only other individual to become imbued with Jiongu. Endured his very existence. I have tolerated your foolishness far longer than I should have, and this childish wordplay and immaturity will cease immediately. I expect you to act like the ninja I have trained you to be. Clearly he is endowed with far more patience than you thought, considering the effort he put into suffering through your continued presence. And had inspired him to become a great shinobi. And that, Kakuzu stated wickedly, driving the water-cutting sword through his target's heart, is how you overcome an elemental disadvantage. He turned to face Naruto. Do not let the potential fear of a handicap hinder your decision to kill those who are beneath you. You clearly still have a ways to go. Kakuzu had watched over him when he had always thought the man couldn't care less. Did your feeble mind ever consider how we stayed in one location, under the noses of the foolish Konohanin you escaped from, without ever running into a single one of them? No one else would want such a task. He was honestly the closest thing Naruto had to a father. And now he is dead, by the hands of Konohagakure, no less. No. Yes. Embrace your anger. How could Kakuzu die? Naruto. Kakuzu threw his bingo book at the blonde, who caught it with both hands, and then offered the duo a slight incline of his head. Humans are weak creatures, highly susceptible to death. Why? Konoha has now taken everything from you. It is time for your vengeance. Vengeance. Kill them all. Kill. Kakuzu's body hit the ground with a muffled thud. The sound seemed to echo ominously in Naruto's ears. From his throat ripped an ear-splitting howl of anguish. Kakuzu! The last thing Naruto was aware of before blacking out was the dark laughter of a voice inside his head as malevolent chakra violently exploded from his body. Chapter 16, Understanding. Fu bounded through the forest, only partially aware of the increasing density in tree foliage. Per Naruto's instruction, she'd gone around the battle, but had come across a disturbed trail that merited investigation. Hesitantly leaving the blonde to his own devices, as he'd requested, she was still in the process of following the trail when a burst of foul chakra rippled across her skin, causing her to shiver. The Jinchuriki stopped abruptly and whirled around, eyes wide. "What was that?" she gasped. Her only response was the Nanabai's grating laughter in her mind. Shaking her head, she returned to her path, trying to focus on the assignment she'd set for herself. She took a deep breath to calm down, thoughts unwillingly roving back to her fellow Jinchuriki and, considering their recent run-in with him, their wayward mentor. It was hard, she realized, to not worry about either of them, even despite the confidence she had in their abilities. Kakuzu was the epitome of a veteran shinobi, having seen almost a century of how the world worked, and gained an equivalent amount of experience. He was well versed in the existence of most, if not all, major clans and Kekkai Genkai, and his mastery of the 5 main elemental affinities made him a force to be reckoned with. That wasn't even including the power he was granted by Jiongu or the extra lives he possessed. On the other side of the coin, Naruto easily had the most potential of any ninja in their generation. He possessed the same capacity for nature chakra manipulation and resilience that Kakuzu had because of the same kinjutsu running through their bodies. Even beyond that, he was the container of the Kyuubi, the strongest of the Biju. His resolve to continue forward in the path Kakuzu had set him on and his growing desire to prove himself capable of following his mentor were impressive and admirable personality traits. Both were the only people who had ever really accepted Fu. If something ever happened to either of them, well, she really wasn't sure what she would do. ZZT, chuckled the Nanabai, something already has happened. What do you mean? Fu asked aloud, ignoring the wince of pain that always came with speaking to the Biju. That chakra burst was the Kyuubi breaking free. The Kyuubi? Naruto. Fu whirled again, torn by indecision, but then shook her head. No, I need to trust that he'll be okay. Sentimental cretin. Fu pushed forward, ignoring the words of her prisoner and the apprehension that gripped her heart like an icy claw. Eventually, she entered a small clearing surrounded by lush foliage. In the center was a pit of broken rocks. She moved to stand at its rim, staring down at the rubble. Wonder what's down here? You have company. Fu glanced around to find a herd of deer surrounding her, staring her down. Okay, she drawled, that's new. One of the deer charged her, and Fu immediately ran through hand seals and crouched. Doton, Doria Hiki. The stag ran into an earthen wall which rose from the ground to defend the green-haired girl. 3 more animals charged her, forcing her to push more chakra into the earth to erect 3 more barriers, forming a box around the hole in the ground. Now safe from the deer, Fu settled into a more comfortable position and cracked her knuckles. All right, time to get to work. Doton, Doryoha. Rocks and earth rose from the pit in a wave and were deposited as far from the hole as possible. Fu continued to excavate the pit with the earth flow wave, digging deeper and deeper, all the while wondering if Naruto was okay. Then an arm emerged with a pile of rubble. Fu blinked. Well, you don't see that every day. She stood up and leaned over the pit, peering into its depths. Far below, buried amidst the rocks and soil, she could spy a head of silver hair, a leg, and copious bloodstains. Haiden, she hazarded. Who's up there? A pause, then, hey. You're that bitch that was with the blonde and Kakuzu. Get me out of here. What the? She created a number of earth clones and then jumped into the hole, being careful to avoid the body parts strewn about. You look like you've seen better days. Heh, that bastard from Konoha thought his dogma could trump mine, but Jashin-sama always finds a way to reward his faithful followers. You should consider converting to OW, be careful. Lifting his head by his silver hair, Fu brought Haiden's purple eyes level with her own and stared at him. You know, I can see why Kakuzu would want to get rid of you. That old bastard doesn't understand the tenets of my faith. Fu yanked on Haiden's hair, causing the Jashinist to emit a yelp of pain. I'd be careful with what you say about Kakuzu in my presence, she stated coldly, especially since he's the one who has to sew you back together. Haiden muttered something under his breath, but the green-haired girl merely threw his head out of the pit. Haiden screamed epithets at her the whole while. Hey, she called up, gaining the attention of one of her clones. Finish up here. Bring Haiden to where I am when you're done. Her duplicate nodded in understanding and then Fu was off, traveling underground to avoid the line of sight of the deer. Feeling that she was a safe distance away, she surfaced from the ground and took to the trees, heading towards where she could sense the foul chakra from earlier. "All right, start talking," she demanded. "Willingly initiating communication with me?" buzzed the Nanabai idly. What an amusing turn of events. "Talk, beetle," she growled. "Your sense of humor disappears rather quickly when it comes to the fox's cage." When Fu didn't react, the Seven Tails hummed disappointedly. "As I said, that explosion of chakra was the Kyubi's. Given that the boy has never drawn on that damnable kitsune's chakra previously, something must have occurred to make him so enraged that he is drawing upon it subconsciously. It is possible that the fox has some control of the boy's body. So what do we do?" The Nanabai's strange laughter echoed in her mind again. It is none of my business if the QB influences your infatuation." Intent on trying to come up with a game plan, Fu opted to ignore the Biju's mocking remark. "Don't you hate the QB? Wouldn't you just love the opportunity to rub it in the QB's face that you, the so-called great bringer of dust storms, defeated it? ZZT. Clever girl, manipulating my pride in such a manner. You truly are an interesting container." Fu took that as the Nanabai's agreement to help. As the greenery thinned to nothing and the powerful chakra signature that the beetle had marked as the QB's grew stronger, Fu grew more and more apprehensive of what she would find. What had happened? Why had Naruto drawn on the QB's power? Was he okay? And with Haiden around, where was Kakuzu? The former Takinin stopped at the edge of a forest of dead trees, the trunks splintered and broken. Most of them had collapsed under the explosion of some force, a great majority sustaining scorch marks upon their wooden surfaces. Fu stared at the scene, wide-eyed. What happened here? Roar. Fu tried to maintain her balance as the roar's shockwave blew past her. She moved forward cautiously despite her fear of what awaited her, concern for Naruto and Kakuzu overwhelming her sense of self-preservation. The sight that greeted her kept her momentarily paralyzed. Whole and partial bodies were strewn about a shallow, circular crater that was devoid of any sort of obstacles, trees, rocks, anything. Several of the corpses were garbed in outfits reminiscent of Konoha's ANBU, and blood was splattered liberally everywhere. One of the bodies, Fu realized, a hand coming up to cover her mouth, was the tall, distinctive form of Kakuzu, his usual head and facial coverings absent. She had little time to consider the old Nukanin's apparent death, however, as there was a larger problem before her. Standing on all fours was what Fu presumed to be her fellow Jinchuriki, his skin a mixture of red and black. Vulpine ears stood atop his head, his eyes a blank, unseeing white. Red-orange chakra poured off of him in waves, accenting the demonic appearance granted by his skin and sharpened claws. For tails waved behind him. So, the fox did take control, mused the Nanabai. How interesting. Fu watched as clawed hands of pure chakra erupted from the ground and crushed a cloaked ANBU in their grasp before he could escape. Only a couple shinobi remained in the clearing, and while Fu wasn't interested in their safety, she couldn't say for sure what would happen after Naruto had killed them. "What's your plan?" "The only way we can neutralize a Biju is with another Biju. Unfortunately for you, your seal was not designed to allow access to large amounts of my chakra at any one moment, and we are unpracticed at working cohesively." "So, what? You can't do anything?" "I didn't say that. But you should be prepared to experience a pain unlike anything you've felt before. Pushing vast quantities of chakra past the seal to exert control will not be easy, or pleasant." Fu grimaced but nodded. "You'll go back when this is all over." "I will not have a choice. We will not be able to maintain this form for long. You're enjoying this, aren't you?" "Immensely." The kunoichi couldn't even respond as agonizing pain racked her body. She screamed as the Nanabai's chakra flooded her system, forming a cloak of bubbling orange chakra around her body. It took on the vague form of the Nanabai, with 6 wings sprouting from Fu's back and a long, whip-like tail extended from the base of her spine. "Excellent," buzzed the Nanabai as he took control of Fu's body, flapping the chakra wings and rising into the air. "It has been far too long since I've experienced flight." "Hey! Don't waste any time!" Fu shouted in her mind. Nag. The wings vibrated even faster, creating a whirlwind of dust that swept into the clearing and engulfed an unsuspecting ANBU. When the twister faded away, there was nothing left of the shinobi. The joy of atomizing your foolish race. Fu watched from behind her Biju's eyes as Naruto sent out his chakra arms at the remaining 2 ANBU, and despite their initial resistance, both were eventually torn apart by the Jinchuriki's makeshift claws. ZZT, I suppose it's time to step in and put the QB in his place." A gust of wind blew out towards Naruto, intended to catch the attention of the transformed Jinchuriki. "Hello, KYBI, buzzed the Seven Tails mockingly as Naruto turned his attention towards him. The boy roared in response, creating a shockwave which came close to blowing the other Jinchuriki out of the air. "Come, my sibling," rasped the Nanabai, "we shall see who is more powerful." Chakra arms extended towards the cloaked Jinchuriki, but the Nanabai used his flying prowess to maneuver around the limbs and dive at Naruto. Fu's body slammed into Naruto's, sending the transformed Jinchuriki sliding back several feet. Naruto swiped at the airborne Jinchuriki, but the Nanabai blocked the blow with his chakra wings. The claw tips of the chakra appendage disintegrated, atomized by the contact with the Seven-Tails chakra cloak. "Even the strength of your current form is not enough to protect you from my abilities," boasted the Biju. He called upon Fu's control over Doton, raising a series of earthen spires that angled at Naruto. One swipe of his four tails fractured the stones, leaving rocky stumps behind. Flapping his wings hard, the Nanabai sent a tornado of wind at the transformed Jinchuriki, disorienting him. Flying close to the earth, he stuck his chakra tail underground as Naruto broke through the whirlwind and roared, dividing his chakra into multiple appendages to attack the cloaked Jinchuriki. The Nanabai wrapped more chakra around Fu's body to protect against the limbs. Using his jailer's body as a distraction, his tail emerged behind the transformed Jinchuriki and whipped forward, the tip driving into Naruto's spine. He roared as the Seven Tails channeled chakra into his body, disintegrating muscle and tissue that the Kyuubi was forced to regenerate. The Biju laughed as Naruto's body convulsed. "Where is your boasting now, fox?" he gloated. Said the pot to the kettle. "You should be more grateful for my services. I could have simply left your infatuation to the Kyuubi's clutches. If you desire to bring the boy back, you need to reach out to him and help him suppress the Kyuubi. You can't do it? Neither our relationship nor theirs is at the point where we can reach out to one another with any effectiveness. We are close enough to make a tentative mental connection, and I can keep the jailer contained. However, I would recommend you hurry, this form will not last much longer." "Will do. And, thanks. That gratitude will not last long." Fu was too busy focusing on a method to reach Naruto to pay attention to her Biju. Due to the Nanabai taking control of her body, she had essentially been relegated to sitting in her mindscape and watching what was happening. Now, eyes closed, she focused on the implicit connection between Jinchuriki and Biju, trying to extend it to Naruto like they had back in Konoha after meeting Gaara. She strained to feel some sort of bond between her and her fellow Jinchuriki, her partner in crime and savior. "Naruto," she called, praying for a response from the darkness. "Where are you? You need to get control. Naruto." LLL. Naruto felt like he was asleep. There was no real awareness of where he was or what he was doing, only the vague knowledge that his body was moving without his say-so. Coursing through his veins was a strange bloodlust, one that he wasn't used to feeling. "Naruto." The blonde tried to open his eyes, tried to look around, but the unusual lethargy that had seeped into his bones made the actions impossible. Somewhere in the recesses of his mind, he recognized the voice as familiar, feminine in pitch with a distinctly urgent undertone. He struggled to move, fought to gain some semblance of control over his body, but only the darkness of his eyelids greeted him. "Where are you? You need to get control." "I'm trying," he wanted to shout back, but his mouth wouldn't open, vocal cords struck dumb. Every aspect of his body felt restrained, shackled by chains or glued shut. The lack of control over his own body frustrated him, making him feel even more helpless than when. When what? There was a block on his memory, as if everything that had happened recently and was happening currently was covered by a film. Vague images and shapes danced in his mind's eye, practically mocking him with their nearness and his inability to distinguish them. The knowledge that he should know these things and yet didn't was even more galling than the fact that he was unable to move. He struggled against the invisible bonds keeping him restrained, wanting to know what was going on, who and what he couldn't remember. "Naruto." The blonde's eyes snapped open. "Fu." He sat up like a shot, wide blue eyes taking in his surroundings. Water dripped off his body and from his blonde locks, creating ripples in the shallow liquid he was already seated in. "Pleasant," he muttered, lifting an arm and watching the water flow to his fingertips and then off them. "This is my mindscape." His gaze drifted to the wall where the web of Jiongu hung, eyes narrowing at the lack of masks that represented his Doton and Sueton hearts. What happened, he wondered. Damn that girl and that accursed insect. Naruto winced at the volume of the voice, his head throbbing. He got up and turned slowly to meet the bloodshot gaze of the Kyuubi. "What did you do?" he demanded. "I don't answer to you," snarled the beast. Throwing caution to the wind, Naruto stepped forward and rapped his knuckles against the iron bars of the cage. "I think you do." The Kyuubi growled at him, a low reverberation that echoed around the mindscape. Then the fox's deep chuckling rang out, confusing the blonde slightly. "You're so quick to place the blame elsewhere. I only took advantage of your own emotional turmoil." Naruto rubbed the bridge of his nose. Dealing with the fox was a taxing effort. Will you stop speaking in riddles and just tell me what's going on? I'm a living mass of malevolence and other negative emotions. When you became enraged, you subconsciously drew upon a copious amount of my chakra. The fox paused, allowing another amused chuckle to escape. This is just further proof that you are incapable of controlling my power. If that damned butterfly hadn't interfered, I would be on my way to Konoha by now. The Kyuubi rumbled in such a delighted way that Naruto was tempted to call it a purr. The feel of flesh and blood between my paws, the futility of the ants as they tried to fight back, how I missed it all. It's truly a shame there weren't more victims to crush. How dare that insect interfere with my fun? Tragic, Naruto muttered. You won't get another chance to take over my body again, he warned his tenant. I don't need your power. I'll rely on my own strength and the abilities Kakuzu gave me. He turned and walked away from the cage. You'll return for my power one day, brat, called the Biju. Your mentor was unable to win with his own strength, and you would be dead without mine. Remember that. The fox's words echoed in his mind as Naruto's consciousness returned to the real world. Blue eyes blinked open slowly, adjusting to the vision of the open sky. A loud and obnoxious voice immediately made itself known. Him up. I want my body back so I can sacrifice that heathen to Jashin-sama. I'm not a medical expert, Haiden, I can't just control when he's going to wake up. If that bastard Kakuzu had just prayed for Jashin-sama's forgiveness, maybe he'd still be alive to do this. Now I have to wait for this blonde weenie to wake his ass up. Kaku, AGGGHH. Naruto, cried Fu, leaning over him. The blonde was convulsing on the ground, his body racked with spasms from sitting up too quickly because of Haiden's announcement. Every nerve in his body screamed at him simultaneously, feeling like they'd been set on fire. You might want to take it easy, Fu cautioned, wincing herself. Accessing the Biju's chakra apparently has some negative repercussions for anyone who uses it. I did say that you would regret thanking me. ZZT. Naruto watched Fu's movements with a careful eye. His companion seemed to be going through controlled motions, unwilling to move more than absolutely necessary. He slowly reached out a hand to her, but stopped when his own appendage came within his range of vision. Instead of the tanned flesh the teenager was used to, his skin was a bright red, almost as if he'd stayed in a hot spring for far too long. What happened to me? He managed. Fu looked distinctly downcast as she thought about how to respond. You were like some sort miniature Kyuubi. For tails, claws, ears. I had to use the Nanabi's chakra to restrain you. She rubbed a hand over an arm self-consciously. It came with a price. Looking closer at the girl, Naruto could make out the barest hint of a scale pattern on her arms. He clenched his fist tightly, gritting his teeth against the pain shooting through his arm. NNNGGH, damn it all. Everything's screwed up. What would Kakuzu do? Kakuzu. Where's Kakuzu? Fu gestured to the side. I'm not sure how, but he managed to escape all the fighting. His body's over there. Yeah, shouted Haiden, boo freaking who, and all that shit. Now put my body back together. Shut up, snapped both Jinchuriki. They exchanged wan smiles. Must have been channeling Kakuzu, Naruto wisecracked. Yeah, Fu agreed. She glanced at the body of their mentor. What do we do? She whispered. Get over your fucking self. Haiden yelled. Put me. He was cut off abruptly as Naruto's arm extended and grabbed his head around his mouth. The blonde reeled the immortal's head in, bringing their eyes even. You talk too much, he commented, commanding a thread to weave Haiden's lips together. Much better, he sighed, tossing the head away amidst the man's muffled threats. Naruto pushed himself to a sitting position, ignoring the feeling of raw skin being stretched and the pain that came with movement. Pieces of his flesh were already starting to reappear, slowly, spurred forward by the Kyuubi's regenerative powers. We move forward, he resolved. I think that's what he would want. You know, he smiled wryly, if he wasn't such a tremendous prick. Both Jinchuriki grew momentarily pensive, honoring the memory of their fallen instructor. At length, Naruto managed to get to his feet, the aftereffects of the Kyuubi's chakra a dull ache. Well, guess I should help Haiden. Maybe Pain will appreciate the favor. Wanna help? Fu offered him a smile that was partially contorted by a grimace. As much fun as that sounds, it hurts if I move too much. My body wasn't meant to use so much of the Nanabi's chakra at once. Naruto offered her an apologetic gesture. Thanks though. He looked around at the clearing they were in, noting the lack of trees, various holes, and puddles of blood. Bodies were spread throughout the area, some halved at the torso, others missing arms or legs or heads. So, this is what happens when the Kyuubi takes over, huh? The blonde moved to kneel beside the nearest corpse, missing an arm and possessing a fist-shaped hole through his chest. Pretty gruesome. His eyes hardened. They deserve to suffer? Staring at the corpse filled Naruto with a sense of vindication, knowing that he had properly avenged Kakuzu despite not being fully in control of his actions. His hand reached out of its own accord and gripped the porcelain white mask decorating the body's face. He removed it to see the insignia of the hidden leaf etched into the man's forehead protector. Konoha. Again, the hidden leaf haunted him, perpetually spurring his hatred and desire for vengeance. The blonde was filled with a sudden compulsion to take the item, so he ripped the hideate from its place and pocketed it. There would be time later to digest all that had happened. Right now, he was needed. He turned away from the scene and walked over to where Heiden's body parts were stacked in a pile. "You've certainly seen better days," he commented, unknowingly echoing Fu's earlier words and picking up an arm. That was stitched back into the shoulder, the opposite one following with a suture just below the elbow. He worked his way through the rest of the pile until all that was left was the head. Watching Jiongu reattach Heiden's head to his neck, Naruto was struck by inspiration. I wonder, can Kakuzu's body accept a heart? The idea was a bit radical. Corpses certainly weren't meant to function by arbitrarily shoving new hearts into them and hoping they would just come back to life. Heart transplants were lengthy and in-depth operations that required careful planning and understanding of the cardiovascular system. But that applied to normal humans. Jiongu, by its very nature, had altered Kakuzu's body to become adept at switching out organs with startling ease, even replacing hearts autonomously after the previous one had failed. Based on that, it wasn't so outlandish to believe that an implanted heart from another Jiongu user could theoretically bring Kakuzu back to life. There was nothing to be lost from at least trying. He limped over to Kakuzu's body and kneeled beside it. Reaching for the Doton heart stored on his back, the blonde was surprised to discover that he couldn't feel the power of the earth-release chakra nature flowing through his body. A second feel revealed the lack of his Suiton affinity as well. Interesting, he mused, thinking back to the empty web in his mindscape. Did the Kyuubi's chakra destroy the hearts? Naruto shook his head. There was time for speculation later. Right now, he needed an extra heart. Not wanting to move, he called, "Heiden, I need you to bring me someone." "Alive," he clarified. When his only response was the purple-eyed man glowering hatefully at him, the blonde sighed. His arm shot out and touched the man, mentally commanding the thread binding Heiden's lips together to unweave. "Body, if you would be so kind." Chop chop. "TCH, you and Kakuzu are exactly the same." "Perish the thought," Naruto muttered. "Forcing me to become blasphemous traitors like you. It's a sin to leave a sacrifice alive." Naruto stared at him. "Let me make this simple," he said, a tinge of frost entering his tone. "Find me a damn body, bring it to me alive, or I'll undo all my work and have Fu put you back in whatever hellhole she found you in pieces." "Got it." Heiden laughed. "Like you could. Just look at the sorry shape your ass is in." "If you do this," Naruto began after a moment of thought, deciding that threats wouldn't work, "Kakuzu will end up being in your debt." The former Yunin paused to consider the implications of that statement. "Ha ha. Then he'll have to allow me to give my respect to Jashin-sama without complaining." He walked past Naruto to pick up his scythe, which the blonde was surprised to find undamaged from the turmoil of his assault. "My lord will be most pleased with my renewed dedication." "Sure, right," agreed the blonde. Heiden's yammering didn't make much sense to him, but agreeing with the man seemed to be the best option in getting him to do as Naruto wanted. Heiden immediately went on some tangent that Naruto instinctively tuned out. How Kakuzu had managed to travel around the continent with Heiden for over a year baffled the blonde. 5 minutes with the Jashinist was enough to drive him crazy. "Do you ever shut, crap?" Wooden beams erupted from the earth around Naruto and Heiden. The Jinchuriki activated a hasty violent wind palm aimed at the ground and ended up blasting himself into the air and onto a tree bough as the prison finished erecting itself. If the yelling was any indication, Heiden had not been fortunate enough to escape. Tenzo stepped out of the shadows. "Well done, Kyuubi Jinchuriki." "Are you kidding me?" Naruto exclaimed, resisting the urge to scream in a mixture of pain and frustration. "How did you even find me?" "I am highly attuned to the amount of chakra thrown off by the Biju. The output that I felt coming from this area made it easy to find you." "Fucking fox." Naruto snarled in his mind. "You have only yourself to blame." "Come with me, Jinchuriki, and I will let your friend go free," offered Tenzo. "Oi! That little pansy and I aren't friends." "Couldn't have said it better myself," Naruto muttered. Still, regardless of the definition of his and Heiden's relationship, the former Yunin was the blonde's best chance to escape. Naruto was in no condition to fight, just activating the futon. Ripusho had brought about a surge of agony. "How do I free Heiden? Those wooden pillars are practically indestructible." He glanced to the side to find Fu gone from her original position. So I have to distract him, huh? This'll be fun. If you want me, come get me, he taunted. I feel like I'm gonna regret that. Despite the cat mask that hid Tenzo's face, Naruto had the distinct impression that the ANBU was scowling at him. The man performed seals, and Naruto jumped off the tree branch as a block of wood grew from the trunk. He looped several threads of Jiongu around the limb and vaulted himself to the next tree, wincing slightly at the impact. Your help might be appreciated, he told the Kyuubi. You complain about the effects of my chakra, and then you beg for my assistance. What happened to not relying on my power? Don't need your power, just your healing ability. I prefer to watch you suffer. Bastard. He weaved through the tree trunks as a series of wooden blocks chased after him, all growing from Tenzo's arm. All he needed to do was stall the ANBU agent until Fu could free Haiden. Meanwhile, the green-haired girl was staring at the Akatsuki member through the wooden bars of the man's prison. Haiden, apparently, was unsatisfied with her lack of progress. Are you gonna just keep looking at me, or are you gonna do something, you stupid bitch? Yeah, yell at me, that'll help. Ideas? She prompted the nanabai. 1. Tell the loudmouth to move to one side. Haiden, move. She was surprised when the Jashinist obeyed without protesting. Prepare yourself. Fu grimaced as the nanabai pushed its chakra through the seal, creating a pair of wings that sprouted from her spine. She vibrated them quickly at the Biju's behest, sending out a burst of his chakra before the wings dissipated. That should do. The cage keeping Haiden contained was now half the size, a concave shape carved out of one end. Haiden walked out of the opening, twirling his scythe expertly with one hand. Where's the masked fucker? Not far, Fu gasped, bent over on hands and knees. He'll become a sacrifice to Jashin-sama. Then he was gone, cackling madly. Fu struggled to her feet, breath coming in labored pants. Allowing the nanabai to squeeze out that last bit of chakra had told her exhausted body to its limit. She limped over to the wooden prison and leaned against it, trying to control the sharp throb pounding in her head and resonating throughout her body. How do we get out of here? Naruto stumbled into the clearing then, tumbling head over feet and ending up on his rear. He shook his head and got up slowly. We need to go, he said. Haiden's keeping Tenzo busy. You trust Haiden? Not particularly, no, admitted the blonde. But every trait that makes him a nuisance also makes him a good distraction. Besides, he continued, walking over to Kakuzu's body, all else aside, Haiden is still an S-class nuke nin. He can handle himself. We need to worry about us. Let's go. LLL. Carrying Kakuzu was hard, Naruto realized. Granted, the man was over a head taller than him and weighed at least 40 pounds more, so the awkwardness of trying to travel with him was understandable, but still, Naruto was not cut out to be a pack mule. Especially not in the condition the Kyuubi's chakra had left his body in. Damn the fox. He cursed mentally, adjusting the placement of Kakuzu's body on his back. Without either of his other hearts, his ability to produce solid clones was non-existent. Unlike Kakuzu, he couldn't yet use chakra natures other than wind without the hearts, which was unfortunate given how useful they would be in the current situation. Struggling forward with his mentor weighing him down, Naruto glanced behind to check Fu's progress. His fellow Jinchuriki trudged in his footsteps, pained flinches accompanying every step. We'll never make it like this, he realized sourly. Oto is too far, and neither of us are in peak health. Working his mind furiously for a solution, Naruto almost slapped himself as he landed upon one. Dropping Kakuzu's body to the ground and ignoring Fu's half-formed question of what he was doing, the blonde ran through a set of familiar hand signs. Kuchios no jutsu, he uttered wearily, feeding what chakra he had recovered into the technique. Kamigenso appeared in a cloud of smoke. One black eye rotated so it could stare at the blonde. Hello, Naruto, greeted the reptile. Hey, Genso, returned his summoner. Sorry to ask this of you, but we kinda need a ride. The chameleon's other eye roved from Fu, clutching her shoulder in pain, to the prone form of Kakuzu. No problem. His tongue shot out and stuck to Kakuzu, bringing the corpse into his mouth with no questions. Naruto and Fu were quick to follow. Where to, he questioned, maw still open. North, Naruto replied, to Otogakure. He gazed cautiously at the surrounding area, paranoia gripping him. Haiden was nigh indestructible, and Naruto supposed his skill was decent, but ANBU were tenacious, and the Jinchuriki didn't fully trust the silver-haired man to keep Tenzo at bay for long. And if you could be camouflaged, that'd be great. Kamigenso rumbled unintelligibly and closed his mouth, activating the ability of the chameleons to turn invisible. From inside the reptile, Naruto and Fu tried to find stability with each step Kamigenso took. The chameleon's gait was slow, and the blonde was sure that the trip to Oto would take some time, but it was better than trekking even more slowly by foot. He leaned against the wall of the summon's mouth and closed his eyes, allowing the monotonous movement of the chameleon's walk to lull him to sleep. Naruto wasn't sure how much time had passed, but the chameleon's rumbling stirred him from his slumber and into groggy wakefulness. Wah! There are men out here threatening me if I don't stop. Ah! Troublesome gatekeepers. I suppose it's good that they're doing their job. You can go now, Genso, he said. And thanks for the help. It was my pleasure, Naruto. He disappeared, leaving the blonde to drop 10 feet to the ground. Naruto landed gracefully between the thud of Kakuzu's body hitting the ground and Fu's muted groan of pain. Apparently she had still been asleep. He waved to the guards. Tell your angel that Uzumaki Naruto has come to call on her god. The guards held a whispered conference before one of them disappeared. Naruto sat down in the dirt and waited patiently for a response. Konan arrived in a flurry of paper almost 20 minutes later, an emotionless expression plastered upon her face. Come, she beckoned. Naruto hefted Kakuzu's body over his shoulder again and followed the blue-haired woman, Fu beside him. Konan was apparently not one for small talk, for the journey was made in relative silence. The blonde wondered if she actually knew what had happened through some method privy to the full-fledged Akatsuki members, but was shaken from that musing by her divergence away from the path he remembered Pain's tower being. Where are we going? He asked. Hospital, was the curt reply. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Did he know about this? That Kakuzu and Haiden were in trouble? Pain is aware of everything. Anger boiled slowly in the pit of Naruto's stomach, but he restrained himself from saying anything else, instead focusing on moving forward with the burden of his mentor's weight. They reached the hospital soon enough, and Konan directed them towards a secluded room with gray walls and surgical equipment. Wait here, she commanded before disappearing. Naruto laid Kakuzu down on one of 2 beds while Fu sat on the other, body slumping in relief. Was it really wise to come back here? She asked. Do you have a better idea? Fu looked down. I suppose not. She trailed off as a powerful presence became noticeable in the room. Both Jinchuriki looked up to see Pain standing in the doorway, face expressionless. The orange-haired man stared at them, like they were specimens under a microscope. Finally, he said, I believe it is prudent that we speak. Naruto fought down the surge of anger directed at Pain, instead raising his head slowly to look the older man in his ringed, gray eyes. Get me a heart, a shinobi's, a civilian's, a prisoner's for all I care, he stated in a dangerously calm voice, and then we can talk. Pain bore the boy's flat expression without any change in his own. After a minute of intense staring, he nodded, mentally contacting Konan and telling her to bring in a prisoner from the cells. The blue-haired woman appeared several minutes later with a man bound and gagged. He was forced to kneel before Naruto, hatred burning in his eyes. The blonde's own blue eyes were cold, glittering like ice in the light of the hospital room. There was no mercy present in those orbs as black threads wriggled out from his forearm and dug into the man's skin. Moments later, his heart was torn from his body in a spray of blood, the organ pumping solidly in Naruto's hand. He turned to the bed and placed the heart on his mentor's chest, directly over the long suture running from his clavicle to his pectoral. Jiongu pried open the stitch and deposited the organ inside before withdrawing back into its wielder. Naruto waited with bated breath to see if his long-shot idea would work. Each second that passed felt like a lifetime, but finally, Kakuzu's body convulsed once, a rattling gasp escaping his mouth. The Nukanen's thread stitched shut the opening on his chest, and Naruto bowed his head in silent relief that his teacher was alive. Konan walked over and felt the man's pulse before hooking him up to a variety of machines. Heartbeat is slow but steady, she reported, although brain function is minimal. She turned to Pain. I believe the trauma of dying may have placed him in some sort of vegetative state. What? Pain placed a hand upon Naruto's shoulder and gripped it tightly. Come with me, he ordered. It is time for us to have a conversation. But Kakuzu. You have done what you could, Pain interjected, unless you have extensive knowledge of the medical field. He exchanged glances with Konan, who immediately swept out of room. The gray-eyed man turned to lead Naruto down the hall, but paused in the doorway. I found this in Orochimaru's library, he mentioned, reaching into his sleeve and pulling out a tightly rolled scroll. He tossed it behind him towards Fu, who had remained quiet throughout the entire ordeal. I think you might find it interesting. Then he walked out, and Naruto had no choice but to follow. The blonde trotted to catch up to the taller man. What did you give her? Information, Pain replied, which I can only assume Orochimaru managed to obtain from the office of the Tsuchikage many years ago. Naruto opened his mouth to ask for specifics, but Fu's piercing shriek of, "What do you mean Jinten uses Katan?" interrupted him. Pain turned to find Naruto glancing back down the way they had come. Tell me, he began, causing the younger shinobi to whip his head towards him, what it was like to lose your mentor. The blonde's face morphed into an expression of rage. You knew, he accused, you knew that Kakuzu was gonna die. I did not. Don't lie, snarled the Jinchuriki, marching up to Pain and getting in his face as best as he could. I trust my subordinates to be able to fend for themselves, stated the orange-haired man. They are shinobi of repute who are not easily overwhelmed. You let him die because you thought he could handle himself? Akatsuki's leader stared the Jinchuriki in his blue eyes. Tell me, do you think Kakuzu would have been pleased to be rescued? Naruto took a moment to consider that idea, some of the anger leaving his system at the thought of his mentor's reaction to being saved by another. I thought not. He turned away from the blonde and continued walking. By the time I had become aware of the situation, it was too late to do anything. His death would have been an unfortunate event if you hadn't returned him to the world of the living. Zetsu can pop out from trees, Naruto retorted. He could have gotten there in a flash. Don't tell me it was too late to do anything. Zetsu is not a frontline shinobi. I prefer to minimize casualties. They turned a corner. Now you understand the true definition of pain. Naruto was confused by the abrupt subject change. What? There are many variations of pain. Physical pain, such as the loss of a limb or the breaking of bones, emotional pain, experienced through the loss of those we are close to, spiritual pain, often felt through empathy. Humans are, on the whole, a pathetic and fragile race of creatures. Yet, despite all these different types of pain, there is only one true pain. Ringed, gray eyes turned to the blonde. You have felt it. Naruto thought back to the forest of dead trees, of watching the one person who had given him a chance fall to the ground and lay there, unmoving. The knowledge that Kakuzu, the closest thing he had to a father figure, sad as that was, had died had given rise to such feelings of hatred and agony that he had called upon droves of the Kyuubi's chakra and morphed into a miniature version of the Biju. The blonde turned blue eyes filled with comprehension towards Akatsuki's leader. You have realized it, Pain intoned. People, by nature, cling to others and create communities based on these connections. They experience sadness when people they know die, but there are others to help them move on, to fill the void. But for those who don't have such a network, the loss of a parent or a friend is keenly felt. As a Jinchuriki, you have a good grasp of what this is like. The death of the only person you are close to, that is true pain. And this foolish world and its wars know nothing of that. There was a lull as Pain allowed Naruto to consider his words before he continued, you are fortunate. There are not many people who can claim to have experienced such pain and then get a chance to talk to the person who passed. You should take advantage of such an opportunity. Pain began to walk away, but Naruto's quiet call of wait stopped him. What, when did you know the true meaning of pain? Konohanin invaded my home during the Second Shinobi World War and killed my parents, who were civilians. That was the first time. He paused. Years later, my motivation to fight for peace died doing what he thought was right. He saved my life and inspired Akatsuki's goals. It's hard, not being able to tell someone how hugely they've impacted your life, isn't it? Nagato thought of how Yahiko only lived on as a puppet, serving as the deva path of the bodies known collectively as pain. He could only hope that wherever he was, Yahiko would be satisfied with the ultimate plan he had put together to bring peace to the world. Yes, he said at last, it is. Hey! Naruto called as Pain started walking again. You know that Heiden's lost somewhere, right? Of course. I know everything. Left alone in the hallway, Naruto found himself ruminating on Pain's dialogue. He reached into his pocket and withdrew the Konoha Heidi 8, gazing at the metal thoughtfully. After a moment, a tendril of Jiongu slipped out from underneath his skin and, with a tiny application of wind chakra, scored the headband. It would be his permanent reminder that the hidden leaf would pay for all the pain it had caused him. LLL. Fu was as close to seething as she had ever been. I've been using it wrong the entire time, she screeched. Obnoxious girl, the Nanabai buzzed irritably, shouldn't you be in too much pain to bother me? She had cracked open the scroll as Naruto and Pain had left the hospital room and started perusing its contents. It was apparently written by the second host of the Nanabai, the brother of the man who would become the Nidaime Tsuchikage. And it had labeled Jintan as a combination of Doton, Futon, and Katon affinities. Outraged at this new revelation, Fu had immediately entered her mindscape to confront the Seven Tails. Why didn't you tell me? Don't you have better things to complain about? Your scales, for instance. I knew there would be consequences to using your power when I agreed to let you take over, she snapped. What I didn't think was that you would keep information from me that would risk my life, your life. Arms crossed, she tapped her foot impatiently, glaring through the honeyed bars of the Biju's cage. Now, are you going to start talking, or am I just going to have to read this scroll? She asked, waving a conjured image of said object in front of the demon sight. "What an interesting container you are," rasped the beetle. Fu rolled her eyes. That seemed to be the Nanabi's go-to phrase whenever she managed to surprise him. "Fine. Many years ago, I was captured by the shinobi of Iwagakure. They sealed me into a human, but sealing methods for the Biju were not well conceived at that time, and I broke free within 2.5 years. Of course, in that time frame, they came up with new ones, and I was immediately sealed within my second host. He was adept. He came to understand my powers and found a way to channel them into an advanced chakra nature that he called Jinten. During that time, his brother Mu spied on him and managed to recreate the Jinten chakra nature for his own uses. He became the knight-aimed Tsuchikage, and his brother, my Jinchuriki, was traded to Takigakure as part of a universal peace treaty for my sibling, the Gobi. They apparently believed they could keep the status quo by controlling a Biju with more tails, especially since IWA already possessed the Yanbi. Regardless, the Taki shinobi immediately extracted me and sealed me into my third container. "You are my fifth." "Quite a colorful history," Fu commented. "So, you said that this second Jinchuriki created Jinten by channeling your powers. What's that mean?" "I am renowned as the Great Demolisher. Every beat of my wings has the ability to atomize people, to molecularize objects, to disintegrate the very mountains into heaps of dust." "More boasting, what a shock," muttered the Jinchuriki. "Didn't stop you from getting captured in the first place, now did it?" The Nanabi buzzed angrily, the vibrations of his wings slamming against the bars of his cage. "So that's what happened when I fought that guy from Odo during the invasion," she realized, recalling how the teenager had exited her body without an arm. "Why did you never tell me this? I've been wasting all my time with this half-assed version when the real Jinten sounds incredibly powerful." "You made an assumption. You were wrong. I found your new method to be intriguing. It possessed potential, and you made impressive strides in adapting it to your whims. For a human, anyway. Your arrogance isn't very becoming. Regardless, the bastardized version of Jinten you created became useful. The real version is highly chakra-intensive and requires a great deal of time to prepare. In addition, it is not extraordinarily conducive to your chosen profession of bounty hunting. No body means no payment." "Did you just make a joke?" "You have proven to be an intriguing Jinchuriki," noted the Seven-Tails somewhat reluctantly. This time, it almost sounded like a compliment rather than idle musing. "I look forward to seeing where you go with this new knowledge." "Thanks for being helpful this time," Fu said before returning to the real world. LLL. "Hello, Haiden-san. You look like you've seen better days." "Ah, shut up, plant bastard. Aren't you gonna tell us what happened?" Some Konoha asshole resisted being sacrificed for Jashin-sama's great will. Cowardly bastard ran off after attacking with a bunch of trees. "So you weren't able to kill him? How embarrassing." "Shut up. What are you here for, anyway? Follow us. We're here to take you back to meet your partner." "So the bastard survived, huh? Maybe now he'll have a greater appreciation for Jashin-sama. No wonder Kakuzu doesn't like him. He's obnoxious." "Hey, I'm right here, asshole." LLL. Kakuzu woke up on the third day of their stay in the Hidden Sound. He was a bit disoriented and extremely grouchy, but Naruto was too happy to see him alive to care about his personality. Then the mercenary went and commented on how pathetic it was for him to be so emotional, and Naruto remembered exactly why the man was such a pain to deal with. In a way, it was almost nostalgic. That was when Haiden entered the room and proceeded to mock the former Takinin, resulting in an insult match between the two. Naruto sighed somewhat exasperatedly. Some things never truly changed. Very little had occurred during Kakuzu's bout of unconsciousness. Fu had remained hospitalized for a solid day, alternating between sleeping and reading the scroll pain had given her. Even after recovering from her overuse of the Nanabi's chakra, she had pored over the parchment with a fire in her orange eyes, trying to absorb the knowledge like a sponge. Sometimes she had disappeared for stretches of time, though she had always returned muttering incredulously about ratios and 3 elements. Naruto found he didn't quite possess the brevity to ask if she had finally succumbed to insanity, and so left his companion to brood in peace. Haiden, surprisingly, had shown up not long before the end of the first day, talking loudly and complaining about woodfuckers and plant assholes. The blonde had guesses about the Jashinist's irate mood, but decided that not engaging Haiden in conversation was a better idea than any of the alternatives. Konan had appeared each day to check on Kakuzu's condition, and Pain had returned once to drag Haiden away, offering to explain Akatsuki's plans in full to the silver-haired man. Naruto had been grateful for the reprieve from the immortal's voice. Despite the strange urge to maintain a bedside vigil on Kakuzu the entire time, the mercenary hardly needed protection. he thought sarcastically. Naruto had opted to roam the village hidden in sound and explore what it had to offer. The feeling of tranquility the village exuded had calmed the tumultuous mixture of emotions the blonde had experienced over the past several days. Otogakure possessed a homey feel that Naruto, a wanderer with no permanent abode, found oddly relaxing. That hadn't prevented him from popping in to check on Kakuzu's condition every so often, but otherwise the rest of his time had been spent planning his next steps. Frustratingly, wait for Kakuzu to wake up had remained the constant priority, his only anchor to not leaving Oto at a moment's notice. Now that the man was awake, though, Naruto felt a weight lift off his chest. He sort of missed his teacher's sarcastic riposts and snarky commentary. Kakuzu's green eyes settled their stoic gaze on his blonde disciple, sliding wordlessly over the scored forehead protector he now wore and settling into an intense gaze into his pupil's blue orbs. "You revived me," he stated questioningly, using Jiongu. Naruto nodded. "Yeah. Intriguing." Then his gaze hardened into something akin to scorn. "Your sentiment will be the death of you someday." Naruto spluttered, outraged. "My sentiment will be my death? You died from your arrogance. And I saved you." Out of attachment, Kakuzu snorted, "Not necessity. Resurrecting the dead is a fool's errand. You could at least thank me." "Hardly." "Hey, Kakuzu," Haiden interrupted, "what was hell like? A blaspheming bastard like you definitely went there. I bet your wrinkled old ass got roasted." "I would like a word with Kakuzu," interjected a different voice before Kakuzu could retort. All eyes turned to the doorway to find Pain standing there, face expressionless. The former Takinin rose in bed so that he was upright, back leaning against the pillows. Haiden snorted. "TCH, fine." He pushed past the orange-haired man, his grumblings echoing down the corridor. Naruto glanced between the two men. "Go, brat," Kakuzu dismissed. "We shall talk later." The blonde hesitated, but then bobbed his head and left. Kakuzu waited until he was sure they were alone before saying, "What business would you like to discuss?" Pain shut the door and then moved to stand at the foot of Kakuzu's bed. "Your student was rather worried about your condition," he began conversationally. "He demanded that I get him a heart to revive you." He paused, turning his gaze to the closed door. "Such dedication is impressive. Foolish would be a more apt term. Immortality is a falsehood. The dead should remain such." Pain returned his attention to the bedridden man. "How dedicated are you to Akatsuki?" "I am a member, am I not?" "Yes, but men of your caliber, of Akatsuki's caliber, all have personal agendas. At first glimpse, one would believe that yours follows whichever path proves most profitable. However, I don't believe this to be the case. At least, not in its entirety. So I ask again, how dedicated are you to Akatsuki?" Kakuzu stared at his superior, considering his options. In his current condition, there was certainly nothing he could do to stop Pain from killing him, though he sincerely doubted that was the man's intention. That meant that he had to engage the orange-haired man's word game and hope to give the appropriate answers. Finally, he settled on saying, "I have actively pursued our targets and have not hindered Akatsuki's progress. And yet you would prefer that the two Jinchuriki remain alive rather than see Akatsuki's plans come to fruition." "I dislike wasting valuable resources," replied the former Takinin slowly, "but if their deaths are a necessity for our plans, then I will not stand in the way." Pain's gray eyes flickered towards the door once again. "They have proven themselves quite useful," he commented tonelessly. "Far more useful than I would have originally anticipated." Kakuzu managed to reel in his surprise at what he thought was the shorter man praising the two Jinchuriki. "They have become interesting assets to this organization." Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. "That is, positive." Once more, Pain's gaze turned back to the former Takinin. "You should be commended for how well you trained them. I would refrain from phrasing it in such a manner. My students would argue that my teaching input was minimal at best. How would you like a second opportunity?" This time, Kakuzu couldn't contain the shocked widening of his eyes, though they quickly settled into a suspicious gaze. "What exactly are you implying?" "I'm curious to see how far their loyalty extends. They have shown a strong attachment to you despite your current affiliations, and have been working for Akatsuki as long as you have despite knowing what our intentions are. Perhaps we can continue to capitalize on their usefulness, but that is only possible as long as they continue to live." "Your plans have changed?" Pain shook his head. "No. But there may be a way to enact Akatsuki's ultimate goal without killing either of the Jinchuriki. It would require research, but the benefit of having two fully trained Jinchuriki on Akatsuki's side outweighs the risk. This is why I would like you to continue training them." "And if they become stronger than you?" "The likelihood of that occurring is minuscule." Pain paused, then continued, "This is not a guarantee that they will live." He walked to the door and opened it. You should leave when you've recovered. And take Haiden with you. His voice has become irritating to hear. Preaching to the choir, Kakuzu deadpanned. Wait, he continued as the gray-eyed man made to leave the room, what made you change your mind? This is a rather abrupt shift in attitude. Some qualities people possess are rare and invaluable, Pain replied at length, lingering in the doorframe without turning around. To deprive the world of such a person before he's had the chance to fully understand himself, would be a travesty, don't you agree? Then, without waiting for a response, he was gone. Kakuzu was left to ponder the cryptic words of Akatsuki's leader in silence, analytical mind working to decode just what exactly Pain had seen in Naruto that had caused him to reconsider killing both Jinchuriki. 2 days later found the mercenary healed, though in dire need of restocking his supply of hearts. With a moderately confused Naruto and Fu in tow, and a whining Haiden bringing up the rear, Kakuzu and his troop departed the safety of Otogakure heading west. Ringed, gray eyes watched them leave, communicating a silent bit of fortitude for their journey ahead. Chapter 17, Progression. Sasori, encapsulated in the puppet body known as Hirako, stared at the massive thing before him and momentarily lamented specializing in Kagetsu no Jutsu. Puppets could vary in sizes, but few were bigger than a human, and given that Sasori's collection was comprised entirely of human puppets, their sizes were already spoken for. If his laughter was any indication, Deidara apparently found the situation hilarious. Hey, Sasori no Dana, he called from atop a clay owl hovering high above the former Sunanin, better hurry up and capture the Sanbai. I know that you don't like to make people wait, Sasori scowled at his partner's mocking. He had expected to fight a Jinchuriki, not the monstrous turtle-like creature before him. Jinchuriki were humans, after all, and that made them susceptible to things like poison and kunai and other booby traps that inhabited his puppets. When he and his partner had ventured into the land of the sea 2 years ago, they had discovered that the sea monster torturing the townsfolk had been some girl who had escaped the clutches of one of Orochimaru's lackeys. She had, disappointingly, not been the container to the three-tailed giant turtle, but she had at least been physiologically human. Despite the fact that Orochimaru was gone, and so throwing a monkey wrench into the Sanin's plans no longer held the same sense of vindication, Sasori had taken great delight in killing the girl with his puppets, especially since the trip had been a huge waste of time. The former Sunanin sighed. There was little option available but to rely upon his partner for assistance. Deidara's explosions were far better suited to toppling large targets than his precision-oriented puppets. This would go faster if you would help, he intoned blandly. It was as close as the puppeteer would get to asking for help without letting his pride suffer by being so blatant about it. The former Iwanin cocked his head to one side at his senior's statement. Then he laughed. Ha! This is the ultimate proof that my art is better than yours, Dana, he crowed. As Deidara wheeled forward on his owl, hands chewing on clay, and making it out of earshot before the older artist could growl a comeback, Sasori ejected himself from Hirako and sealed the construct within a scroll. He pulled out another scroll, unraveled it, and unsealed its contents, revealing the form of the Sandaime Kazekage. Black granules immediately began to spew out of the puppet's mouth. Let us begin. Katsu! Satetsu Keshu! The Sanbai roared. LLL. Deep in the mountains of the land of Earth, another Akatsuki member struggled with his own battle. The terrain possessed impressive divots and crags shorn from its surface, trenches dug into the rocky face by streams of water and lava. Hoshigaki Kisame's cheeks puffed out as a torrent of molten lava came flowing towards him. Suetun, Daibakusui Shoha. Water spewed forth from the former Kirinin's mouth, solidifying the lava and swirling into a huge dome of liquid. The renegade swordsman merged with Samahata and entered the hemisphere with a chuckle, his shark-like appearance exemplified even further. You won't be able to escape my Suiro Samiadori no Jutsu. 5 minutes later, the entire construct collapsed with a huge splash, water falling everywhere. Kisame stretched as Samahata unmerged with him. Well, that was certainly challenging. Kihi, though I suppose it's my fault for wanting to capture this Jinchuriki by myself. He slung the unconscious form of the Iwanin over his sword's tip and began walking, allowing the blade's chakra-absorbing properties to keep his victim unconscious. Time to find Itachi. Hope he didn't get too bored waiting for me. LLL. Naruto dove behind a tree and pulled his legs to his chest, breath coming in rough bursts of air. No matter how many times it happened, the blonde was always surprised at the extremes his so-called sparring partners went to in order to train him. Come here, you pansy. Fortunately, Haiden had never really grasped the concept of subtlety, something Naruto knew frustrated Kakuzu to no end. The Jinchuriki dropped flat to his belly as the Jashinist's large scythe tore clean through the base of the tree. Timber, cackled the silver-haired man as the greenery toppled to the side. Naruto rolled onto his back to find Haiden standing over him, weapon raised to slash across the blonde's body. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. He exhaled the great fireball at the former Yunin's face, temporarily blinding his opponent and giving the teen a chance to get up and move away. Suck it, he taunted. Haiden charged at him, eyes bloodshot and face streaked with scorch marks. Bring it, fucker. We can relish in the pain together. Naruto ducked the sideways slash of the weapon and attempted to sweep Haiden's legs out from under him. Predictably, the former Yunin jumped, and the blonde immediately ran through seals for a wind jutsu. The strength behind the technique blasted Haiden out of the clearing, but Naruto watched the Akatsuki member throw his scythe into the canopy of a cluster of trees, allowing the coil of metal attached to the end to wrap around a bough. He hung there like an oversized fruit. Naruto sighed in relief, grateful for the momentary reprieve. Haiden wasn't exactly the most difficult shinobi to fend off, especially taking into account his predictability, preference for close-range combat, and easily exploitable personality, but his sheer resilience made him a rather tiresome threat. Attacks that would normally down other opponents from either pain or fatal blows affected the Jashinist but didn't stop him. In fact, Haiden often grew more dangerous upon suffering such inflictions. He was dragged from his thoughts as Fu went flying, literally, 2 wings sprouted from her back, past his vision. She turned to look behind her, released a short shriek, then took off even faster as a mass of black zipped through the air in her wake, firing condensed balls of air. A foreboding feeling of unease settled in the pit of Naruto's stomach. That can't be good. Hello, brat. Naruto whirled at the voice, hands already flying through seals. Doton, Doria Hiki. Raiton, John. Son of a... Lightning burst through his hastily erected earthen wall, forcing the blonde to shield his face as shards of hardened dirt exploded towards him. Kakuzu grunted disapprovingly. You chose the wrong counter. Naruto glowered at his teacher. Earth was the best bet? The only thing it wouldn't stop was lightning. True. Yet because I knew what you were going to do, I attacked appropriately. Predictability kills. The blonde didn't respond, instead spreading his awareness to his surroundings. Couldn't you have kept him busy? He shouted as Fu flew back into his line of sight. Tried that, she returned, twisting in midair with her hands held at her sternum. A small pyramid was forming in her hands, the square base facing her with the tip pointing towards the thread creature zooming in on her position. She released the shape, but the mass that was Kakuzu's wind heart zipped around the assault, forcing Fu to release her wings and drop to the ground to avoid it barreling into her. Didn't work out too well. Clearly. He stared at Kakuzu, who returned the gaze evenly, arms held behind his back. Why hasn't he done anything yet? And why are his arms, shit? He jumped aside to avoid his teacher's hand as it burst forth from the ground, threads pulsing with one of the man's hearts. Despite the belated awareness of what Kakuzu was doing, Naruto managed to completely evade the black tendrils of Jiongu. He had an instant to be proud of this accomplishment before the man's fingers clasped around Fu's ankle. The realization that he hadn't even been the thread user's main target was further proven when the Nuke Nin stated, "You should enjoy Haiden's company," and flung her away. Fu managed to right herself in midair by sprouting the Nanabi's wings again, but Haiden came plunging out of the sky with a mad cackle, scythe's tips angled to impale her. The green-haired girl dodged, but she was blown away by a blast of air from Kakuzu's returning thread creature. Naruto almost called out to his companion, but then decided he had more pressing issues to deal with and turned to face his teacher. A wise decision, commented the mercenary. Now come. That was a familiar statement. Naruto had honestly lost track of how many times Kakuzu had uttered those words, the taunting beckon, not the half-praise regarding his decision, over the past 2 years. And what a time it had been. 2 years ago, Naruto honestly would never have expected any sort of assistance from his wayward teacher. They had, for all intents and purposes, gone different ways following Haiden's recruitment to Akatsuki. Kakuzu was Naruto's past, and while he would always have a role in the younger male's life, the black and white of it was that the two were on different sides of the fence, ignoring the fact that Naruto was working for Akatsuki, of course. Even disregarding that, Kakuzu's rather indirect teaching methodology and his words about Naruto learning to control Jiongu on his own had pretty much guaranteed that Naruto would be forced to teach himself to get stronger. Yet here they were, traversing the area far west of the lands of earth and wind, currently in the land of demons, with Kakuzu, and a rather reluctant Haiden, training him to be as strong as he could be. Naruto wasn't sure what brought about the sudden about-face in Kakuzu's attitude towards his training, and the one time he'd mentioned it, not long after their departure from the Hidden Sound, the older man had remained tight-lipped. Knowing his mentor's personality, Naruto hadn't asked again. If the former Takinin didn't want to reveal anything, there was nothing the blonde could do to make him spill. So he had taken everything in stride, trusting in the fact that Kakuzu wouldn't steer them wrong. It was apt to say that Kakuzu definitely knew what he was doing. Unfortunately, the man's hands-on approach to training was brutal. There was time to rest and eat, because the necessities kept all shinobi aware and in peak condition, but most of the other remaining time was spent practicing. The things that the two Jinchuriki learned, though, Naruto almost couldn't believe how much information Kakuzu had at his disposal. Fu's reservoir of Doton techniques had increased to include every earth-related jutsu Kakuzu had learned in his 92 years of life. While her aptitude for pure wind manipulation had remained a bit lackluster, her collection of personal dust release techniques had expanded to compensate. Even more impressive was the self-taught manner in which she had learned the true version of Jin-tun, and had proceeded to begin integrating the atomizing power of the nanabi into her dust jutsu. It was a taxing effort, given the amount of shape manipulation required for the actual Jin-tun, and removing that aspect while keeping the same overall effect and incorporating it into her modified dust techniques was apparently beyond difficult. Beyond that, Kakuzu had pushed her into drawing on the Biju's chakra, little by little, until she could utilize the nanabi's chakra cloak up to 5 tails, without asking for the beetle's assistance, or materialize 2 solid tails as wings to fly. According to Fu, the 7 tails had been surprisingly helpful during the training, answering any questions she had about his chakra and what her limits were. Naruto wished the Kyuubi was as amicable, but he had undergone his own intense training regimen even without the Biju's assistance. Kakuzu had rescinded his idea to let Naruto learn the intricacies of Jiongu on his own, instead tutoring the boy in how to bring out the Kenjutsu's full strength. His body had paid the price for such power, obtaining long sutures across his chest, back, and at intervals along his arms, but the benefits far outweighed the costs. Naruto could now access the long-armed form that Kakuzu admitted to defaulting to after losing 2 hearts, as well as the long-range form his mentor had died in, albeit on a smaller scale. On top of that, Kakuzu had told him how to extrude his hearts into masked creatures capable of autonomous destruction. That, Naruto thought, was perhaps the best part, especially since he'd finally claimed all 5 affinities at Kakuzu's behest. He'd grasped Raitun relatively easily, finding the element as easy to call upon as his Suitun ninjutsu, which was strange, he considered, given his body's natural inclination towards Futon, but learning Katon had been as big a struggle as Doton. Despite the difficulties, he'd become well-rounded in each of the nature manipulations with Kakuzu's guidance, and his Kenjutsu's autonomy meant that he could, say, call upon his fire heart to attack for him without worrying about collecting the chakra in his chest perfectly for exhalation into actual fire attacks. The bounty hunter had even given him some taijutsu lessons to complement the unique body structure granted to him by Jiongu, but had made sure to emphasize that with his chakra capacity, ninjutsu was his ace in the hole to a fight, Naruto's interpretation, not Kakuzu's exact words. Of course, all of that had been the comparatively easy part. The true challenge had been using the new skills in practice. And Kakuzu was apparently under the belief that dangerous situations bred more impulse and creativity, as Naruto and Fu were forced to repeatedly spar against him and Haiden. Naruto wasn't exactly sure where his and Fu's skill levels were with respect to the worldwide listing of shinobi classes, but he did know that Kakuzu and Haiden fully deserved their labels of S-class. Haiden, rather surprisingly, had more moves than just swinging his scythe around in seemingly aimless patterns and screaming like a banshee, though using them didn't give him as much pleasure as the close combat method of fighting did. As for Kakuzu, well, his teacher was, quite simply, a beast. The revelation wasn't exactly a new one. Certainly, Naruto had been aware of Kakuzu's skills for years, the knowledge of what the mercenary was capable of always in the back of his mind. But knowing of it and living it every day for 2 years was a huge difference. Fighting with his teacher day in and day out, the blonde wasn't even sure how he had been killed by the Konoha Anbu, outnumbered or not, the man was just that ridiculously powerful. And he liked to prove it. Both thread users ran through seals, masks popping up on their shoulders with elemental techniques prepared. Katon, Zukoku. Suitun, Suijin-hiki. Kakuzu hummed thoughtfully as the attacks clashed and cancelled each other out. Your intuitiveness has improved. That almost sounded like a compliment, Naruto jested. Did I earn the right to learn it yet? Kakuzu's deadpan stare was his only response. The blonde gave an internal sigh of resigned acceptance. There were only 2 things Kakuzu had absolutely refused to teach him. One was the secret to creating and manipulating hardened water, which Naruto was okay with not learning given his original affinity for attacking with air. The other was the collection of ultimate techniques the former Takinin had created for each of the elemental chakra natures, Raitun, Jan, Katon, Zukoku, Futon, Atsugai, and some water one that Naruto had never seen, but had been assured was equally as powerful. Doton, Domu, apparently, was a technique that had been recreated from an existing earth jutsu, and not something that Kakuzu kept closely guarded. When the blonde had originally asked about learning wind release, pressure damage, wind was still his go-to element of choice, Kakuzu had merely replied in the negative and stated that he would have to come up with his own ultimate techniques. He had been disappointed, but then excited at the prospect. Inspiration so far had been slim, but Naruto retained hope for the future. I admit that you have come a fair way, Kakuzu intoned, but considering where you started, such a feat is not as impressive as it sounds. Naruto stopped the scowl from spreading over his features. As Kakuzu had dedicated his time to teaching him, and as Naruto had grown both physically and mentally, the blonde had learned to choose his battles with the taller man with greater care. They still bantered back and forth, trading flat insults and deadpan ripostes. The verbal sparring was practically a given with their relationship, but much of the anger and antagonism Naruto had heard in their past exchanges had dissipated. Kakuzu's put-downs, he noticed, carried far less venom than he had thought when he was younger. "Ah, so you admit I've made improvements," quipped the teenager. He could practically imagine Kakuzu rolling his eyes in muted aggravation. "If you consider yourself so improved," Kakuzu stated, "then perhaps you should show me your skill with Jiongu." The blonde couldn't repress the shudder that ran down his spine of its own accord. Every time he had tried utilizing the Kenjutsu's power against his teacher, whether by summoning the thread creatures or by using one of its forms, Kakuzu had proceeded to beat him down even more viciously than usual, normally by using his control over the threads to do so. Naruto thought that it was perhaps the former Takinin's nonverbal method of communicating that even if the blonde had a new trick up his sleeve, Kakuzu was still the superior shinobi. "Yeah, I think I'll pass," he commented, forming seals. "Right-un, Jibashi." Kakuzu watched the incoming wave of electricity with his usual disinterest. Before he could decide how to counter the attack, Pain's voice sounded in his head. "Kakuzu, Haiden, it is time to perform the sealing of the Sanbai and Yanbi. It will take 6 days total to do both. After the ceremony is over, you will return to your usual assignments." "Understood," Kakuzu replied, relishing in Naruto's look of surprise as his wind heart returned from behind him and negated the lightning release, electromagnetic murder. "Your beatdown will have to wait, brat," he directed towards his pupil. "It seems that Haiden and I have been recalled to our duties." Naruto schooled his features and nodded, following Kakuzu as the old Nuke-nin went to track down his partner. As they trudged through the greenery of the land of demons, Naruto thought back to everything that he owed his mentor. "Hey," he mentioned quietly, watching as the former Takinin's shoulders shifted to indicate he was listening, "thanks, for doing all this. I know it's not really your style, but I really appreciate it." Kakuzu remained silent, not that Naruto had expected anything else. The man had never really been one for gratitude or other emotional platitudes, what he deemed to be sentimentality. So when they reached an open area where Haiden and Fu were dodging one another's attacks, Naruto was surprised to hear Kakuzu start talking. "The world is a dangerous place. Most shinobi do not get to experience the hardships of old age, as they are often cut down either in or shortly past their prime. Jinchuriki are statistically less likely to reach such an age, given the apparent propensity for nations to use them as weapons in war." He paused, considered his words, then continued, "It has been decided that you deserve the opportunity to break from that cycle, and as I am likely one of the oldest active shinobi in existence, if not to have ever existed, it would be remiss of me to not grant you every possible advantage. All you can do now is endure. Endure until the time when you lack the fortitude to continue on." He glanced at the blonde boy. "At that point, I would come kill you myself. I would expect you to have quite the bounty on your head." His piece said, Kakuzu turned his green eyes to settle on Haiden. "Haiden, you herd leader," he addressed the Jashinist. "It is time for us to depart from the children." TCH, and just when it was getting interesting, too. As Kakuzu and Haiden began to walk into a more sheltered area of the land of demons, the bounty hunter tossed one last tidbit of advice at his disciple. "Naruto, always remain aware of your surroundings." And then the duo was gone. Fu walked up to him as Naruto mentally interpreted Kakuzu's parting words. "Akatsuki is on the move again. Be prepared for any eventuality. You are still a target." Message received, Kakuzu, he thought. "So," he said, turning to Fu, "where do we go now?" The green-haired girl didn't respond, instead keeping her gaze focused on the ground, a pensive expression decorating her features. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. "Fu?" She looked up at him, orange eyes filled with resolve. "I think it's time we split up," she announced. Naruto blinked. "What? We should go our own ways," she reiterated, voice growing more determined. Naruto got the distinct impression that she had given this idea much thought. Akatsuki's going to eventually come after us. It's better if we're separate so that capturing both of us is more difficult, and they won't be able to find out where the other is if they do get one of us. Naruto opened his mouth to object, to say that sticking together gave them a better chance for survival, but then closed it when he realized nothing he could say was going to make a difference. Fu clearly wasn't going to back down. Fine, he agreed, we split up from here. A sudden idea springing forth, he reached into his pocket and grabbed the scroll used to contain corpses. Here, he said, tossing the object to his companion. Fu caught it with a questioning look. Don't you want this? The blonde's mouth broke into a wide grin. Oh, I'm not going to need that for what I'm going to do. You take it and continue to collect money, I have a different goal in mind. Alright. When Fu continued to stare at him unsurely, Naruto raised an eyebrow again. Something else? She started, taking a measured step forward. The space between them was minimal, and Naruto found his bubble of personal space distinctly encroached upon. You saved me from a horrible life a long time ago. This isn't exactly the lap of luxury, you know. And I really appreciate that. I don't know what my life would be like if you hadn't come to Taki and rescued me. Hell, I might have been killed by Akatsuki by now, and I just... She broke off, and Naruto opened his mouth to prompt her to continue, but she didn't give him the chance, closing the gap between them and kissing him soundly. Blue eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected contact. Before he could even really comprehend the situation, Fu disconnected their lips and took a step backwards. Naruto met her orange eyes wordlessly as the female Jinchuriki whispered, "Thank you," and then disappeared in a swirl of dust. LLL. Naruto would admit to being unbelievably confused. His best friend had kissed him not 2 days ago and then left to go off on her own adventure. For all he knew, he might never see Fu again. Given that he had never before encountered such a convoluted situation, his perturbation was rather unsurprising, even understandable. Now he at least had an explanation for some of the stranger expressions and actions that Fu had often graced him with. Not that he knew what to do with this new information. He was 16 now, and far more aware of the opposite gender than he had been 2 years ago. Given, that wasn't saying much since his lifestyle left little room for personal interaction with anyone, let alone females, but Fu had always remained a constant in his life. It would be a lie to say that he hadn't considered his fellow Jinchuriki attractive, but with the main focus of his attention on Kakuzu's training regimen, the blonde had merely written off such thoughts as fleeting fancies. That, apparently, had been a mistake. Fu possessed a certain appeal that Naruto found intriguing. She was lithe and slender for her almost 17 years of age, with only an inch of height over Naruto's growing 5 feet 5 inches frame. Despite Kakuzu's comments on how she looked like a 12-year-old boy, Fu still retained an unknown quality that Naruto discerned as alluring. Perhaps it was the fact that there wasn't really room for romance on the road, and puberty had caused him to latch on to the nearest female form. Or maybe it was that Fu was a Jinchuriki who had experienced much of the life Naruto had while working with Kakuzu, and thus knew of the dangers associated with the road ahead of them. Plus, it was unlikely that many people would want to be romantically involved with a demon container when Naruto refused to think if he could finally settle down somewhere. There were too many similarities between his and Fu's personalities and pasts to not make them an ideal pairing. Of course, none of that actually meant that the blonde knew how to react to Fu kissing him. Especially since she hadn't really given him time to try discussing with her what the hell she was thinking. Women, he muttered, abandoning the slog-ridden marshes of the land of demons for the craggy wasteland of the land of earth. Why did they have to be so damn confusing? You will not be having progeny with her. Wonderful, Naruto thought irately. The Kyuubi was deciding to make his opinion known, like he needed a bigger headache. And why not, he asked, not even considering the implications of arguing against such a statement. I refuse to allow any vessel of mine to procreate with anyone tainted by that infernal butterfly. But if I was interested in a Jinchuriki, tainted by any of the other Biju, you'd be okay with it? I will find a way to destroy you. Naruto smirked to himself. And the point goes to me. Besides, he mentioned, I'm 16. This is hardly the time to be considering reproduction. The fox snorted. You humans are all the same. You partake in pleasures of the flesh and lose sight of everything else. One bat of her eyes and you'll have no other thoughts but of ravishing her. The teenager opened and closed his mouth wordlessly, trying to banish the images the Kyuubi's words had conjured in his mind. Just, shut up. Laughter echoed in his mind, the fox clearly finding amusement in one-upping his jailer. Your inadequacy regarding a concept such as intercourse is highly amusing. Naruto shook his head in an effort to ignore the Biju. There was no point dwelling on something that he couldn't do anything about right now anyway. Fu was off on a solo bounty hunting adventure, leaving him with a jumble of confused thoughts and emotions regarding her. And his own goal. Now that he was well trained in the ways of Jiongu and capable of utilizing all the different elements, the blonde felt confident enough to start exacting his vengeance upon the hidden leaf. It was going to be fun. Naruto jumped behind a rocky outcropping as several figures became apparent in the distance. Soon enough, a group of 8 Iwanin came to a stop not too far from his position. "Which way?" asked one of them. Another one took a moment to close his eyes and focus on his surroundings. Naruto melded into the ground, as if such a method would help him from being sensed. Luckily, it seemed as if the group had a specific target in mind and the blonde found himself going unnoticed. "Over there," the ninja stated after a moment. "Let's move. Akatsuki already has a head start on us, and we can't let them take Rashi like they took Han. Iwagakure needs a Jinchuriki to match the might of the other hidden villages." Naruto rose from the earth, ears pricked as the squad of Hidden Rock shinobi moved out. Someone's gonna have some company real soon. A giant grin stretched across his face as a thought occurred to him. "Oh, Pain is so gonna owe me for this," he snickered. He bounded after the octet, extruding his earth heart and commanding the creature to go on ahead of him. The mass of threads immediately burrowed underground to cut off the shinobi per Naruto's instructions. Several minutes later, the blonde heard his quarry shouting in surprise as a massive stone wall rose in their path. "Gentlemen," he announced, drawing their attention as he alit on a crag and used chakra to glue himself to the slanted surface, "I'm sorry to inform you that your journey is for naught." He paused, cupping his chin thoughtfully. "Actually, I stand corrected." A wicked gleam shone in his blue eyes. "I'm not really all that sorry. It's just a kid," observed one of the shinobi. "Hey, kid, if you don't leave now we'll be forced to take you out," another one informed him. Naruto stared at them blankly. "Man, death threats just roll right off you idiots." He massaged his forehead with the fingers on one hand and shook his head sadly, muted chuckles escaping his lips. "Great, now I sound like Kakuzu. Arrogance and insults all in one. Don't say we didn't warn you, kid." The man Naruto assumed to be captain addressed the rest of his squadron. "Finish this quickly." "Oh, I will," Naruto assured them. Jaws of earth erupted from the ground and clamped down on one of the shinobi while all attention remained on the teenager, Naruto's earth heart directing the soil from underneath the surface. When the remaining men turned at their comrade's scream, the Jinchuriki propelled himself forward in a burst of wind, the futon, Senpuken swirling around his right arm. He slammed his fist into the leftmost ninja's abdomen, shredding organs and sending blood flying outward in a spray of red. "You were saying," he mocked as the corpse of the second Iwanin hit the ground. Slabs of rock rose from the ground and attempted to crush him, but a quick kawarimi with some loose stone allowed him to avoid the assault. Naruto tooted disapprovingly at the remaining Iwanin. "Well now, that won't do at all," he said. In moments, he was in Jiongu's long-armed form, his lightning and fire masks situated in the spread of threads at his back. "Much better," he hissed sadistically through the tongue of threads sprouting from his mouth. Soon, there was nothing left in the area but a bunch of corpses. "Well, that was fun," he commented, allowing his body to come back together and the earth heart to return to its place on his back. He turned his head to face southeast. Time for the real trials to begin. With that, he took off in the direction of the land of fire. LLL. "Hey Naruto." "Ga." Surprised by the appearance of a small green chameleon on his shoulder, the teen was caught off guard as a massive purple projectile flew at him. Instinctively, he leaned backwards to avoid the object, but, combined with the shock of the reptile's sudden arrival, lost his footing in the liquid his feet were entrenched in and fell on his back. The reptile moved a bit higher on Naruto's shoulder to avoid getting ensnared by the fluid. "You don't seem to be very good at this." "Kamisada," spluttered the blonde, "what are you, how are you?" "Aji-san wants to speak with you," the chameleon informed him. "What, now? I'm a little busy here." Kamisada's eyes roved around the forested area. "So I see." Then his right eye focused on Naruto's face. "Hurry it up." Naruto resisted the urge to snatch the diminutive creature up and strangle him. He had been living in the forests of the Land of Fire for about a month, picking off any team of leaf shinobi that crossed his path. The bounties on their heads were irrelevant, though Kakuzu probably would have had a series of heart attacks if he knew that. Naruto was more focused on depleting the village's forces and punishing it for its citizens' scorn in the early years of his life. And the taste of vengeance was like honey. Unfortunately, his most recent targets were proving to be more annoying than the others he'd come across up to that point. 2 of the 4 Chunin had gone down easily enough, but the remaining 2 worked well in tandem and had manipulated the terrain to their advantage. One of them, a brunette with long bangs covering his right eye, had spat some weird Suiton ninjutsu over Naruto's feet which possessed the viscosity of syrup and made moving highly inconvenient. His partner, a dark-haired male with a weird scar on his chin and a strip of bandage crossing from ear to ear over the bridge of his nose, had summoned a giant purple mace with the vague appearance of a conch shell. He had proven to be surprisingly adept at wielding the monstrosity, though it hadn't proven overly effective given Naruto's use of Doton, Domu. While he could have unleashed his full power from the get-go and just wasted everyone, he had developed the rather sadistic habit of toying with his victims and enjoyed watching them die one at a time. The idea that he was acquiring more and more of Kakuzu's quirks was something he accepted with much chagrin. Naruto lifted an arm out of the viscous fluid, grimacing in disgust as it thickened and held the limb in place. He suddenly regretted never getting a shirt to replace the one that had been ruined shortly after the training trip with Kakuzu and Haiden had begun. It had become pointless to wear one after learning how to extrude the hearts from his body, since the process would rend the garment to shreds, which explained Kakuzu's weird, backless top, but he felt highly exposed wearing only the standard ninja pants. The dark-haired shinobi leapt at him, mace in hand to smash it down on his unmoving body. Okay, no more screwing around. The long suture stretching from clavicle to side, a permanent reminder of his fight against the Otonin years ago, opened up, allowing a stream of black threads to burst forth and spear towards the Chunin. He brought his massive weapon forward to absorb the brunt of the attack, allowing the threads to crash harmlessly into the conch's reinforced shell. That was fine, though. All Naruto needed was a way to stop the man from getting too close so he could have a few seconds to work. A pulsing mass of threads appeared in the opening in his chest, forming a rough approximation of a mouth. Lightning surged forward as his relocated right heart unleashed a massive pillar of electricity. The attack rose high above the tree canopy, a brilliant flash of blue light. That's gonna attract attention. Kotetsu, shouted the other man as his comrade was consumed by the attack. When the technique faded away, a blackened corpse fell into the viscous liquid at Naruto's feet. I'll kill you. Yeah, thought the blonde, rolling his eyes, like I haven't heard that before. It was slightly unfortunate that he couldn't actually see what was happening as he was stuck, but he supposed it didn't really matter. In a matter of seconds, the lightning heart had replaced his wind heart as his body's primary one, allowing the latter to emerge from the hole in his chest as a roughly bird-shaped amalgamation of threads. The thread creature opened its approximation of a beak and expelled a rush of slicing wind that carved into the charging Konohanin. He collapsed to the ground, bloody gashes covering his entire body. As the threads returned to his body and his hearts resituated themselves, Naruto let out a brief huff. Well, that was tedious. He shifted his attention to Kamisada, who had remained silent throughout the battle. Now, what do you want? The chameleon released a noise of annoyance. I told you already, Aji-san wants to talk to you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why? Does it matter? Retorted the reptile. He glared at his summon, releasing an annoyed sigh when it didn't seem to affect him. Yeah, well, I'm a bit stuck at the moment. Can you give me a minute to get out of here? Before the ANBU show up? He added mentally. Don't worry about it. Naruto was about to ask what the reptile meant when Kamisada stood on his hind legs and began forming what the blonde could only assume was hand signs. Before he could comment on the absurdity of the chameleon performing the signs, let alone trying to pull off a jutsu, he disappeared. When the ANBU showed up 20 minutes later, all they found was a pool of viscous liquid and the bodies of 4 of their Chunin. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself in the midst of a myriad of trees, all varieties of types known to grow in the rainforest. However, instead of a dense canopy of green, the Jinchuriki was surprised to see that the foliage was a plethora of hues. In fact, the leaves seemed to be shifting colors, changing from red to orange to green to purple, and every shade in between. So mesmerized by the unusual sight, he almost missed Kamisada saying, "This is the Bankaku forest. Come on, Aji-san is this way." Yeah, right, he replied automatically. He was still too busy admiring his surroundings to pay more than a cursory glance to where the chameleon was directing him. Eventually, they arrived at a gigantic stone temple, shaded by equally large trees. Kamisada led Naruto inside as the blonde looked around the building, awestruck. A grating voice brought him from his thoughts. Welcome to our abode, Uzumaki Naruto. You seem to have come from some sort of bath. Naruto looked down at himself, grimacing at the goopy liquid stuck to and dripping off his body, as well as his half-naked appearance. Ah, my apologies, Shiromori-sama. I was preoccupied when Kamisada found me. The chameleon boss chuckled. No apologies are necessary. The fault of the timing lies with me. Naruto inclined his head in a sign of humble acceptance. It was one thing to be rude to Kakuzu, who deserved Naruto's snide remarks and often seemed to thrive on the blonde's feistiness. it was quite another to be ungracious to a creature who could literally squash him like a bug, especially after how helpful his tribe had been on Naruto's journeys. If you say so, Shiromori-sama. May I ask why I've been summoned to your home? Yes, to business. Many decades ago, the Kubasaki clan ruled the land of Nek by way of its contract with my family. Because of the closeness between the Kubasaki clan and the chameleons, every new leader was summoned to the Bankaku forest to learn some of the secrets of our tribe. I have decided that it is time to extend you, our new summoner, the same opportunity. Are you interested in learning the techniques of the chameleons, Uzumaki Naruto? The blonde merely grinned in response. LLL. Danzo slammed his fist on his desk in frustration. He had lost count of how many reports had been delivered to him with the same general message. Another team of Konoha had been found within the borders of the Land of Fire, dead. The deaths of shinobi were not exactly uncommon occurrences, but it was strange to have so many of them occur while in friendly territory and not during wartime. Most of the teams were squadrons of Chunin or the occasional Jonin-led teams of Genin, but one or two times he had lost a well-trained group of Tokubetsu Jonin or higher-level ninja sent out on solo missions. Danzo didn't really mourn the loss of those people. Shinobi were tools to serve their leader, after all, but it was getting rather aggravating to have to act more cautious with his mission assignments. As there was no real pattern to the attacks with regards to direction, he couldn't determine if the situation was caused by one of the other nations trying to create a weak point in Konoha's defenses, or someone else's personal vendetta. Lack of follow-up attacks on Konoha directly and reports from Tenzo suggested the latter. The loss of the score of ANBU he had dispatched 2.5 years ago had been documented in a letter by Tenzo, who had stumbled upon the scene after getting a fix on the Kyuubi's chakra. Though he couldn't say for certain whether or not the Jinchuriki had been responsible for the carnage, the wood user had claimed that many of the corpses littered about the area bore signs of being torn asunder by animalistic claws. The fact that the blonde boy could eliminate an entire platoon of ANBU, one containing Hitaki Kakashi, who was a well-known and feared figure throughout the shinobi world, was worrisome, and seemed unlikely unless one took into account his tapping into the Kyuubi's power, something Tenzo could confirm. If Tenzo was a regular ANBU, Danzo would have been concerned about the likelihood of him capturing the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. However, Danzo was counting on the wood user's ability to nullify the Biju's chakra once activated, which would exhaust the Jinchuriki in the process and make him susceptible to acquisition. Of course, that required Tenzo to actually find the boy, and while he had traced multiple uprisings of demonic chakra over the time succeeding the ANBU massacre, every clue ended in a dead end. It spoke of quite a high skill in the praise tracking and evading abilities to so continuously elude the ANBU member. Assuming the Jinchuriki's involvement in the killings of the Leaf Shinobi, it also offered an explanation as to why so many of the more recent attacks seemed to occur without any of the Konoha aware of being assaulted until it was too late. It was almost as if the attacker was using an impressive cloaking technique, like Maisegekure no Jutsu, only close to a level that hadn't been seen since the days of the second Tsuchikage. Danzo scowled at that thought. If the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was truly behind these recent attacks, then his skills were beyond what even Tenzo had informed him of from their limited confrontations. That was problematic, and left the Hokage with very little options. He could either wait for the boy to screw up in some measure, or... Danzo uttered, and an adolescent male with long, dark hair and a bird's mask appeared before him, one fist to the ground and head bowed in respect. There is a shinobi or group of shinobi targeting Konoha. Find them, and, if possible, bring them here. Otherwise, dispose of them. As you command, Danzo-sama, said the shinobi, and then he was gone. Danzo smirked slightly. It probably wasn't advisable to send a single shinobi out on a mission to incapacitate someone who was likely to target him, but that was the genius of sending whatever evasive abilities the shinobi killing his tools was using wouldn't work against his root member. Jinchuriki or not, would disable the Leaf's enemy before said person knew what had happened to him. LLL. Naruto couldn't resist the excited grin that spread across his face at the sound of somebody rushing through the woods. He was crouched at the juncture between a tree's low-hanging bough and trunk, cloaked in Maisegekure no Jutsu. Things were just way too easy now. His training with the chameleons had gone well enough. Most of their techniques held a basis in their ability to change forms at will, such as Shiromori's long-term tenure as the Kubasaki castle. They were also very adept with genjutsu and other illusion-related tricks, such as their infamous ability to camouflage seamlessly into their surroundings. As a less-than-proficient genjutsu caster, Naruto held very little interest in any of the techniques related to that field his summons were willing to teach him. He had informed them of such in as polite a manner as possible, which had elicited a rumbling laugh from the chameleon boss. They had bypassed any of the illusionary and transformation jutsu and gone straight to the other traits the chameleons were well known for, elongating the tongue, focusing the eyes on two separate points. But the trick to learning camouflage had definitely been the most useful, and despite its partial basis in genjutsu, Naruto had insisted on learning it. Maisegekure no Jutsu normally involved using chakra to alter how light was reflected around the body, simultaneously erasing the user's scent and shadow to further make him even harder to detect. However, the chameleon's version of the hiding with camouflage technique was rather different. It required the user to shroud himself in natural energy, something Naruto had never even heard of before, in order to blend seamlessly with his environment. The technique retained all the positives of the original jutsu with the added benefit of being even more difficult to detect because the chakra being used to cloak the individual didn't actually belong to the user and match the environment the user was hiding in. The ease with which it had allowed him to sneak up on unsuspecting Konohanin and kill them without them being any the wiser was absolutely ridiculous. A Konohanin wearing an ANBU mask and a cream-colored cloak landed on the ground almost directly beneath Naruto. By the way the shinobi moved, the Jinchuriki guessed his adversary to be male. The blonde flexed his fingers in anticipation as the man beneath him twisted his head to observe his surroundings. Jiongu squirmed beneath his skin, itching for the opportunity to wriggle into a body and pierce, strangle, rip, until there was nothing left but a corpse. Naruto leaped from the tree, silent as a wraith, and descended upon the unknowing man. 10 feet away, the ANBU whipped around, palm thrusting out. Something invisible slammed into Naruto with deadly precision, immediately stopping his heart and causing him to fall to the ground in a boneless heap, the hiding with camouflage technique fading. As Naruto's body assimilated his earth heart, his mind whirled with disbelief at how he had been found out. Hakusho, intoned a voice, and Naruto instinctively hardened his skin to protect himself as another invisible force blew his body backwards. You might as well get up, continued the ANBU, I can see that your chakra system is still active. Naruto rose to his feet, brushing a hand through his blonde locks to dislodge any dirt. Can you now? Quite an interesting trick. Considering that and your hack technique, you must be a Hyuga. He flexed his hands. Haven't gotten into a fight with one of your kind for some time. I'm not sure how you survived that strike to your heart, but rest assured it won't happen again. He raced forward, palm extended in a gentle fist strike for Naruto's heart. The renegade twisted around the blow, unleashing a flurry of threads to bind the Konohanin and reap his heart. Just as the tendrils wound about the ANBU's body, he became aglow in a shroud of chakra. Jukenpo Ichigekishin, he stated, and the Kenjutsu was forcibly repelled from its target. The ANBU member jumped away from Naruto, and for a moment there was silence until he hissed, "It is you." Naruto raised an eyebrow. Me? I suspected. Whatever had caused the ANBU's break in control was lost in the next instant, his voice returned to its flat tone. Danzo-sama desires you captured alive, but if you resist, your body will be enough compensation. I feel like I'm missing something, Naruto pondered, tapping a finger to his chin thoughtfully. You seem to know me, why don't you reciprocate by removing the mask? The ANBU dove forward with another series of gentle fist maneuvers, though he seemed a bit more hostile with his attacks this time, forcing the blonde to practically dance to avoid the strikes. I'll take that as a no. Performing a quick kawarimi, he watched from a tree branch as the Hyuga's palm thrust demolished the replacement log into splinters. You seem angry, he observed. The ANBU tilted his head up and sent 2 more chakra-laced, compressed air bullets at him. Most unbefitting of an ANBU, he noted, swinging down to dodge the attacks. Curiosity killed the cat, he thought, hands moving through seals, but I've really gotta know. Suetun, Heron Bancho, he announced, water falling from the sky in a torrential downpour. The Hyuga immediately spun himself into a kaiten to repel the deluge, and Naruto used the excess liquid to form several water clones to surround his enemy. They lunged for the ANBU as he came out of his rotation, and Naruto snaked his arms into the battle as the Hyuga dealt with the doppelgangers. Despite the Byakugan's near 360-degree vision, the Hyuga couldn't do anything about the hands reaching for his mask without letting his guard down to the clones. Several palm strikes dispersed the water clones, leaving Naruto to face the full brunt of the ANBU's glowering white eyes settling on him. Hyuga Niji, he realized, recognizing the features of his long-ago Chunin exam opponent. Then he laughed. You're an ANBU now? I guess you became worth something after all. I suspected it was you. Your chakra system is still clouded with those threads, Shinobu of Amigekure, or not, Niji noted, eyes flickering to the slashed hidden leaf hydeate on Naruto's forehead. Mock me as you will, he informed the blonde before settling into an advanced gentle fist stance, but you're within my field of divination. Naruto didn't even have time to curse before Niji was upon him. Hack Hyaku Nijuhachi Sho. The first several blows landed before Naruto regained some semblance of awareness and had the capacity to order Jiongu to counterattack. When Niji's fingers lanced forward for the next series of strikes, threads burst forth from the suture on Naruto's chest and wrapped around the Hyuga's wrists before they could connect. "I'm sure you remember these," he smirked. With a quick motion, the tendril snapped the Konohanin's joints, rendering his prized taijutsu style useless. Niji showed remarkable restraint for having his wrists broken, merely hissing in pain. His body began to glow with chakra again for another gentle fist art one-blow body, but the mask containing Naruto's lightning heart appeared on his shoulder and fired a burst of electricity which paralyzed the other male. "I believe that's 2 times you've lost to me now," Naruto mentioned blithely. The Hyuga didn't respond. Naruto hummed thoughtfully. "Your emotional control has gone up since we last met. Not that it matters all that much. Now, I believe you owe me a heart. Whatever you hope to gain by continuing this crusade against Konoha will not come to fruition," Niji stated, venom lacing his tone. The blonde merely laughed in response. "You're a fool. My goals stretch no further than killing the people of your village, which is exactly what I've been doing. There is no deeper purpose. Now, go meet the rest of your comrades." More threads squirmed forth from his chest and dug into Niji's, causing the Hyuga's pale eyes to widen. Moments later, the tendrils withdrew, their pumping prize clutched in their grasp. "Much better," he sighed, depositing the heart in his chest, "though I probably enjoyed that far more than I should have. Kakuzu has definitely rubbed off on me." His attention was drawn to the Konohanin's corpse as the seal on his forehead glowed green and his eyes were burned from their sockets. "Ah, so that's how the seal activates, interesting." He lugged the body upon his shoulder and began walking to the nearest bounty exchange station. "Well, Hyuga Niji, let's see how much you're really worth. LLL. Name? Uzumaki Naruto. Hair color? Bright yellow. Eye color? Blue. Other distinguishing features? 3 whisker-like markings on either cheek. Former village affiliation? Konohagakure. Age? 16. Bounty? 70 million. The man looked up at the large amount and raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment on the price. "Does the shinobi have a Kekkai Genkai or known Kenjutsu?" "No." Another raised eyebrow, but the man scribbled down the response. "He will be listed as an A-rank nuke nin. Is there any other information you can add?" "He is adept at futon ninjutsu." "And," prompted the man when the other person didn't continue. "That is all the information I have." "Do you have a picture?" The person shook his head. "Very well," nodded the man. "We will list Uzumaki Naruto in the next edition of the bingo book. Thank you for your report." The Konohanin nodded and left. When he was far enough away from the building, the henge around him dropped. Kakuzu smirked behind his mask. Naruto would raise hell the minute he discovered what the older shinobi had done, but he would eventually come to appreciate the favor Kakuzu had done him. By being listed in the bingo book with such a high bounty and such rudimentary skills, he would quickly become the target of both other mercenaries and the hidden villages alike. Given that the former Takinin had neglected to give the editors information about Jiongu, Naruto's Jinchuriki status, or the fact that he could freely control all of the elements, Naruto would quickly start accumulating the bounties of people chasing him instead of the other way around. Really, it was quite a time-saving and profitable deed he had just done his pupil. And if Kakuzu got some twisted satisfaction out of pissing the blonde off, well, that was just a bonus. LLL. Naruto narrowly dodged a burst of fire and then activated the Earth Spear technique, bringing his arm up to block a sideways swipe of a Kumonin sword. Something was wrong. Naruto couldn't decide exactly what that something was, but some sixth sense was telling him that the natural order of the world had been violated. Granted, the fact that he was being attacked by a group of shinobi wasn't all that unusual, considering his profession. But it was strange that the group of Cloud Shinobi had initiated the assault. Especially since he was in the land of grass. This has Kakuzu's fingerprints all over it. I don't know how, but every time something bad happens to me, it's normally because of Kakuzu. He hardened his body again as the first Kumonin exhaled another burst of fire at him. The blonde almost smirked as the flames died out, but a gasp escaped his lips instead as a katana crackling with lightning was shoved from behind into his heart. "The dossier said that you were only proficient in futon, but that hardening technique of yours definitely has its roots in doton," whispered a voice in his ear. When he fell face down to the ground, the sword came free with a shick, and its wielder stated aloud, "We've disposed of the nuke nin Uzumaki Naruto. Our mission is complete." Not quite, Naruto thought, burrowing his hands underground via Jiongu. He had been killed enough times over the past several months to know that falling with his hands under his body allowed him to take his enemies by surprise. When the swordsman knelt to pick him up, Naruto acted. Both hands erupted from the ground in different spots, catching two of the Kumonin with uppercuts to the chin. As they were sent flying, the fists opened to grab them each by an ankle. The threads connected to each appendage immediately retracted, bringing both shinobi hurtling towards the earth at an impressive speed. Their heads struck the ground, and then they were motionless. Man, that never gets old, the blonde snickered. The swordsman, who had turned to his men at the sound of Naruto's fists coming out of the earth, immediately whirled back to the younger male. Too late. The Jinchuriki crowed mentally. His wind heart burst forth from beneath the traveler's cloak he wore to conceal the masks on his back and fired a bullet of air that punched a hole in the Kumonin's chest before he could react. And now for number 4, he thought, rising to his feet and recalling the threads. Just as he finished standing, a series of bluish-white beams slammed into his chest. He was pushed back a fair distance, the cloak he'd taken to wearing gaining several holes as the beams scorched through it and burned his skin. "That's new," he remarked. Naruto looked up at the remaining Kumonin, finding both of the man's hands clasped together, a halo of the same bluish-white light surrounding them. An attack that retains some of the piercing abilities of Raitun, but flows like the water of a Suetun technique. I wonder. Kakuzu had lectured him on the different Kekkai Genkai in the ninja world. The lessons had also included a rundown of some of the advanced chakra natures the bounty hunter had come across in his travels. The rarity of such abilities was one of the reasons Tenzo's possession of the should-be-extinct Mokuton techniques had taken Naruto completely by surprise. Barring Tenzo, and potentially Fu, the blue-eyed boy had never really come across any of the other advanced chakra natures. But that strange beam attack definitely seemed to fit Kakuzu's vague description of Kumogakure's rare storm release. Another armada of beams began homing in on his position, forcing the renegade to manipulate the air before him into a dense shield. His blue eyes widened as the attack simply bent around the barrier and converged on his location. Naruto took the attack and came out with a severely tattered cloak and several more burns for his trouble. Fortunately, while the attack seemed to be quite versatile, it lacked a lot of the raw destructive power of the lightning release element that composed it. He raced forward, forcing the Cloud Shinobi to release the seal for his technique and bring forth a katana crackling with lightning. That was fine with Naruto, who immediately held out his right hand and allowed Jiongu to twine itself into its sword form, glowing blue with wind chakra. Steel met the makeshift black blade, causing the Kumonin to grimace as the wind chakra began to bite into his weapon, negating the electricity running along the blade. He reached out with his other hand to shock the blonde into submission, but Naruto met that with a modified whirlwind fist. Naruto tooted mockingly, "I'm a wind specialist, remember? Now, would you like to tell me why you attacked me?" When the man didn't respond, Naruto sighed theatrically. "Well, how about that strange ninjutsu you used? What's your secret to that one?" Again, the blonde was greeted with silence. "Ah well," he continued, "guess I'll just have to find out for myself." Threads tore through the front of his cloak and dove into his opponent's body, wriggling under the skin and aiming for his heart. Naruto relished in the brief moment of shock on the man's face before the tendrils resurfaced with his heart in their grasp. They returned to the blonde's body, displacing his wind heart to his back and depositing the new one within his ribcage. The spasm of pain that accompanied acquiring a new element shuddered throughout his body, causing Naruto to simultaneously grimace and grin. He felt for the elements the organ was aligned with, feeling the soothing calm of Suetun and the fierce prickle of Raitun. "My thanks to you," he addressed the body of the Kumonin, releasing it and letting it fall to the ground. He flexed his hands, trying to summon some modicum of Kumogakure's Rantun bloodline, with no effect. This might be trickier than I thought." Then he shrugged. "Oh well, plenty of time to learn. Now let's see." He knelt down next to the Kumonin's corpse and rooted through his belongings, but found nothing of interest. Maybe your leader then," he mused. Naruto dragged the body over to the one who had stabbed him. The wielder of the storm release ability might be worth something at a bounty station, even if Naruto had his heart, and searched his person. He discovered a mission scroll and immediately unraveled it, a frown etching his features as he read it. "Find and kill Uzumaki Naruto and claim the bounty on his head." "Bounty?" Then he growled. "Kakuzu. I know it's him. Damn him. What did he do? Put me in the bingo book." He took a deep breath. "Calm down, he probably knew I'd react like this, which is exactly why he did it. I just need to stay on my guard, figure out a plan." He looked down at his cloak. "Get some new clothes. Yeah, let's start there." Naruto sighed, hefted the body of the Rantun user on his back, and began walking. 10 seconds later. "Kakuzu, you stupid bastard. I'll kill you for this." Chapter 18, Competition. Pride, in all its forms, was a terrible thing. It made people take risks they wouldn't normally take just to prove a point, spurred them to do things differently from their routine simply for the sake of it. Arrogance, and the distinct lack of ability to control his temper, though that was quite beside the point, had gotten Kakuzu killed by the hands of those he looked down upon. The problem was that pride was generally something that was earned. At least, it was in Kakuzu's case. After all, surviving in the ninja world for almost a century tended to make a shinobi confident in his abilities. If nothing else, the old bounty hunter had proven time and again that he was certainly capable enough with his skills to back up his arrogance. Naruto had never really gotten the opportunity to defend his pride, especially since his time with Kakuzu had been cut short due to the former Takinin's Akatsuki-related responsibilities. Which was why the blonde was crouched on a tree bough, on a cliff of the peninsula that was the land of birds, looking out over the ocean in the direction of the land of water. I would like to see you penetrate Kirigakure's defenses with your measly skills. Considering how difficult it is to get into the country, remain inconspicuous, find and capture the target, and get out without raising suspicion, 2 months is hardly a long time. I expect you will take at least 6 your first time. Granted, Naruto had been 11 when Kakuzu had said that, but he figured that age hardly made a difference in the Nukanin's eyes. He was going to prove to his wayward teacher that he could surpass the man's expectations for him, all by doing something that was, arguably, incredibly foolish. It was a little sad that most of his motivation was still derived from trying to get Kakuzu to acknowledge him, especially when the old Nukanin was unlikely to do so, but Naruto strove to accomplish the impossible. In a lot of ways, he was like a kid trying to earn the attention of his parent by whatever means necessary. Pride really was a terrible thing. Still, the blonde felt that he was ready for such a venture. He thought that he was strong enough to take on the majority of the denizens within the Hidden Mist one-on-one. Notable exceptions would include the Mizukage and any remaining members of the 7 shinobi swordsmen, and had even prepared for the journey accordingly. Gone were the traveler's cloak and pants he'd been wearing for the past several months. Now he was dressed in blue pants and a sleeveless, backless gray top, over which was a loose, blue-gray, to better blend into the mist, long-sleeved shirt. It was open in the front, with the left sleeve only going down to his elbow. Bandages wound around his left arm from bicep to wrist, and his feet were clad in black shinobi sandals. The slashed Konoha Hideate was displayed at a slight angle on his forehead, restraining his wild, blonde spikes. Overall, Naruto thought he looked badass. The knowledge that Kakuzu would surely criticize him for his strange choice in garb was completely irrelevant. He flipped through the bingo book the older thread user had bestowed upon him, going to the section relegated for shinobi of the Hidden Mist. His fingers stopped at the page depicting the shinobi he had chosen as his target. Given how outdated Kakuzu's tome was, and why the blonde hadn't gotten a new one, he couldn't explain. Some modicum of sentiment or symbolism, probably. The boy Naruto was staring at was probably a couple years older than his current age. In the picture, he looked to be perhaps 12 or 13, with shoulder-length brown hair fashioned in such a way that only the golden iris of his right eye was visible. The boy was pale-skinned and wore a laconic expression, but to have achieved the status of Jonin at such a young age implied that he was likely some sort of prodigy. And Naruto enjoyed a challenge. Plus, the Kirinin was labeled as a bubble user, which the blonde had never heard of before. He wasn't all that interested in stealing his target's heart. He was still in the process of perfecting how to use Storm Release, though he could at least use it, but the prospect of facing an unknown jutsu was interesting. Killing the strange boy, adult, he reminded himself, taking into account the age difference between them and his recently passed 17th birthday, would give him plenty of bragging rights when he eventually ran into Kakuzu again. The 50 million Ryo bounty he would collect didn't hurt either. Naruto leaped from the tree to the ground and approached the edge of the cliff. He groaned as he began to push threads from his back, carefully so as to not shred his shirt. Soon enough, a massive pair of black wings was situated between his shoulder blades. "Look out, Utakata," he warned, sealing the bingo book into a small scroll before storing it in his arm. "I'm coming for you." He dove off the cliff, and moments later, Jiongu carried him high into the sky, where he was lost to the mist. LLL. Naruto stepped on the smoldering remnants of his fire and let out a noise somewhere between a sigh and a growl. He had spent the last month camped out on one of the many islands surrounding the main island which housed Kirigakure, slowly exploring the territory that comprised the land of water, and the dreariness and repetition of the place was starting to grate on his nerves. If this was what it was like to be on a stakeout for a specific target, Naruto could easily understand why Kakuzu had such a hair-thin temper. It had only been 4 weeks, and his patience was already gone. Decades of having gone through the same motions had probably diminished the Nukanin's ability to tolerate annoyances to nothing. It was a little disheartening to discover that he was actually starting to empathize with his wayward teacher, but the young thread user tried not to dwell on that realization. Well, time to get going, again, the blonde muttered. He walked down to the shore and carefully stepped out onto the water, making his way toward the hidden mist village. Although he wasn't a big fan of the reconnaissance required to successfully infiltrate Kirigakure, Naruto was forced to admit that being cautious had definitely prevented him from stepping into a situation that he wasn't prepared for. Taking on a handful of Jonin-level shinobi he could handle. Facing down scores of Jonin and Oinin, the mist's equivalent of ANBU? Well, that was a little less likely to have favorable results. That was the situation he would have been forced to face had he tried to just fly into Kirigakure with Jiongu. The truth was that the hidden mist was surprisingly well defended. Even given the haze which seemed a permanent fixture of the country's climate, or perhaps in spite of it, sentry towers littered the ridge of the main island, making approaching it by any means a difficult venture. Given how isolated the entirety of the land of water was, Naruto wondered if such precautions were even necessary. Then again, when a country had as many nuke as Kirigakure seemed to have, perhaps such paranoia was completely justified. Regardless, approaching from anything other than the water was impossible. Even doing that had proven to be an extremely risky challenge comprised of waterwalking atop the ocean. Finding some way to get up the cliff face, Naruto had opted to actually use an earth jutsu to just go through the rock, and then melding into the bustle of the village itself. It had taken a week of surveillance to come up with that strategy, after choosing the island closest to the main one to take up temporary residence. Of course, so far, getting into Kirigakure had been the easy part. Since the natives of the Land of Water were relatively isolated people, Naruto hadn't wanted to play the tourist card to dig for information on his target, especially since a civilian would have no need to know about the goings-on of shinobi, let alone a particular one. That had left inconspicuous eavesdropping, independent research, and simple searching maneuvers as his methods of gathering intelligence. The former was relatively easy given the modified Maisegakure no jutsu he possessed, but the citizens proved to be rather tight-lipped about anything Naruto might have found useful. The Mizukage was clearly a very imposing figure if she could keep such a tight grip on the flow of information in her village. Once eavesdropping had failed to produce anything useful, Naruto had opted into the remaining two methods. It hadn't taken too long to find out the location of the mist's bubble users, though physically finding the building and investigating it had taken a bit longer than the blonde had preferred it would. Disappointingly, Utakata had not been there. In the hope that he could find some clue as to his target's whereabouts, Naruto had spent several consecutive nights infiltrating the mission archives for a hint as to where the man might be. One night, he had finally gotten lucky and found a mission with Utakata's name listed on it. Unfortunately, he had quickly discovered that the bubble user was the mission. Utakata was a nuke and had been for a long time. One of the tiny islands far away from Kirigakure had borne his, admittedly childish, temper tantrum. Naruto honestly wasn't sure if he was angrier at Kakuzu for having such an out-of-date bingo book or at himself for still using the damn thing. Granted, it wasn't the older man's fault that he had clung onto the tome with such lingering attachment, and his teacher had at least kept it updated with giant slashes across the pages of his victims, but he still felt rather miffed at the waste of his time. That thought had given him pause. Utakata was likely still alive somewhere. He had to be to have a search team sent out relatively recently. If that was the case, he was still an available target, one with a 50 million ryo bounty on his head. Naruto had decided he would rather see his original mission through to the end. Kakuzu would likely never let go of the fact that his pupil had abandoned his target when times got tough, if he found out, then choose a new target from the citizens of the Hidden Mist. Kirigakure wasn't going anywhere. He could always return at a different point in time and kill someone, especially now that he knew the method to get in. The problem was that Utakata could be anywhere. Starting the search from scratch had been an unappealing idea, so Naruto had taken to hiding in the headquarters of the Oinin, which had taken a full 2 days to find, with the hiding in camouflage technique and listening for any promising information. He was going on 5 days of no leads, and the lack of any real action was starting to make the threads within his body twitch agitatedly. Yeah, I get it, he griped mentally, crouched beneath an empty desk. Not like this is a party for me, either. But it makes more sense to find some clue as to his whereabouts here, where they're actively searching for him, than roaming the world and hoping to run into him. Naruto was practically asleep when a man with long, black hair and a scar trailing down over his left eye entered the headquarters, a scroll in hand. Four shinobi dropped what they were doing and approached him. The previous team assigned to capture Utakata has been found. Translation: they're dead, Naruto thought with morbid amusement. Their bodies were discovered near Tsuchigumo village, continued the dark-haired male. We will start our search from there. He affixed the porcelain mask of the Mist's Oinin to his face. Move out. Naruto mock saluted the man as the squad left. Sure thing, boss. Thanks for the info. He snuck out behind the group of Hunter Nin and never looked back. LLL. Deciding that stowing aboard whatever vessel the Kirin would use to make it to the mainland was a bit dangerous, Naruto returned to his island as quickly as possible to find a launching point to fly overhead. Even though he now had information on his target, the blonde figured it was easier to let the Hunter Nin find Utakata and then swoop in and steal the kill rather than exert the energy wandering aimlessly himself. Besides, the Mist Shinobi would have a better idea of Utakata's habits and idiosyncrasies than he did, meaning the tracking part of the retrieval mission would go much more smoothly than if he tried it himself. It might take some time, but at least he was doing something now. Compared to how long he thought it might take, the Kirin led him to Tsuchigumo village, located in the eastern portion of the Land of Fire, within a handful of days. Apparently they were as eager to find the missing bubble user as Naruto was, making berth at a port in the Land of Birds and keeping a rigorous pace across the mainland. The villagers didn't have much to offer as far as intelligence went when the Kirin questioned them, though one mentioned a rumor that some young shinobi had taken up residence at Mount Katsuragi, the home of the former Tsuchigumo clan leader. When the Oinin inquired further as to the location, the villager pointed into the distance, where a tall, rocky structure loomed over the forest. Naruto opted to follow the lead of the Mist Shinobi that evening and settled in for a good night's rest, though far away from their camp. Remaining constantly cloaked under the hiding and camouflage technique in order to evade detection wasn't draining on his chakra, but the unwavering concentration it required to remain active was giving him a headache. To be fully prepared for the upcoming fights against the squad from Mist, which he would have to neutralize, and Utakata, he wanted to be in tip-top shape. With that thought in mind, he summoned a chameleon to watch over him, as a precaution, and then settled down to sleep. He awoke the next morning to the chameleon's alert that the Kirin were on the move. Thanking the reptile, Naruto took off in the direction of Mount Katsuragi. By the time noon rolled around, he'd reached the edge of the forest which opened to the mountain. The team from Mist was already approaching the sheer rock, either avoiding or deactivating the seals and traps meant to protect Mount Katsuragi from invaders. Cloaked in Maisegakure no Jutsu, Naruto followed them, unsure if the traps were triggered by movement, chakra, or some other mechanism, and unwilling to become a test subject so close to his goal. It only took a number of minutes to navigate the maze of triggered traps, and by the time the blonde reached the Mist Shinobi, they were standing before the cliff face, staring at a man in a blue kimono. Naruto compared the features of the man, dark brown, shoulder-length hair and gold-colored eyes, to what he remembered from the bingo book. His eyes focused on the pale gold pipe tucked into a band mostly hidden by the kimono, right next to a cylindrical green jug. That looks like it could blow bubbles? The leader of the Kirin stepped forward. Utakata. Score. You will return with us to Kirigakure. Surrender yourself, or we will be forced to detain you. And, I think that's my cue. Naruto stepped between Utakata and the squad of Hunter Nin, his back to the brunette Nuke Nin. Wordlessly, he dropped the hiding and camouflage technique, taking small delight in the way the shinobi before him started at his appearance. Gentlemen, he announced, thank you for your assistance. It would have taken me forever to track this guy down, he added, thumbing behind him to Utakata. Konoha Nuke Nin, he heard one ninja whisper to another. We have no quarrel with you, the leader informed him. Step aside and let us do our duty. That was enough to galvanize Utakata into action, for he immediately leaped to the side and made for the safety of the forest. Stop him, commanded the lead Hunter Nin. The shinobi closest to the Nuke Nin formed a whip of water and sent it towards the brunette, but Naruto jumped over them and released a blade of wind that sliced through the weapon, causing it to lose its cohesiveness. He tooted, you'll have to get past me if you want to get to him. He bit his thumb and formed seals, slamming his palm on the ground. Kamakoso appeared, now double the size he had been when the blonde had summoned him to kill Kidamaru's giant spider. Naruto jerked his head behind him. Follow him. The chameleon immediately became invisible, only a burst of wind announcing his departure. All the Kirin before him tensed. You'll regret doing that, child. Naruto bristled a little at the insult, he was a teenager, damn it. But said nothing. Konoha Nin, always so cocky. You never should have revealed yourself. Well, you're partially right, Naruto allowed. I am quite cocky. While taking victims by surprise vis-a-vis being invisible was strategically smarter, there was far less satisfaction in witnessing them realize they were outclassed, especially when they were as arrogant as this bunch seemed to be. Idly, the blonde wondered if having such a mindset was hypocritical, given what he was doing. On top of that, he didn't want to have to fight Utakata in a location the other male was familiar with. If he had killed all the Kirinin before revealing himself, it was far more likely that he would have gotten into conflict with the brunette at the base of the mountain, where there might still be traps, and support from any inhabitants from above. Making himself visible had given the older male an opportunity to escape to the forest, where Naruto would have an advantage, while he handled the hunter Nin. Water whips lanced out at him from 3 of the shinobi. Naruto allowed them to wind around his body, surreptitiously extruding his lightning heart from his back, keeping it hidden under his shirt. Big mistake, he warned, and the threads rose over his head, blue electricity crackling in the mouth of the mask. It danced down the liquid weapons and zapped the trio of Kirinin holding them, overloading their neural functions and dropping them like stones. The fourth subordinate sent a wave of electricity at him, which was dispersed by a blast of air. Naruto inhaled and spat out a futon, Shinkagyoku. The wind bullets punched through the ninja's body, killing him before he hit the ground. You were saying? Though the mask hid the leader's facial expression, Naruto imagined that the man was scowling at him. Those were good men you killed. They will not have died in vain. Hijitsu, Kirasame. Mist shrouded the immediate area, accompanied by a slight drizzle. Naruto watched as the Kirinin's form wavered and faded into the haze. A little rain isn't gonna stop me, he informed his surroundings. The blonde summoned wind chakra to his arms, but the fog and rain ate at the chakra until there was nothing left. Cute trick, he admitted, but it won't be enough. Water suddenly coalesced around him, forming a sphere that halted his movements. The hunter Nin became visible, one hand holding up the water prison technique. You're immobilized and incapable of using ninjutsu, and overconfident. That was your downfall. Without warning, black threads burst forth from underneath Naruto's bandaged arm, spearing through the orb of liquid and into the mist shinobi. It was a testament to the blonde's control over the kinjutsu and practice that the tendrils didn't shred either his clothing or wrappings. The man gagged at the invasive feeling of threads in his body, his construct collapsing and allowing the Jinchuriki to approach him. Once again, you're only partially right. With a simple mental command, Jiongu constricted, crushing the man's heart in an instant. Well, he mused as the mist surrounding him dissipated, that was far easier than I expected it to be. I guess I'm getting better at this. He turned to face the direction Utakata had disappeared in. Now it's time to get the main prize. The blonde bounded in the direction of the forest, putting a little extra pep in his step in order to make up the time lost killing the hunter Nin. Kamakoso, though invisible, had made sure to leave his summoner a rather clear trail to follow, as broken branches and bark burned by acid littered the path ahead. As the minutes passed, Naruto noticed that the amount of markings for him to follow was decreasing. I hope that's a sign that I'm catching up. His musing was answered when the blue-robed male's figure became visible in the forest just ahead. Utakata's breathing appeared labored, and there looked to be a small spot of red on the white bandages wrapped around his chest. Kamakoso was nowhere to be found, and the blonde deduced that he had returned to the Bankaku forest after Utakata had stopped moving. Hello there. Naruto called out, a bit too cheerfully considering what he was there to do. You don't look so good. Utakata glared at him. What do you want from me? The bounty on your head, the blonde responded easily. I already took care of the oinen that were on your tail, we had conflicting interests. He cocked his head to the side. You know, in a way, you should be grateful to me, who knows what those guys would have done to you once you were back in Kirigakure. The brunette remained silent. Naruto took a step forward. So, are we gonna do this the easy way, or the hard way? Personally, I was hoping you'd put up a little bit of a challenge, but considering your condition. Neither, Utakata returned. Naruto suddenly became aware of the amount of bubbles surrounding him. I'm done with you. He snapped his fingers. Suetun, Hamatsu no Jutsu. The entire array of watery spheres exploded. Naruto barely managed to activate the Earth Spear technique as a fail-safe defensive maneuver, and even then, he was blown back several yards by the concussive blast. He jumped onto a thick branch of a nearby tree. So, this is the type of stuff you can pull off with Shibandama ninjutsu, huh? Interesting. Utakata didn't bother responding, instead jerking his head and expelling an arc of water that soared for Naruto's neck. Suetun, Mizukiri no Jutsu. You're not much for banter, are you? Naruto muttered. He tried jumping away from his perch, but found his foot stuck to the branch by dark green slime. When did he? His eyes focused back on the incoming water cutter. Questions later, protect from decapitation now. The blonde crossed his arms before his neck protectively and once more hardened his skin. Water broke over the impenetrable defense of the Earth Spear technique, the elemental advantage of Naruto's jutsu serving to further block the liquid. When he lowered his arms, a wave of greenish-tinged water was already on its way to crash over him. Not liking how different it looked from normal Suetun attacks, the blonde undid his sandal and slipped out of it, retreating to the ground as the wave washed over the tree. The plant vanished with a sickening hiss, melting down to the earth and leaving a small divot where it once stood. Naruto frowned. Acid, he can mix a powerful acid into his ninjutsu. Plus, he can cause explosions with his bubbles and create some sort of sticky substance that's difficult to escape from, and that I likely won't be able to get away from again, he thought, sparing a mournful glance to his bare foot. He undid the other sandal and pulled it off, tossing it away into the bushes. And he's smart. Man, do I know how to pick M or what? Another field of bubbles floated into his vision. He spared a quick glance at Utakata and found that the older male hadn't moved from his original position. Fine, let's take the battle to you then. The Jinchuriki leaped into the air and corkscrewed, using chakra to manipulate the surrounding air. This time, when the bubbles exploded, Naruto was safely ensconced in his Kazekyu, a protective sphere of wind that was partially inspired by Hyuga Niji's Kaiten. Descending from his jump, he performed hand signs and then threw his palms forward with a shout. A powerful great breakthrough ripped through the woods, blowing away any of Utakata's attempts at a follow-up assault. As the winds from his jutsu blew past, Naruto raced forward and engaged in a taijutsu battle with Utakata. The former mist shinobi was no slouch, even injured, using his surprisingly durable bubble blower to block several hits. Fed up with the weapon which seemed to cause him so much trouble, the blonde commanded several threads to pop out of the suture near his wrist. He had a moment to revel in the bubble user's look of surprise as his kenjutsu twined around the bubble blower and yanked it from the male's grasp. With the instrument in his possession, the Jinchuriki hardened his fist and crushed it. Instead of the sound of crunching bamboo, there was a slight pop. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as Utakata became suddenly transparent and then promptly exploded. The force of the blast sent him flying backwards out of the ensuing smoke cloud. He was mostly unharmed, though his clothes were severely rumpled and the bandages wound around his left arm were smudged with dirt and unraveling. Naruto was suddenly grateful for how resilient Jiongu made his body. Small cuts were normally stitched close within seconds, and his possession of the kenjutsu had altered his body structure so that bleeding was a relatively rare occurrence. Blue eyes roved around the area warily. "You're good," he commented, loud enough for his target to hear him from wherever he was. "Using a bubble clone to flesh out what I could do while also going for the kill, gotta admit that this is more of a challenge than I thought it would be." When it became apparent that Utakata wasn't going to attack him, Naruto slowly began to form hand seals. If the bubble user wasn't going to show himself, and honestly, that was probably the smartest strategy, then Naruto would just have to flush him out. He had finally started to take Kakuzu's words about creating his own ultimate techniques to heart, and had opted to begin with the element his body was best attuned to, wind. Despite the fact that he could use the technique through Jiongu, he preferred to keep his wind heart safely secured inside his body so as to use a wider range of techniques, not to mention that Utakata's apparent tendency toward explosions meant that, on their own, his thread creatures might not survive alone in battle. The threads were hardy, but only to a certain point. That was okay, though. He wanted to see what his wind jutsu could do by his own power. Inhaling deeply, he paused for a moment to collect the required chakra and finish the last seal. Futon, Kasaku Kyukuden. A large sphere of wind burst forth from his mouth, approximately the size of his head. It tore through the forest directly in front of the blonde, digging a shallow trench in the earth as it moved. Naruto watched with some pride as any trees in the drilling air bullet's way were uprooted and turned into splinters. The theory of the technique was actually quite simple. The sphere of air was made entirely of slicing wind chakra, which gave it the cutting quality necessary to tear a long path in anything in its way. After a short swath of destruction was carved, the drilling air bullet would release its shape, sending a veritable wall of cutting air out in a wide area. In a lot of ways, it was similar to Kakuzu's own ultimate wind technique. It was difficult to not do so, given that, with little exception, many ninjutsu had the same effect, but the initial, compact size of the attack made the follow-up explosion of air unexpected. "I'm gonna hope that hit him," thought the blonde, though my luck so far would indicate that to be unlikely. He was proven right when another flurry of bubbles came at him from his left. Naruto erected an earthen wall for them to pop against harmlessly before placing both palms against the hardened soil and pushing, sending it in the direction of the assault. It slammed into the nearest tree, which creaked and toppled backwards. Utakata jumped to the ground, bubble blower held at the ready. There was a tense moment as both combatants stared at each other, waiting for the other to make a move. The whistling of wind caused both shinobi to turn in the direction Naruto had launched the Kasaku Kyukuden. A gale-force tempest swept through the area, picking up the pair and throwing them into a tumble with a pile of broken bark and branches. Naruto groaned and rubbed his head as he picked himself out of the debris of wood. NNGH, damn, I already took out the Kirinin. There shouldn't be any Konohanin this far out in the land of fire right now, who the hell else would interfere with my business? Hee, check it out. It's the little blonde shitstain. Naruto felt his eye begin to spasmodically twitch. No fucking way. He looked up and saw the telltale black cloak with red clouds of Akatsuki. Astute as usual, Haiden, came the dry retort. Kakuzu's strange green eyes focused intently on Naruto. Hello, brat. LLL. Kakuzu would admit to being surprised at running into his blonde pupil. The world was vast, and the likelihood of actually encountering his legacy considering their current assignments was small to be sure. The sheer irony that they were both chasing the same target was a huge coincidence, though massively amusing. Judging by the expression on the younger thread user's face, Naruto did not share such sentiment. What the hell are you doing here? Kakuzu smirked behind his mask, distinctly aware that he should feel insulted, yet more entertained by his student's ire. Hunting. Naruto's blue eyes shifted briefly to the pile of tree debris that Utakata was, presumably, buried under before returning to stare at his teacher. No you don't. That bastard is mine, he declared, pointing in the former Kirinin's direction. And how did you even find this guy, anyway? The former Takinin remained unaffected by Naruto's anger. Truthfully, Pain had contacted him a number of days ago with some information about the Rokubi while he and Haiden had, again, been venturing across the land of frost. Apparently, one of Sasori's spies in the hidden mist, and Kakuzu privately marveled at how expansive and well-developed the puppeteer's spy network was, had filed a mission which detailed the departure of a squad of Oinin to the Tsuchigumo village, where a previous team of hunters had disappeared. Based on that, he and Haiden had immediately headed for the Land of Fire to ascertain the veracity of the claim. Of course, the bounty hunter had no intention of letting his protege know any of that. Talent, something which you apparently still lack. Naruto's lip curled a little at the insult. I swear. He started, lifting his finger towards his mentor, I will fight you over this, Kakuzu. I already owe you one for putting me in the bingo book, this guy's mine. Heh, I'd like to see you try, Blondie, Haiden interjected, removing his scythe from his back. Your attempt at fighting us would be quite amusing, Kakuzu agreed, skating over his pupil's accusation, but I would prefer to save my energy for an actual challenge. He tilted his head to one side curiously. I am mildly surprised to see you looking as well as you do. Why? Naruto asked, suspicious. This guy's pretty skilled, but he's nothing I can't handle. Kakuzu, for once, chose to ignore the setup Naruto had, unknowingly, given him. You have no idea who he is, do you? The blonde arched one eyebrow. Utakata, bubbler user of Kirigakure, worth 50 million ryo. There was a loud roar, followed by a wave of foul chakra and then the hissing of something disintegrating. Naruto looked over to where Utakata was supposed to be buried to find a vaguely humanoid form covered in red-black skin, 6 oblong tails protruding from the base of its spine. He is the Jinchuriki of the Rokubi, Kakuzu intoned, and it appears that he can excrete a sort of acidic substance which burns anything which it comes into contact with. Interesting. He took a step towards the transformed Jinchuriki, but Naruto's protesting shout caused him to stop. Hey, I told you that he's mine. Jinchuriki or not, I found him first, and I'm the one who's gonna get the money. Kakuzu spared him a dry look. Part of the danger, and aggravation, Naruto posed was that he was nothing more than a child in an adult/adolescent's body. Take away his toys, tell him not to do something, let an idea that he couldn't do something, take vengeance upon Konoha, for instance, fester long enough, and he would do anything to prove the naysayer wrong. Do not challenge me, brat. Find a target more suitable to your skill level, a Kusagakure Chunin, for instance. Naruto growled and charged the man, tired of his teacher's insults. Simultaneously, a stream of bubbles exited Utakata's gaping maw. The bounty hunter blocked his pupil's first strike and punched him in the solar plexus with the other hand. He grabbed the blonde by the neck and spun, launching him into the air above Utakata. As the transformed Jinchuriki looked up, Kakuzu went through hand seals, causing his wind heart to appear on his shoulder and launch a futon, Atsugai in the boy's direction. The approaching bubbles popped instantly, sliced by the sharpest element, and Utakata slid back a number of feet. Naruto, airborne, was picked up by the gale force winds and hurled far into the surrounding trees. Kakuzu watched expressionlessly as his student fell away. Stay back, Haiden, he warned. The rights to this Jinchuriki belong to me. LLL. Naruto returned to alertness after several minutes, distinctly aware of how uncomfortable he was. Kakuzu had pressed some sort of nerve in his neck which had caused him to temporarily black out, and his body had landed in a tree, limbs splayed awkwardly across several different branches. I hate him, he muttered, knowing it wasn't true but feeling vindicated regardless. No matter what Kakuzu did, Naruto would always find himself in the man's debt for rescuing him and helping him to grow. Each put up with the crap the other dished out, it was just how they operated. The blonde just happened to be on the receiving end more than his teacher. None of that prevented him from being pissed at his mentor for taking over his fight, but that was quite beside the point. In the distance, Naruto saw a bluish-white, rounded head crest the treetops. He squinted at the figure. Is that the Rokubi? Way to go, Kakuzu, he thought sarcastically, rolling his eyes. It only took a moment to right himself and descend to the ground. Alright, here's what's gonna happen, I'm gonna let Kakuzu wear him down, and then, when he least expects it, I'll swoop in and steal his thunder, just like he did to me. Yeah, victory and vengeance, I can't wait to, HEY. Wood sprouted from the earth and boxed in the blonde, trapping him in a solid cube with no slits or air holes. Of course, he sighed, voice resounding in the enclosed space, the party wouldn't be complete without you, Tenzo. Greetings, Jinchuriki, he heard the man say. How'd you find me? I felt a Biju's chakra being emitted, and so followed it here. I had thought it might be you, but... The Konohanin trailed off, and Naruto imagined that he was perhaps gazing in the direction of the Rokubi. Hokage-sama would probably find 2 Jinchuriki more useful than 1. With a limited supply of air, you will eventually succumb to oxygen deprivation, allowing me to restrain the other Jinchuriki. You will not be able to break out of my Mokuton ninjutsu. Naruto knew his enemy was right, his head was already starting to feel a little fuzzy. Previous experience had taught him that the man's would release affinity was extraordinarily durable and that cutting through it with something like wind chakra was out of the question. Not only would Tenzo have reinforced the prison holding him due to his prior escapes, but as a dual element, would release would be stronger than either earth or water release separately. Fortunately, he realized with sudden clarity, he also had a dual element bloodline limit at his disposal. Even better, the lightning element of storm release was strong against the earth portion of wood release, and the water parts would cancel. Naruto had the advantage. Cramped as he was in the cube, the blonde decided he would have to activate the technique on his own power instead of Jiongu's. He used the threads to resituate the appropriate heart in his chest, and immediately he could sense both the prickle of lightning and fluidity of water. Forming seals, he channeled chakra until a nimbus of glowing energy formed around his hands. Rantun, Hikari Taiho. A blast of blue-white light, 2 feet in diameter, exploded from his hands and gouged a hole through the front wall of his prison. When the storm release, light cannon ended, Naruto wriggled his way out of the wooden construct and somersaulted to his feet. That was pretty cool, he admitted, admiring the trail of destruction that disappeared into the forest. Now, where'd that Tenzo melded out of the earth before Naruto, his right shoulder and bicep missing a piece of sleeve and bearing a burn mark. You're skilled, the ANBU told Naruto, or more specifically, the blonde's head, he had just been buried up to his chin in dirt. At the very least, your mastery of the elements is quite impressive. He withdrew his sword from its sheath and held it so the handle was facing Naruto, then brought it down in a swift movement to knock him out. A wall of earth rose in front of the blonde's head, catching the ANBU's wrist before it connected. The ground began to quake, and in short order, Naruto was free from his confines, sitting atop his earth heart thread creature. I know, he stated a bit smugly. You should tell my teacher you think so. The thread creature broke Tenzo's wrist, but the man's form became wooden and immobile. Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, damn, this guy's good. He took off his second shirt and looped it around his waist so it wouldn't get lost or ruined. But I have a fight to get back to and a teacher to piss off, so... The bandages around his arm were completely shredded as both limbs extended, the masks for his fire and storm elements becoming situated in the spread of threads to either side of his head, his wind heart now residing in his chest. In the process, his earth heart remerged with his body. A tongue of tendrils slipped out of his mouth, forked like a serpent's. Come and get me, he hissed. Wooden tendrils arced towards him from the left, and Naruto jumped to the right as his storm mask released a thin beam of light that spliced through the attack. The blonde performed hand signs, exhaling a blast of wind right after his fire mask unleashed a wave of flames, turning the surrounding foliage into cinders. Tremors shook the earth, forcing Naruto to use his elongated limbs to stretch for an intact tree and hang there while the ground split open. He swung over the chasm Tenzo's technique had created and found purchase on a bough on the opposite side, where the leaf shinobi's initial attack had come from. Blue eyes searched the landscape for any sign of an approaching assault. They widened in surprise when his periphery caught Tenzo emerging from his tree's trunk, mere feet away, hands formed into some sort of massive wooden mallet. The man brought the makeshift weapon to bear, and Naruto found himself immensely thankful to Jiongu, whose threads came from around his back to take the brunt of the blow. Still, the force of it sent him plummeting to the ground below, where earthen spikes awaited him. Naruto called upon the threads to encompass him, and they jumped to do his bidding, encasing him in a sphere of black that, hardened by his chakra, cocooned him from Tenzo's trap. When the tendrils returned to their previous state, the blonde found himself surrounded by the broken remains of rocky stalagmites. "Those threads are very durable," echoed Tenzo's voice, "and versatile. You have no idea." Based on observing the man's actions, he had an idea for a trap that would end the fight. He fully extruded his fire and lightning hearts, the fifth one still stored on his back, underneath the threads, and had the creatures start scouring the forest, unleashing ninjutsu to force the ANBU out of hiding. While his enemy was, presumably, distracted, Naruto slipped his earth heart out from his back and into the ground via the hiding in rock technique. Eventually, the flashes of lightning and fire that were tearing through the forest ceased, and Naruto was fully prepared when a wooden beam sprouted from the earth and twined around his body. It stopped suddenly at his hips, and then the ground shook and exploded upward in a shower of soil. The thread creature that housed his earth heart had Tenzo trapped within its body, tendrils of Jiongu holding his arms to the side in a sort of crude crucifixion meant to prevent the Konohanin from forming seals. Naruto remained where he was, but recalled both his fire and lightning hearts, and allowed the kinjutsu sprouting from his body to bury under his skin, returning his appearance to normal. The masks took their rightful places on his back. He continued to stay motionless, waiting to see if Tenzo had some sort of way out and was waiting for him to become more vulnerable to enact it. When that didn't happen for several minutes, he took a step forward until he was only feet from where the man was restrained. "So, it's come to this. You've been a bit of a thorn in my side, you know? But I guess I should thank you. After all, because of you, I'm about to get my hands on one of the most powerful Kekkai Genkai the world has ever known." He paused, then tilted his head to the side, as if considering an interesting curio. "I guess Konoha has done more for me than I originally gave it credit for. My thanks," he finished sardonically, pretending to doff a hat. Then he held out his arm, and Jiongu's threads reached out to writhe into his enemy's body. There were only so many rules in ANBU, but the chief one was that, if an operative got caught or was mortally wounded, said person destroyed his body. It was unforgivable to allow any secrets of the hidden leaf to fall into the enemy's hands. That rule was even more important for Tenzo, who was the only inheritor of the Shodai Hokage's famed Mokuton bloodline. Most ANBU were taught a seal to perform to do so. Tenzo had been ordered to create wood clone after wood clone and have them die in order to make sure he could perform the action seamlessly. His body burst into blue flames, and soon there was nothing left of the ANBU known as Tenzo. Naruto gaped openly, eventually using a mild water jutsu to put out the fire on the thread creature possessing his earth heart. It returned to his body like all the others as the blonde bemoaned the loss of such a powerful Kekkai Genkai. Then he turned to face the area where the roundish figure of a blue-white blob could still be seen. At least something still has the potential to go right. LLL. Kakuzu jumped back as his wind and water hearts expelled their respective elements, creating a powerful barrier against the wave of acidic fluid that barreled towards him. He was in a mid-range form that utilized his remaining elemental masks without putting his actual body in jeopardy, unlike the long-armed, two-hearted form, which used the limb's reach to attack the opponent. The old Nukenin had decided to disallow his useful thread creatures to roam free when his fire heart had been vaporized in a stream of alkaline solution emitted by the six tails. Now the former Takinin had a sort of shell of thread sprouting from his back and protecting as high as his neck. His Akatsuki cloak had been discarded to the side long ago. His water, lightning, and wind hearts were fixed in the spread of threads over each shoulder, the latter two over the right one. Otherwise, he looked much like he usually did. Jiongu on its own had proven to be surprisingly ineffective against the Jinchuriki turn Biju, as the massive slug possessed a layer of viscous slime that made anything it touched dissolve upon contact. In addition, the creature's body was rather malleable, making it semi-impervious to both taijutsu, not that that was really an option, due to the slime, and other physically reliant attacks, such as any earth-release ninjutsu the bounty hunter had tried to use. Haiden had also proven to be, predictably, rather useless, even after disregarding his partner's warning to not get involved. Unlike the Nibi, the Rokubi wasn't made of chakra he could collect, and his triple-bladed scythe couldn't dig into the slug's squishy skin. Kakuzu was grateful for his massive chakra capacity and the wide variety of ninjutsu in his arsenal, because otherwise the battle wouldn't have been going nearly as well as it was. Still, he needed some sort of method to actually inflict damage on the Rokubi. Large reserves aside, Kakuzu had little doubt that a Biju could outlast him in the chakra department. Utakata's mine, Kakuzu. A powerful beam of bright light accompanied this shout, striking the Rokubi's back and causing the massive blue-white slug to unleash a gurgling shriek. Naruto used the moment of distraction to rush past the tailed beast and confront his teacher, a nimbus of glowing energy surrounding his hands. Kakuzu eyed the unusual chakra with his usual detachment. "You took far longer than I expected to return," he noted. "Your skills have become even more mediocre than I imagined possible." Naruto ignored the slight. "I had some interference, but nothing will prevent me from claiming what's mine." Blue eyes glinted with steely determination. "Not even you." "Yes, so you have said," returned the Nuke-nin dryly. Another wind and water collaboration held off another attack from the Rokubi, allowing Kakuzu to consider his options. The former Takinin would prefer not to fight both the blonde and the Biju simultaneously, as the massive slug would require most of his concentration to bring down. But if his pupil wanted to stake his claim to the Jinchuriki, perhaps there was a way to manipulate his legacy into helping him. "I would like to propose collaborating to provide a mutually beneficial conclusion." "You want to work together? You?" The blonde paused, considering the idea. A smirk suddenly came over his features. "You can't take that thing on by yourself," he realized. "I am perfectly capable of doing such a thing," Kakuzu retorted, a bit testily, "but given your desire to continue your quest, this seems the most prudent course of action. Otherwise I can just neutralize your pathetic hide and go about this laborious task myself. Take it or leave it." Naruto waffled for a moment before acquiescing, though his expression was sour. Even if he truly wanted to take down Utakata, or the beast he had transformed into, by himself, he was smart enough to acknowledge that if Kakuzu was having problems, he would have the same issues. Despite all his blustering, he was aware of the fact that Kakuzu was still stronger than him, though admitting it chaffed horribly. "You've been fighting this thing, so, what's the plan?" "The Rokubi is covered in an acidic slime that makes its body resistant to most attacks," Kakuzu explained. "I believe that a strong fire attack would take care of it and make the Biju vulnerable to an assault." "Well, why haven't you tried that yet?" "My heart was destroyed," explained the older shinobi, scowling, "and while I can perform the required techniques without it, I might as well take advantage of you being here." Naruto didn't bother responding, instead running through seals, biting his thumb, and slamming his palm onto the ground. Kamigoka appeared in a cloud of smoke. The chameleon inhaled as the blonde began to run through more seals. "Ready?" he asked his teacher, holding the tiger seal. Kakuzu merely snorted in response. "Katan, Hibashiri no Jutsu." Streams of fire came out of his mouth and raced along the ground, creating a ring of flames that surrounded the Rokubi. Simultaneously, Kamigoka released his own breath of fire that joined his summoners. Beside him, Kakuzu performed hand signs and the wind mask opened its beak to reveal a spiraling mass of air. Futon, Atsugai. The addition of the pressure damage technique to the conflagration already around the Biju caused the flames to rise into a blazing inferno. Both thread users could hear the high-pitched burbling of the massive slug from inside the whirlwind of fire. "Attack," Kakuzu intoned, forming more hand signs. "Uzumaki no Jutsu." It took every ounce of self-control Naruto had to not say something about his teacher's technique. He twisted his fingers through the seals for the Rantun, Hikari Taiho as a combination of wind, water, and lightning from Kakuzu's three hearts pierced the wall of flames and assailed the Rokubi. The bluish-white energy beam followed shortly thereafter, resulting in an increase in the Biju's wailing. It took several minutes for the vortex of fire to taper out, and when it did, the blue-white form of the Rokubi had also disappeared. In the slug's place was a red-skinned and unconscious Utakata, his blue kimono absent and his black pants charred. "You know, we make a pretty good team," Naruto mentioned, blue eyes staring at the immobile form of his quarry. Kakuzu grunted, absorbing the tendrils of his kenjutsu back into his body and allowing his masks to settle on his back. "Do not get used to such an event. I am already forced to put up with one moron. I would prefer not to make a habit of getting involved with another." Naruto waved a hand to dismiss both Kamigoka and Kakuzu's comment and peered around the area. "Hey, where is Haiden, anyway?" The older thread user picked up his Akatsuki cloak and put it on. "He was interfering in my assignment, so I was forced to get rid of him." "You killed him." "If only. He is simply indisposed." Kakuzu walked over and picked up Utakata, hefting the adolescent over his shoulder. "Your help was appreciated," he granted slowly, as if the word was distasteful. "Now, I must find my partner." Naruto withheld a snort of amusement at the disgust in his teacher's voice. Clearly his opinion of Haiden hadn't improved. "Hey, wait. His teacher stopped and rolled his shoulder to indicate he was listening. Let me take him to Pain. I still want the bounty on his head. Kakuzu seemed to consider his offer for a moment before, in a gesture that surprised the blonde, dropping Utakata on the ground. I will be contacting Pain to let him know of your impending arrival. The blonde blinked. He hadn't really expected that to work. Thanks. Your platitudes are meaningless. Of course they are, he muttered. He opened his mouth to say something to the taller Nuknin about how old his bingo book was, or how he hadn't appreciated being added to the bingo book himself, but then stopped. On a day where Kakuzu was being strangely amiable, at least in this moment, the blonde was better off not pushing his luck. He could silently curse his mentor for what he had done, regardless of the fact that he had received the Ranton element due to him, but Kakuzu would probably turn it around on him and make a snide comment that was likely to break their temporary moratorium. Perhaps he was just better off leaving with his prize while he still had the opportunity. Besides, somehow, Kakuzu always seemed to have his best interests at heart, even if the way he showed it was rather unconventional. Thanks, Naruto said again, not quite sure what he was referring to. His gratitude seemed a good thing to offer to cover the blanket of things his teacher had done for him. Kakuzu merely inclined his head and left to go, presumably, find Haiden. Naruto bent down and slung the other Jinchuriki over his shoulder before taking off to Otogakure. LLL. Zetsu ran into him part of the way back to Otogakure, probably at Pain's behest, and took the Rokubi Jinchuriki, stating that it was better to seal the creature before the male awoke. Naruto took his time returning to the hidden sound, making it back in a little more than a day. In an effort to wait out the sealing ritual, the blonde merely wandered around town until the time came for him to return for the bounty. He was leaning against the inner wall of Pain's tower when Conan eventually appeared from a hidden stairwell 2 days later. The blue-haired woman walked past him and out into the village, and after several minutes, Akatsuki's leader appeared. Pain stopped and stared at him with his strange, gray eyes. You may take the body at your convenience, he intoned. Thanks. The blonde made his way for the stairwell, but Pain's hand on his shoulder stopped him. Before you do that, he began, we have things to discuss. Chapter 19, Idealism. Pain stood with his back to Naruto, gazing out over the buildings that constituted the hidden sound from the top of his tower. Neither male had spoken since the former had insisted that they talk, the younger one merely following his elder up to his lookout spot. Given that he'd done everything asked of him since meeting Pain, Naruto wondered what the leader of Akatsuki wanted to talk to him about. And when he'd actually say something. The orange-haired man chose that moment to open his mouth, though he was still facing away from Naruto. I spoke with Kakuzu after we finished sealing the Rokubi. Naruto wasn't sure what to say to that. Though he was unsure as to what happened during the sealing ritual, talking one-on-one with a fellow member of Akatsuki was probably rather unusual. Pain wouldn't bother bringing it up otherwise. The fact that he was speaking to Kakuzu, well, the topic was likely centered around only one subject, him. That was kind of funny, since whenever he was in Kakuzu's company, his teacher almost never had anything good to say. Even when he did, it was almost always done in some sort of backhanded fashion. Anything the nonagenarian would tell someone else about him was unlikely to be positive. A sort of morbid curiosity overtook him, but unsure where exactly the older shinobi was going, he merely said, "Oh." Pain spared him an over-the-shoulder glance. "You sound uninterested." The younger male shuffled awkwardly. Even Kakuzu's piercing stares didn't make him nearly as uncomfortable as a mere look from Pain's unique eyes. "Kakuzu doesn't often have much nice to say about me," he admitted, "and you haven't said what you talked with him about." "I'm not really sure what to say right now." Akatsuki's leader hummed thoughtfully. "Yes, you and your mentor have quite the unusual relationship." "Tell me something I don't know," muttered the blonde. "But he mentioned that you helped him subdue the Rokubi no Namakuji. Tell me," he continued, turning around to face the blonde, "what would prompt you to help capture another Jinchuriki?" "Well, I didn't know he was a Jinchuriki at first," he admitted. "Kakuzu's bingo book is so damn old that." "You're using his bingo book?" Pain interjected. Naruto nodded, and the older man blinked slowly. "Interesting. Continue." Naruto wasn't sure why Pain would describe what Kakuzu would consider useless sentimentality as interesting, but he didn't question it. "Anyway, I was trying to." He paused, thinking of the right words. "Somehow, prove to my wayward teacher that he's wrong about me by invading Kirigakure and killing one of its esteemed shinobi," didn't really feel like the right thing to say. He had a high bounty, according to the book, he finally settled on, and I wanted to get him. But then Kakuzu showed up and said that Utakata was his, and I didn't just want to let him show me up, so. He had started rambling, and Pain held up a hand to forestall the rest of his diatribe. The orange-haired man seemed to have drawn his own conclusion based on the blonde's words. That explains your original motivation, and yet, once you found out he was a Jinchuriki, you still chose to stay and neutralize him. I didn't want to get shown up, he defended. Now that he was saying it, his reasoning sounded rather dumb and childish. Pain decided not to comment on it, instead turning around and resuming his watch over Otogakure. Zetsu located the Hachibi. I sent Itachi and Kisame out to capture the Jinchuriki. When he didn't immediately continue speaking, Naruto shifted uncomfortably. What was he supposed to say to that? Oh? Yes, Pain confirmed, and Naruto wondered if the man thought he'd reached some sort of obvious conclusion or if he was just agreeing for the sake of it. When the Hachibi is sealed, the only Jinchuriki remaining will be you and your associate. The blonde tensed. Did he keep me here to kill me now? With his back still turned, the motion went unnoticed by Pain. Due to the nature of the sealing statue, the Kyuubi must be sealed last. Naruto's muscles relaxed at the same time Akatsuki's leader shot him another over-the-shoulder look. You are safe until such time as we can capture the Nanabai. Naruto wasn't sure whether that statement was meant to be reassuring or not. It sounded kind of like it, but the knowledge that Fu's death was the only thing standing in the way of his own was not as comforting as Pain made it out to be. Joy. Do you have goals you'd like to achieve? Come again? Pain turned to face him fully and actually strode forward, only a number of feet separated them now. Goals, he repeated. Something to strive for. Naruto wasn't quite sure what to say. Sure, there were some things that he would have liked to have occurred before he died. Receiving Kakuzu's praise was near the top of that list, though the likelihood of that occurring was slim, regardless of the timetable on his death. Most of the other things weren't exactly goals so much as things he would have liked to grow up and try, given the opportunity to become an adult. His mind flickered around for an idea, and finally latched onto the one that had been driving him since meeting Kakuzu so many years ago. I want vengeance against Konoha, he settled on. That is a lofty objective. Yeah, I know, but... You did not let me finish, Pain interrupted. Naruto fell silent at the man's words, unwilling to get on his bad side. The other male kind of controlled his fate, after all. As I was saying, getting vengeance upon Konoha is an impressive goal, but not an impossible one. Nor are you the only one who desires it. Naruto connected the dots almost immediately. Konohagakure has done much to earn my wrath, and it has profited far too much from the tragedy that has befallen others. Seeing it razed to the ground would be quite satisfying. He turned his back to Naruto, walked forward, and beckoned for the boy to approach. The blonde found himself standing beside Akatsuki's leader, overlooking the village hidden in sound. Do you know what Akatsuki's goal is? Naruto was slightly taken aback by the question, but he recovered quickly. Isn't it to use the Biju to control war and then the world? That is what I would have the other members believe, Pain stated. Naruto's ears perked at the admission, suddenly aware that the orange-haired man was bringing him into his confidence. It was either a sign of his faith in the blonde, or an omen of his impending death that Pain could reveal such sensitive information and not fear it leaking. So, what's the actual goal? My true intention is to create a kenjutsu that will annihilate one of the 5 great shinobi nations, which will set an example for the others in order to discourage them from engaging in warfare. This will create a world where Akatsuki controls the struggle of power that has always existed amongst the hidden villages, a world which lives under the same umbrella of fear, of pain, a world where peace reigns. You're fighting for peace? Pain spared the younger male a sidelong glance. Do you take offense to that? Naruto returned the look and blinked blankly. No, it's just surprising, that's all. I didn't really expect you to be trying to achieve something so good. The orange-haired man returned his gaze to the city below. Long ago, I used to live in Amigakure. It was a place that was always strife with war because of its location among the lands of fire, earth, and wind. The shinobi world wars created many casualties, including both of my parents and my closest friend. It was his desire to become the leader of Amigakure, and then become something more, in order to prevent war from taking place. Only by controlling the world could he instigate and enforce peace. After his death, I swore to continue his dream. To that end, I learned of the existence of the Biju. By utilizing their collective power, I could control a force strong enough to accomplish the same end as my friend. The ends justify the means. Why are you telling me this? Asked the Jinchuriki, apprehensive of the answer. Because we are similar, Pain stated. Our histories may be different, but we have lived through many of the same experiences. You're also quite intriguing, an anomaly of sorts. I did not expect you to be so useful when Kakuzu advised I speak to you upon his joining Akatsuki. Your dedication to your self-imposed mission is quite impressive. He turned ringed eyes upon the teen. In many ways, you also remind me of my friend. It's refreshing. Nostalgic. Ah? Naruto wasn't quite sure what else to say. He never would have guessed Pain's real intentions for Akatsuki. They were just too outlandish for such a powerful figure, especially one who portrayed himself as interested in world domination. On the other hand, he also understood why Pain had never shared his plans with the other members. If any of the S-class Nukenin found out what their leader's true aspirations were, it was highly unlikely that they would have wanted to remain a part of the organization. And Pain needed them in order to collect all the Biju so his plans could come to fruition. It was manipulative as hell, but also very clever. Regardless, Naruto still felt like he was on the wrong end of Pain's objectives. Your relationship with your teacher is quite unusual. And now he was confused. Pain kept switching topics too quickly for him to properly keep track of. Huh? Your relationship with Kakuzu, the Nin repeated. It's strange. Naruto thought that was a mild way to describe how they got along, but the older man apparently wasn't done with his musing. At first glance, one would assume that you hated each other, given how you converse and interact, but that is a false assumption. Despite the animosity you seem to show each other, your relationship is quite strong. You desire his attention and acceptance, probably due to how he reared you. How did you? Pain preempted his question. I am no stranger to the quest for acknowledgement. Additionally, only the strongest feelings of devotion would keep you working near him when he is hunting members of your kind. Naruto huffed and crossed his arms, but didn't deny the claim. On the other hand, continued the orange-haired male, I believe that Kakuzu views you as a reminder of how far he has come. It is hard to say, but I think that he considers you to be a younger version of himself. Naruto, once again, couldn't formulate a response, though this time it was more due to shock. He wasn't stupid enough to believe that Kakuzu didn't care about him, even if it was hidden by indifference and disparaging remarks, but to have someone else point it out was something quite different. Pain had to be a rather perceptive individual to pick up on the sorts of clues that would lead to that conclusion, especially if he was reading them off of someone as emotionally detached as Kakuzu. He also wasn't done talking. I have the distinct impression that he would be highly disappointed if you, at least, were sacrificed on behalf of Akatsuki's goals. Every time I have brought up the topic of your impending death, he has found ways to persuade me to prolong it, though always in a very subtle fashion. Kakuzu is clever, and his methods are very surreptitious, but his tenacity in avoiding the subject of allowing you to die is very telling. Naruto felt a small amount of gratitude swell in his chest at the notion that his teacher cared enough to fight for his life, even if the old Nukenin never showed such sentiment when they ran into each other. I appreciate you telling me that, I suppose, he added, still unsure where Pain was going with their meeting. I've decided, Pain began in a voice Naruto would have considered magnanimous if it wasn't so flat, that you and your friend are greater assets to me alive than dead. You're not going to take the Kyuubi from me? No. I've discovered an alternate method to use the Biju that won't require a complete extraction, though I'll still require access to the Nanabai's and Kyuubi's chakras. That's great. I'm going to live. Who's going to live? We can. His thought trailed off, unsure where to go from there. The memory of Fu kissing him was still relatively fresh in his mind, and though he hadn't consciously thought much of it after the initial moment, due to his focus on simply surviving to his next birthday, it suddenly appeared as if he had the time to consider his future, and who that future could contain. That rather expansive thought process was cut off by Pain. Unfortunately, I have an associate who will be less than pleased about such a course of action. It will take some persuasion to sway him. Naruto frowned a little at how ominous that sounded, but decided not to question it. I would like to ask a favor of you, as compensation. Yeah, sure, anything you want, Naruto affirmed, deciding that it behooved him to be gracious. It is my desire to free Amigakure from the clutches of Hanzo the Salamander. While I have every intention of taking him down personally, Naruto noted that the orange-haired man sounded a little vindictive when he said that, the less of his forces I have to deal with, the better. I would like you, he stated, fixing Naruto with a gray-eyed stare, to infiltrate Amigakure and create an opening for me to reach Hanzo. Naruto blinked at the unexpected request. Oh, well, sure, that seems doable. Pain nodded once. Good. There is already an operative of Akatsuki's working on the same mission within Amigakure. You should meet up with him. I expect you two to be able to get me access to Hanzo as soon as possible. Anything else? No. He turned and strode away from the blonde. Take the Rokubi Jinchuriki's body on your way out and finish your mission. I wish you luck. Yeah, thanks. Hey, he called before Pain completely disappeared into a hidden doorway that had just opened. What was your friend's name? The one you said I reminded you of? Yahiko, Pain replied after a pause. He went through the door and allowed it to shut behind him, leaving Naruto in the building by himself. Well, time to get down to business. LLL. While it is amusing to watch the Hachibi get thrashed by mere humans, I would like to suggest leaving this place. Upon his capture, you will be one of the few Jinchuriki left to roam freely, and I would prefer not to share the fate of my brethren. Fu didn't respond to the nanabai, choosing instead to continue observing the battle occurring before her very eyes. Given how far away she was, it was difficult to tell what was happening, though the Hachibi's massive size made his movements much easier to see, but judging by the pair of black-cloaked figures, the height difference between them, and the simply massive amount of water the taller one had just conjured, Kisame and Itachi were working to neutralize the Eight Tails as quickly as possible. Even if the beetle was worried for himself, Fu wanted an idea of what was going on with Akatsuki, and better yet, how they fought against a summoned Biju. It was actually a huge coincidence that had led to her current situation. She had entered the land of lightning on a bounty hunt for a blonde male with a specialty in Katan ninjutsu. After skimming the bingo book, she had been rather amused to find a description of Naruto in it, and deciding that her skill in earth ninjutsu stood a better chance against him than a white-haired male who could channel lightning chakra through his sword. Crossing the region had been an interesting experience, given that she had mostly been exploring the veritable wasteland of the land of Earth, but given that she wasn't on any particular timetable, she hadn't been too worried about taking her time. Finding the man hadn't taken all that long. Apparently he was somewhat of a loudmouth, and the green-haired girl had taken great pleasure in shutting him up by killing him. Honestly, if he had said "hot" one more time, Fu would have blown a gasket. The storage scroll that Naruto had bestowed upon her had never been more useful than in that moment. Fu didn't fancy trying to trek back over the mountains that composed the land of lightning with a heavy body slung over her shoulders. It was during this journey that the sound of a roar had reached her ears, and the head of a massive reddish-brown, ox-like creature had crested the nearby mountain ridge. Curious but wary, she had decided to find a better spot to see what was going on. It had been quite a while since Fu had given Akatsuki any serious thought. That wasn't to say that she'd forgotten about them. The threat the organization posed to her life was all too real for that comfort, but she didn't see the purpose in worrying over something that was out of her control. Either Akatsuki would decide that it needed the nanabai and come after her, or it wouldn't, and if its members did decide to pursue her, she would fight back until her body was broken and immobile. Whether she was strong enough to fend them off didn't really matter. Her focus was on improving her skills for her own benefit, not to meet a certain plateau in power and peak there. She was well aware of the fact that her actions had little bearing on Akatsuki's decision to keep her alive or not. Naruto was the one with connections to many of the members, Kakuzu, Itachi, Kisame, Pain, and it was him who would make the difference on whether their lives were forfeit or not for her lack of trying to be useful, of course. The green-haired girl reflected on that thought. Things always seemed to return to her blonde companion in the end. When she had still been a member of Takigakure, Kakuzu had been her idol simply because of the reputation he carried. Humanity had spurned her existence, just as it had done to Kakuzu generations before. The Nuke-Nin had embodied everything that Fu wished she had in order to escape the hellhole that was the hidden waterfall and be free to do as she desired. And so, when Naruto had arrived and given her the opportunity to fulfill her dreams, it had been the greatest moment of her short life. Reality, however, was very different from fantasy. Fu had held no illusions that Kakuzu was a nice person. In fact, she would have been somewhat disappointed if he had turned out to be one. He was a cruel man with a penchant for giving priority to the object with the most value. That object, apparently, was Naruto. Kakuzu's expectations for her had been very clear. She was a tool meant to spur Naruto to bigger and better things. That hadn't put her off from reaping the benefits of being the Nukenin's tool, though it had started a slow shift of perspective on who her idol should really be. While Kakuzu was a superb shinobi and a good mentor when he truly put forth the effort, Naruto had slowly become her motivation to keep moving forward. When that had turned into infatuation, well, Fu honestly hadn't been all that surprised. She was still a girl, after all, and the only males in her life were Kakuzu and Naruto. Given the former's personality and age versus the latter's understanding and kinship forged from being a Jinchuriki, her interest in the blonde had really only been a matter of time. How far those feelings extended was still questionable. It would have been easy to say that she loved him, except that she had no measure for what constituted love. How was she supposed to know what the difference between casual interest and love was without any other friends or associates to compare against? Kakuzu didn't count. He was a statistical anomaly when it came to such matters. Still, she knew she felt something for her fellow Jinchuriki, and those feelings had culminated in the simple desire to show him some form of affection, the kiss. She had already decided previous to that moment that it would be wiser to split up. Kakuzu's training had given both of them enough of a power boost that venturing together would be more of a hindrance to their respective safety and future profitability than a boon. Fu knew that, if Akatsuki should decide to seal the Nanabi and Kyubi, she would be the first one targeted, either because of necessity or because Kakuzu would subtly prod pain into keeping Naruto alive for as long as he possibly could. Naruto, after all, was more valuable. It wasn't necessarily the possibility of never seeing him again that had spurred her into kissing him, though she would have been lying to say it hadn't played a small part in her decision. The knowledge that Naruto had done so much for her, some things even without his direct awareness, combined with her desire to let him know that there was a life beyond simply bounty hunting and trying to survive Akatsuki, had galvanized her into at least attempting to show him how she felt. Of course, whether or not he actually returned her feelings was another matter entirely. Judging only by how little he had responded during the kiss, she would have had to guess that they weren't on the same wavelength, though that could have been chalked up to shock and inexperience. She had tried not to focus on Naruto's opinions of her during their time apart, choosing instead to put a great deal of effort into making herself enough of an asset to Akatsuki that the organization would decide to keep her alive. It was probably a futile gesture, but it wasn't like she had anything better to do anyway. Fu was distracted from her thoughts as a brilliant flash of yellow light drew her attention and eroded the mountain next to the one she was on. Wow! The power of the Bijidama is quite impressive. No kidding. Orange Eyes returned to watching Itachi and Kisame battle against the Hachibi, the former exhaling fireballs at the beast's head while the latter used his sword to drain chakra from the Biju's thrashing tentacle tails. Fu began to form hand signs before she was even aware of what she was doing. The Nanabi, however, took notice. "What are you doing?" He sounded almost apprehensive about the way his container's fingers twisted around each other. "I'm tired of sitting back and doing nothing," she muttered, holding her hands out in the classic position required for using Jin-tun. "Foolish girl." This time, the tinge of panic in the beetle's buzzing was quite audible. "While I have no issue with putting the Hachibi in his place, his capture brings us one step closer to death." "They'll eventually capture the Hachibi, with or without my help," Fu shot back, sweat beginning to trickle down her face. Kakuzu said that Itachi and Kisame are the strongest pair within Akatsuki. They wouldn't have been sent if they couldn't do the job. "Then let them do it. You are risking both of our lives by interfering." "I don't care. What will be, will be." If nothing else, Kakuzu's pragmatism had certainly rubbed off on his female pupil. "Now shut up, I'm trying to concentrate." Fu had discovered that it was easier to manipulate the form the atomizing powers granted to her by the Nanabi took after summoning them in the geometric shape described by the scroll pane had given her. It was too difficult to focus on the tri-elemental nature manipulation and the shape manipulation simultaneously, so after creating a square pyramidal base of dust release in her hands, she could change the form to something more useful to the situation. Unfortunately, it was still an art in the making, requiring some measure of concentration, and the Seven Tails' buzzing panic wasn't conducive to what she was trying to achieve. After another several moments, the technique was straining against her hold on it. She released it with a powerful burst of chakra. Jin-tun, Kiriryuden no Jutsu. A massive dragon erupted from her hands, opaque and grayish-brown in color. It roared through the air and crashed through two of the Hachibi's tentacles, disintegrating them upon contact. Fu almost wished that she was close enough to see the surprise on Kisame's and Itachi's faces. Well, if Itachi had the capacity to display emotion, anyway. In the back of her mind, she hoped that her assistance in the capture of the Hachibi would be noted and added to her list of useful qualities as a reason for Akatsuki to not kill her. The diversion apparently did its job, for Itachi took the Biju's lull in attacking to cause great swathes of black flames to erupt all over the Hachibi's skin. Simultaneously, all the water in the area rose up and encompassed the Biju, trapping it in what Fu guessed to be some sort of enlarged water prison technique. Strangely, the black fire continued to burn the beast's skin, despite being underwater. Though it was difficult to tell what was happening, Fu watched as Kisame stepped into the bubble of water, and soon enough the Hachibi was shrinking down in size. Water splashed down into the valley of mountains as the forms of two humans became distinguishable, the Hachibi Jinchuriki and Kisame. "Now that you have assisted the enemy in accomplishing their task," rasped the Nanabi acidly, "perhaps you will finally heed my advice and leave." "Yeah, I think it's time to go. Bounties to turn in, after all," she thought, patting the side of her cylinder, where the scroll containing a plethora of sealed corpses was hidden. "Foolish girl, you will come to regret this mistake." "We'll see." Then she took off, crossing the mountains as quickly as possible. Blood-red and beady yellow eyes followed her path as she left. "Should we follow her?" Itachi was silent for a long moment. "No," he replied at last. "She is not our assignment." Unspoken, the Uchiha mused that Fu's escape would prolong the amount of time he had to work up a plan to save Naruto from an unnecessary death. Missing nin, who roamed the world by their very nature, were far more difficult to track down than shinobi belonging to villages, such as the Hachibi Jinchuriki. The amount of time it had taken Kakuzu to find the Rokubi Jinchuriki was proof enough of that. All he could hope was that Fu and Naruto could endure until he could arrive at a solution. "Come," he intoned, "we should contact Leader Sama and have Zetsu bring the body to base before he awakens. I have no desire to restrain the Hachibi a second time." As you say, Itachi. Personally, that was the most fun I've had in a while. The raven-haired male didn't respond. Kisame's definition of fun had always been a bit peculiar, blood-red eyes flickering once more in the direction Fu had disappeared in. Survive. LLL. Naruto sat at one of the many round, wooden tables in the bar, back to the rest of the patrons. Mildly irritated, he took to stirring his tonic water with his straw, ears pricked for any indication of interesting or informative conversation. Even if he could drink alcohol, he was still underage, though a quick henge would render that fact inconsequential. He would rather remain sober by not imbibing. Keeping his faculties about him was important while deep within enemy territory. Despite having eagerly agreed to Pain's request, Naruto had become extremely grumpy since infiltrating the Hidden Rain, a task that had been surprisingly difficult to accomplish. Years of warfare and invasion had taught the citizens to be wary of any outsiders, and the borders of the small nation were under constant surveillance. Hanzo's legendary paranoia probably lent some explanation to the heavy guard as well. Eventually, he had opted into using Mizugakure no Jutsu to slip into one of the drainage streams leaving the Hidden Rain. Travel against the flow of liquid had been slow going, but he'd managed to slip into the village undetected after some effort. That had led to him wandering the village in an attempt to get any relevant information to accomplish what Pain had asked of him. Most of his irritability stemmed from the simple misery that Amigakure exuded. Aptly named, rain never seemed to stop falling in the village, or the country, for that matter, and the relentless downpour made roaming the streets an unpleasant venture. Displeased with the climate, Naruto had walked into the first shop he'd found, after taking off his slashed hideate and using henge to alter his hair color, and bought a rain slicker to toss over his clothes. As he had continued to meander around the Hidden Rain, he'd wondered why Pain would even want to liberate a place that was so steeped in despondency. He took a quick sip of his drink in an attempt to draw his thoughts away from something so depressing. Perhaps that was exactly why Pain wanted to take over Amigakure, to provide a better opportunity for the people of his homeland. Not that he knew exactly what the orange-haired man could do to improve the lives of the denizens of the Hidden Rain, but it certainly seemed logical. He could sort of empathize with that feeling. Before he had left Pain's tower in Otogakure, Konan had approached him with a small book. She had informed him in a rather bland voice that continuous combing of Orochimaru's archives had revealed a small source of information on the Uzumaki clan, and all of it was contained in the text now in his hands. Naruto had left the hidden sound with a quiet but appreciate thanks for the blue-haired woman, blue eyes already delving into the history of the family he had never known. His reading had revealed Uzushigakure, the former home of his clan, and in a decision driven more by curiosity and emotion than sensibility, he had opted into a detour to the land of his ancestors, after receiving the bounty on Utakata, of course. The destruction that had greeted his eyes hadn't been all that pleasant to view. The village hidden in whirlpools was nothing but collapsed buildings and flowing water. Naruto wondered if it was strange that the sight of his ancestors' homeland didn't stir up any feelings in him, but then chalked up his apathy to a lack of attachment to his clan. The name Uzumaki didn't really mean anything to him, merely serving as a surname. Fu had never revealed her family name and Kakuzu had renounced his, so what should he care for his? Still, he had thought, sparing one last glance for Uzushigakure, maybe with his newly offered potential for a life after Pain's plans came to fruition, the hidden whirlpool would have something to offer. It might be nice to have a base of operations for him and Fu to live out of. Naruto jabbed his straw into his glass harder than strictly necessary, ridding himself of the memory. He was getting ahead of himself again, and he had a job to do. The scraping of chairs behind him alerted him to the fact that the two shinobi he had been eavesdropping on were leaving. He waited a moment before throwing several coins on the table to cover his drink and then followed them out, immediately pulling the hood of his rain slicker over his head as he left the bar. Disappearing into an alley, he cloaked himself in the hiding in camouflage technique and took off after the pair. Amigakure, aside from being rainy all the damn time, was also a very confusing place. Metal skyscrapers were built practically on top of each other, all with twisting mazes of pipes trailing from top to bottom along their sides. Combined with the constant downpour, the dull gray metal of the buildings only added to the dreariness that the Hidden Rain emanated. The closeness of the skyscrapers also created thin streets to walk on, and there was little in the way of awnings to escape from the rain. Dark corners and slim alleyways were commonplace, providing a plethora of hiding places for anyone willing or able to squeeze into them. If he wasn't a ninja, Naruto might have been worried about getting mugged. The blonde scowled slightly as he walked along. Though Pain had told him there was someone for him to connect with already in Amigakure, he had neglected to give any more information, and Naruto had forgotten to ask. Finding the man had been his priority, but with nothing to go off of, achieving that objective was as likely as finding a needle in a haystack. Naruto released a strangled gurgle as a kunai was buried into his chest. "What?" he managed, the Maisegakure no Jutsu fading around him as he collapsed to the ground. "You might be invisible," spoke an Aimnin, his form wavering into place from the surrounding rain, "but the water droplets are still hitting you. It's easy for any trained shinobi to notice when a certain area isn't being pelted by rain in Amigakure. We don't take kindly to strangers here." "Okay, didn't think of that," Naruto admitted. "Damn new terrain, who the hell wants to live here, anyway?" He could already feel his earth heart moving to take the place of his ruined wind one. Distantly, he could hear the same Aimnin ordering some others to check for any sort of identification or partners, as well as the bingo book for any outstanding bounty on his head. Ugh, and wouldn't that be an ironic end? He ran through a mental tally of what he could do in his head. With all the rain, he was unlikely to be able to use his fire jutsu effectively, and the metal structures and lack of wide space eliminated earth jutsu as well. Given the destruction storm release was likely to cause, that was also out. That left lightning, water, and wind, not to mention Jiongu. Subtly, he formed hand signs beneath his body, channeling his chakra into the puddles sitting in the cobblestone path. Suetun, Mizu Kamakiri. An arc of water rose up, ready to bisect the Aimnin, but there was a shout that alerted him to the water release, rising water slicer, and he dodged at the last second. He gave Naruto a hard stare as the blonde climbed to his feet. "You should be dead. You'll discover it's a lot harder to kill me than that," the Jinchuriki returned, yanking the kunai from his chest and letting it clatter to the ground. As Jiongu stitched together the wound, he noticed that there was a distinct lack of civilians around, though he was surrounded by a dozen Aimnin. This seems familiar, he thought, uncomfortably aware that Kakuzu had been killed in much the same fashion. Apparently, the shinobi of the rain were more businesslike than he had assumed, for they all disappeared in a wavering haze without responding. "Freaking genjutsu," he snarled, remembering Itachi's lessons. He immediately set about dispelling the illusions, but for every one that he managed to release himself from, 2 more popped into existence. Meanwhile, he could feel a variety of different blades biting into his skin, and he activated the earth spear technique reflexively to protect himself from the nuisances. Water swirled beneath his feet, and the blonde found himself suddenly restrained by 8 thick tendrils of liquid that twirled around his neck, arms, legs, and torso. It was highly reminiscent of the way he had killed many people in his adventures, and he felt a momentary pang of empathy for his victims. "This kinda sucks." "Suetun, Takahoryu no Jutsu," whispered the voice of the same Aimnin. Based on how quiet the voice was, Naruto noted that he was smart enough not to get too close, a fact which caused his respect for the shinobi of the hidden rain to rise marginally. "You'll be unable to move and cast jutsu. People keep telling me that. I wonder if I just have a face that doesn't scream. I have a powerful kenjutsu that makes all your restraining techniques completely ineffective." The blonde pondered that for a moment before shrugging it off as unimportant, focusing instead on breaking free of the bindings before the Aimnin decided to break his neck. "Ah well, pity I won't be able to see the surprise on his face when he's proven wrong." A pair of black whips burst out of each sleeve. Imbued with wind chakra, they sliced through the watery grasp of the octopus hold technique and rotated perpendicular to his body in an insidious impression of a buzz saw. There was a scream of pain, though Naruto was a bit let down to note that timbre of the voice wasn't the same as the Aimnin who kept talking to him. Shame. Still unable to see his enemies because of whatever illusions they kept putting him under, Naruto opted to let Jiongu seek out his enemies and destroy them. It wasn't nearly as gratifying as accomplishing the deed himself, but he needed to get away and re-establish some modicum of cover as soon as possible. Hanzo would undoubtedly try to scour the entirety of Amigakure in lieu of the loss of his forces, and the blonde needed a place where he could hunker down and wait for an opportunity to return to his mission. There were 2 more yells as his kenjutsu located and eviscerated opponents. Naruto briefly considered taking one of their hearts to replace his wind one, but then decided he didn't want to go through the hassle while in the middle of such a predicament. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes were drawn to a thin, almost invisible surge of blue-white light that flashed past his field of vision and lanced into the thin air 30 feet to his left. An accompanying scream was the only notice that it had passed through an amnine before electricity arced out in several directions from the still invisible body, creating a web of what he recognized as lightning chakra with him at the center. When the lightning disappeared, Naruto found that the illusions were all gone, and the dead bodies of a dozen range shinobi littered the ground, only a couple leaking blood from where he'd sliced into them with wind chakra. The red liquid was quickly becoming diluted by the constant downpour and growing puddles of amigakure. He was distracted by the sound of someone landing behind him. Black tendrils snapped to attention, but Naruto paused in his assault when he took in the appearance of the person. The male before him wore the black pants and slate gray, long-sleeved shirt of an amigakure jonin, bandages wrapped around his wrists and ankles, a lighter gray scarf was looped around his neck, and the 4 vertical lines denoting a member of the hidden rain decorated his height. Cobalt blue hair fell around his ears, but his bangs barely tickled his eyebrows, leaving stormy, gray eyes clearly visible. Naruto noted with some amusement that the other teenager was now an inch shorter than his own height of 5 feet 8 inches, and looked even paler than the last time they'd seen each other. Haro gave the blonde an amused smirk, replacing the twin katana kiba to their holster on his back. "Hello, Naruto, or perhaps I should call you Shinobu. Still getting into trouble, I see." Naruto rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "You have no idea. LLL. Nagato was grateful that it took very little concentration to actually keep both the Gentishin no Jutsu and Fuinjutsu, Genryu Kyufujin active. Both were essentially self-sustaining techniques after the initial activation as long as chakra was fed into them or, perhaps more accurately, as long as there was chakra to be fed into them. For the most part, both techniques just siphoned chakra from the users over the duration they were kept active. Either way, it allowed for his mind to wander, and simultaneously ignore Heiden's inane rants, Tobi's nattering, and Deidara's proclamations about art, and focus on the decision he had made regarding Naruto as the Hachibi was sealed within the Geto Mazo. Naruto was truly an intriguing individual. In many ways, the boy was a sort of kindred spirit to himself, not to mention a slight reminder of Yahiko. Aside from Konan, who knew it well from the keen loss of Yahiko, he was one of the few people Nagato knew of who had experienced the true definition of pain. Such a quality was so rare that sacrificing him for the statue was practically counterintuitive to the message he wanted to send the rest of the world. Not to mention that, in spite of himself, Nagato was a little curious to see how far his family member, no matter how distantly related they might be, would go in life. It was truly unfortunate that, out of all the people in the world, Naruto had been the one to be saddled with the burden of the Kyuubi. Then again, for the boy to have turned against the village he was born in and then work with people who could be considered his enemies was a true stroke of fortune. Given the results, Nagato's decision to keep an eye on Kakuzu as a potential recruit to Akatsuki all those years ago had turned out to be a very good one. Nagato wasn't stupid or naive enough to believe that the core members of Akatsuki would remain as such once his true plans came to fruition. They were all S-class missing nin, and with the exception of Konan, all of them were far more interested in murder, mayhem, and destruction than in world peace, no matter how it was achieved. Haiden would return to trying to spread his religion, Sasori would continue to pull strings in all the villages and collect more humans to increase his puppet collection, Kakuzu would go back to bounty hunting for profit. The most logical conclusion was that everyone would return to what they were doing before joining Akatsuki. But Naruto, and Fu, to a lesser extent, was different. The boy clearly held an attachment to Kakuzu, and it was possible that he would follow in his mentor's footsteps if allowed to live. However, given the former Takinin's personality, the likelihood of the two thread users traveling together seemed small. Naruto understood some aspect of how pain operated and thought, and it was possible that after his revenge against Konoha was sated, he would be willing to work for the benefit of Amigakure, once Hanzo was dead, of course. It was this that made him and the girl, who was likely to follow him, valuable. While sealing the Nanabi and the Kyuubi into the demonic statue of the outer path would certainly grant Akatsuki more power, keeping two trained Jinchuriki with their respective Biju bolstered Nagato's forces immensely more than killing them. There were ways around their death, of course. As a wielder of the Rinnegan, Nagato could simply use Geto, Rinne Tensei no Jutsu to revive both Naruto and Fu after extracting their Biju, but there were issues with that. For one, the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique required a simply ridiculous amount of chakra and energy, and Nagato was already in poor health as it was. He didn't think it would outright kill him to bring back a mere 2 people, but given his already shortened lifespan, that option was less than optimal. Not to mention that the reincarnated Jinchuriki would be short their Biju, and thus less powerful and less useful than they could be otherwise. And while there might be ways to reseal the Biju into their hosts from the Geto Mazo, doing so seemed counterproductive, keeping Naruto and Fu alive was just easier and more sensible. But keeping them alive had its own problem, namely, Uchiha Madara, the man beneath Tobi's mask. Neither Konan nor Nagato trusted the supposed co-founder of Konohagakure. He was simply providing them a means to an end with the Biju. But now that the gray-eyed man had come up with an alternative method of enacting his own plan, his and Madara's goals were at odds. The man hadn't explained why it was vital that all of the Biju be sealed within the statue, but Nagato knew that there was no way to dissuade him from that objective. It made him highly suspicious of the Uchiha's motives, especially since he had pitched the idea of a kenjutsu that could do all they desired without sealing the Nanabi and Kyuubi, and Madara had shot it down. If his true goal was aligned with the fake one Nagato had set up for the other Akatsuki members, or even his own goal, then there should have been no reason for the Uchiha to reject the proposition. After all, if he had accepted, they could have used the kenjutsu almost immediately after sealing the Hachibi. But given that Madara had insisted on the remaining two Biju and Nagato knew they weren't needed, the Uzumaki finally had a reason to go against the other man's plans. The body of the Hachibi Jinchuriki hit the floor of the cavern with a dull thump. Pain blinked his ringed eyes once. "Our task is almost completed," he announced. "Zetsu, find the girl and report back when you've done so. The Nanabi must be sealed before the Kyuubi. We're so close. Celebrate later. We have work to do." The plantman's image fizzled out. "The rest of you, continue on with gathering funds." There was a brief curse from Haydn about how blasphemous such an action was, but Pain ignored it. "We will reconvene when the Nanabi is ready to be sealed." The other members took that as a sign of dismissal, their projections fizzling into nothingness. Conan's image remained lit. "You're sure you want to do this?" "Yes. It is clear that our ideals no longer align, and we are a mere step away from completing our objective." Pain focused and reactivated the magic lantern body technique, making sure to resonate the jutsu with only a handful of rings. In short order, the multicolored forms of Kakuzu, Haydn, Itachi, and Kisame were standing in their respective positions upon the Geto Mazo's fingertips. "What the hell?" Haydn voiced in irritation. "Why are we back here? I have a special assignment for the four of you and Konan. There is a member within our ranks whose views no longer agree with Akatsuki's, and he must be eliminated." "Who is the target?" Kakuzu inquired. Gray eyes flickered over to him. "Tobi. Kihe, I'll almost be a little sad to see him go," Kisame snickered, sharp teeth bared in a smirk. He brought a bit of light into this gloomy organization. "Where are the artist fags?" Haydn cut in. "I don't believe they have the same stake in this mission as the rest of you do," Pain responded. His eyes once more met Kakuzu's, and the bounty hunter inclined his head in understanding. Pain knew that the taller shinobi would fight for Naruto's right to live, and Haydn would fight alongside him simply for the opportunity to shed blood, and not have to collect money. Trusting Itachi and Kisame was a bit risky, but given that both had taught the blonde at different points, he was relying on the two having forged some sort of connection with Naruto to motivate them to fight against Tobi. Deidara and Sasori had no such history with the boy. From his periphery, Pain thought he caught the slightest narrowing of Itachi's blood-red eyes. The Uchiha was even more difficult to read than Kakuzu, his body language and vocal intonation giving nothing away. It was impossible to tell whether he was insulted at the prospect of having to take down a fellow member of Akatsuki or excited for the opportunity to once more measure his capacity. "You will all have to remain close to Otogakure in order to be prepared to partake in this assignment. Konan will be in charge of coordination, and she will brief you all on what to expect." As the blue-haired woman began to talk, Nagato once more allowed his mind to drift. He was doing the right thing. Naruto was too much like both himself and Yahiko to just die when he had the potential to be so much more. He could only hope that, while he freed Amigakure from its current leader, the combined might of Konan, Kakuzu, Haydn, Kisame, and Itachi would be enough to destroy the entity calling himself Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi listened with only half an ear to Konan's explanation of Tobi's abilities, one distinct thought in mind. Finally,